Chapter 1267. Bing Kong was extremely aggrieved by Lu Ming's attacks and planned to use bloodline fusion to fight a decisive battle with Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming was too lazy to pay attention to him right now. He turned around and strode up the stairs. Eden, Jian Zhan, and Zi Wuji were already struggling to climb up the stairs. Zi Wuji, stay here. An iron sword appeared in Jian Zhan's hand and slashed towards Zi Wuji with a sword chi. Zi Wuji's entire body bloomed with a rich purple light that condensed into a spear that pierced through the air to meet Jian Zhan's attack. Eden carried her zither on her back and strode up the stairs. Lu Ming also quickly chased after her. Lu Ming, stay here. Bing Kong turned into an ice river and roared as he chased after Lu Ming. The ice river danced in the air and from it, ice arrows shot towards Lu Ming. Courting death. Lu Ming's eyes went cold. He had already let Bing Kong go, but this person still wanted a yard after taking an inch. He was simply courting death. Above Lu Ming's head, 9 dragons appeared. Lu Ming transformed into 9 dragons, their claws stepping on the air as they pounced towards the ice river, their terrifying power constantly colliding with the ice river. Although the ice river was constantly sending out terrifying attacks, they were all broken apart by the 9 dragons. The dragon claws constantly bombarded the ice river, causing it to boil and tremble. Damn it! From the ice river, Bing Kong's angry roar rang out. Even if he used his bloodline, he was still not Lu Ming's opponent. Jian Zhan, Zi Wuji, Eden, let's join forces and defeat this person together. Otherwise, with him here, none of us will be able to take first place. Bing Kong shouted. This caused Jian Zhan and Zi Wuji's eyes to flash. Indeed, Lu Ming's combat strength had exceeded their expectations. He was simply too strong. Even Bing Kong was suppressed by Lu Ming. They knew that in a one-on-one battle, they were not Lu Ming's opponent. If they allowed Lu Ming to climb with all his strength, they would not be able to take first place. If they dealt with Lu Ming first, only the 4 of them would be left to compete, and it would be unknown who would take first place. Clang. Suddenly, sword battle's sword light turned and slashed at Lu Ming. Zi Wuji also rushed towards Lu Ming with his spear. They really joined forces to fight Lu Ming. So what if we join forces? Then let's have a good fight. Lu Ming roared. His blood was boiling. It had been a long time since he had used his full strength in a battle between peers. The 9 dragons let out a roar as their devouring power erupted, enveloping Bing Kong, Jian Zhan, and Zi Wuji. At the same time, the 9 dragons took to the air as they circulated the suppressing hell heavenly art and bombarded their opponents. At the top of the stairs, explosions were unceasingly heard. The 4 of them were engaged in an intense battle. In this sword battle, Zi Wuji used his bloodline fusion technique one after another, erupting with his strongest combat power to fight Lu Ming. For a moment, the 4 of them were actually evenly matched. Lu Ming also used all his means, including the 9 seals of the Divine Gate. This kind of secret technique was extremely powerful, causing Jian Zhan and the others to be fearful. As soon as they saw the sealed gate appear, they would try their best to avoid it. Eden stood at the top of the stairs, not continuing to climb. Instead, he stood there and watched the battle below. Geniuses had their pride. At this time, he could have taken the opportunity to climb all the way to the top of the stairs, but it would be meaningless if he did so. Even if he won, it would be meaningless because the experts of the 4 major forces of the Yuan continent would be watching. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming and the 3 great sky prides had exchanged more than 50 moves. This made the surrounding onlookers dumbfounded and shocked. Lu Ming's combat power was too shocking. It was as if there was no limit. The stronger his opponent, the stronger he would be. Under the circumstances where his cultivation was lower, he was able to fight the 3 strongest sky prides alone. This was too shocking. Not many people had done it since ancient times. The 9 dragons' bloodline is indeed incredible. This person belongs to my Dragon God Valley. The experts of the Dragon God Valley laughed. What a joke. You don't have to join the Dragon God Valley just because you have awakened the 9 dragons' bloodline. You can still rise quickly if you join other forces. The 9 Heaven Sword Sects expert said unhappily. That's right. The Heavenly Universe Demon Sect also spoke. Even the experts of the Heavenly Universe Demon Sect were tempted by such a person. Only the white-haired elder of the Heavenly Divinity Sect did not speak. This was because before the Dragon God Valley, the Heavenly Universe Demon Sect and the Nine Heaven Sword Sect appeared, he had personally said that he would cancel Lu Ming's assessment. Now that Lu Ming's performance was so amazing, it was like a slap to his face. He could not bring himself to fight for Lu Ming. You guys are the ones who are ridiculous. Most of the people in the Dragon God Valley have awakened the true dragon bloodline. The weakest one is the Jiao dragon bloodline. They are all related to dragons. Those who break through to the Emperor realm cultivate the dragon body. Lu Ming is the most suitable candidate to join the Dragon God Valley. What are you guys doing? The Dragon God Valley's experts said unhappily. The others did not say anything. It was meaningless to fight now. They had to wait until the end of the assessment to see Lu Ming's decision. In the Heavenly Divinity Sect, young Master Lin's face was gloomy. The one who was the most unhappy was him. On the stairs, the battle continued. The 9 dragons roared, the 9 dragon claws bombarded, and the dragon tail swept. Every inch of his body was a weapon that could exert the strongest power. The more the battle, the more shocked Bing Kong, Jian Zhan, and Ziwuji were because they found that they were gradually falling into a disadvantage. They had never thought that there would be such a powerful genius in the world. Even when the 3 of them worked together, they were still at a disadvantage. Before the assessment, they did not take Lu Ming seriously. Even if Lu Ming defeated young Master Lin, they did not care too much because with their battle strength, it would not be too difficult to defeat young Master Lin. In their eyes, the only opponents were the strongest geniuses of the 4 divine palaces. Bing Kong, Eden, Jian Zhan, and Ziwuji, the only opponents in their eyes were each other. They never thought that Lu Ming, a young man who suddenly appeared, would be so powerful. At this moment, the sound of a zither rang out. At the same time, a phoenix's cry rang out. A phoenix bathed in flames flew towards Lu Ming. Eden has made his move. Bing Kong, Jian Zhan, and Ziwuji's eyes lit up with joy. Eden finally could not help but join the battle. At this moment, Eden finally took out the guqin he carried on his back and played the divine tune of the phoenix. At this moment, the phoenix that flew out was much more powerful than the one that had appeared during his battle with Tai Hong. The 9 dragons clawed at the flaming phoenix, sending it flying. However, the scales on the 9 dragons' claws were also burned red and almost melted. The temperature of the flames was shockingly high. Then, another phoenix cry rang out. An azure phoenix flew out and cooperated with the flaming phoenix. The wind increased the intensity of the flames as they attacked Lu Ming. Good! Lu Ming shouted, his fighting spirit soaring to the heavens as he exerted all his strength to fight the 4. Eden's participation made the battle even more intense. Lu Ming used all his means to kill, the power of the suppressing hell-heaven art growing stronger and stronger. Zzz. Suddenly, lightning filled the sky and bolts of lightning as thick as an arm shot out in all directions. Chapter 1268. After an intense battle, Lu Ming's Thunder God strike finally broke through to the 4th level in one fell swoop. Intent realm martial techniques were like other martial techniques. They were also divided into 6 levels. The 4th level was already very powerful. Several dragon claws were filled with thunder and lightning. When the dragon claws stepped out, the sky was filled with thunder and lightning. Iron Sword 9 strikes. An iron sword streaked across the sky, breaking through space and slashing toward Lu Ming. Purple Chi from the east. The sky was filled with purple lights. A purple spear that was extremely sharp pierced toward Lu Ming's head. Ice Aeon. A river of ice formed by cold air rolled towards Lu Ming. Dance of the Phoenixes. A guqin appeared above Eden's head. This guqin was engraved with phoenix patterns. This was Eden's bloodline, the Phoenix Guqin. The Phoenix Guqin and the guqin in Eden's hands merged into one. Sonorous guqin sounds burst out. This time, 7 phoenixes flew out at the same time towards Lu Ming. The 4 strongest geniuses attacked at the same time. They exploded with their strongest attacks and enveloped Lu Ming. God, they're too strong. Lu Ming is definitely no match for them. He's going to lose, someone exclaimed. However, more people stared at the stairs with their eyes wide open. They didn't even blink. They even forgot to breathe. They didn't dare to blink. They were afraid that the situation would change if they blinked. They stared at the stairs. Can Lu Ming block it? Many people had such a thought in their hearts. Lu Ming. Xian Yanqing clenched her jade-like hands tightly. She was very nervous. Lose, hurry up and lose. It would be best if you were killed by this attack and turned into ashes. Some people who had a grudge against Lu Ming secretly prayed, such as Ice Dragon, Wang Zhen, Xian Yanjuan, Young Master Lin, and others. Look, Lu Ming can't block it. His bloodline is collapsing. Really, he's done for. Lu Ming is too high profile. He's fighting alone against the top 4. His defeat is already set in stone. Exclamations of surprise could be heard. At this moment, under the joint attack of the 4 strongest heaven's favorites, the 9 dragons' bloodline began to crumble inch by inch. It was as if it couldn't hold on any longer. It turned into light and dissipated. Everyone saw Lu Ming's body amidst the rays of light caused by the collapse of the 9 dragons' bloodline. However, at the next moment, Lu Ming's body was engulfed by endless rays of light and the attacks of the 4 powerful figures. Lu Ming was dead meat. Many people thought to themselves, how could Lu Ming block such an attack when his bloodline collapsed? Withdraw. At the critical moment, Yi Dian pressed the zither with both hands and ordered the 7 phoenixes to retreat. However, Bing Kong, Jian Zhan, and Zi Wuji's attacks did not diminish in the slightest and instead became even more violent. Lu Ming was too strong, which made them jealous. They wanted to take this opportunity to kill Lu Ming in one fell swoop. Right at this moment, a huge stone tablet rushed out from the light and emitted a brilliant light. It quickly grew to the size of a mountain. Suppress! Lu Ming's voice came out from the stone tablet. Below it, a single tablet word shone brightly and with a shake, it shattered all the attacks. Prison suppressing steel bloodline. All around, the spectators were stunned and only reacted after a long while. Another bloodline, an 8th grade divine rank bloodline. Lu Ming actually has 2 types of bloodlines. One is at level 8 and the other is at level 9. How is that possible? And what's with his 8th grade divine rank bloodline? How can it be so powerful? It can shatter the attacks of Bing Kong and the others in one fell swoop. The scene was in an uproar. Originally, they thought that Lu Ming would be killed under this attack, but at the critical moment, Lu Ming actually erupted with another bloodline and blocked the attacks of the experts, leaving everyone dumbfounded. Prison suppressing steel. It's the prison suppressing steel bloodline. The white-haired old man from the Heavenly God sect couldn't help but exclaim. It really is the prison suppressing steel bloodline. One is the 9 dragons, and the other is the legendary prison suppressing steel. Unbelievable! The legendary 9 heavenly suppressing steel. The experts from the Dragon God Valley, 9 Heaven Sword sect, and Sky Universe Demon sect exclaimed. It seemed that seeing the prison suppressing steel bloodline was even more shocking than seeing the 9 dragons bloodline. Suppress! Lu Ming's voice resounded, and the prison suppressing steel trembled, pressing down on Bing Kong. Boom! The huge prison suppressing steel ruthlessly pressed down on the ice river, causing a scream to ring out from the ice river. Again, the prison suppressing steel was shrouded in a layer of blood-red light. That was the power of the 3rd bloodline. Lu Ming borrowed more power from the 3rd bloodline, causing the prison suppressing steel bloodline to become even stronger. Boom! The prison suppressing steel pressed down on the ice river again. This time, the ice river trembled violently and suddenly collapsed, turning into energy and dissipating. Bing Kong's figure appeared, spurting blood from his mouth as he flew far away, crashing onto the platform below the stairs and spitting out a few more mouthfuls of blood. This change was too sudden. From the moment the prison-suppressing steel bloodline appeared, it launched a fierce attack on Bing Kong and severely injured him in 2 moves. It only took a breath's time. At this moment in the sword battle, Zi Wuji attacked at the same time. His iron sword and spear rushed towards Lu Ming. The prison-suppressing steel shook and directly collided with the iron sword and spear. The lower part of the prison-suppressing steel bloodline was the main body of the prison-suppressing steel, which was indestructible. When the iron sword and spear hit the prison-suppressing steel's body, they only made 2 clanging sounds before being bounced off. Then, the prison-suppressing steel's bloodline pressed down on the two. With 2 loud bangs, the 2 figures were forced back again and again. Since the start of the battle, Zi Wuji and the others' bloodline power had been greatly depleted. Lu Ming, on the other hand, had just used the suppressing prison monument bloodline and his bloodline power was still abundant. He continued to attack the 2 of them. During this process, Eden did not make a move. In the sword battle, Zi Wuji and Zi Wuji were unable to resist more than a few moves. Their bloodlines were also defeated by Lu Ming, and their bodies were sent flying while coughing up blood. The 3 great masters were all injured by Lu Ming. Kill! Lu Ming controlled the prison-suppressing steel and continued to press down on Bing Kong. A look of horror flashed in Bing Kong's eyes as he shouted, "I admit defeat." Then, space flashed and Bing Kong was teleported out. Lu Ming coldly snorted and aimed the prison-suppressing steel at Zi Wuji and Jian Zhan. The 2 were helpless. At this time, their bloodline power was exhausted and they were no match for Lu Ming, so they could only admit defeat. Now, only Lu Ming and Eden were left on the stairs. The prison-suppressing steel shrank and turned into Lu Ming's appearance. "Do you still want to fight?" Lu Ming looked at Eden. Just now, at the critical moment, Eden had withdrawn his attack, which made Lu Ming's impression of him slightly better. He did not attack him. "Is there still a need? I'm not your match." Eden smiled bitterly and shook his head. He put away his zither and stepped out of the stairs, appearing in the void outside. At this point, only Lu Ming was left on the stairs. At this moment, Lu Ming was the focus of everyone's attention. There was no suspense in this assessment. First place was Lu Ming. This result was beyond everyone's expectations. Lu Ming fought the 4 strongest Heaven's Prides alone. If someone said this before, no one would believe it and they would definitely be called a madman. Chapter 1269. There was only one person on the stairs. Lu Ming turned around and walked up the stairs step by step. In the void all around, countless human figures of Tao were looking at Lu Ming. The scene was silent. Only the sound of Lu Ming's footsteps could be heard. A few minutes later, Lu Ming reached the highest point and stepped into the air, appearing beside Xian Yanqing. "Well, you did well. It's worth it for me to admit defeat this time." Xian Yanqing smiled brightly. "Of course. How can your man be bad?" Lu Ming smiled. "Don't flatter yourself." Xian Yanqing blushed. "Ah, good. You're really something. You're so young and yet you have such combat strength and cultivation. Even in the Dragon God Valley, you're considered a good genius. Lu Ming, are you willing to join the Dragon God Valley? Everyone in the Dragon God Valley has awakened the true dragon bloodline. Those who break through to the Emperor realm cultivate the supreme dragon body." The expert from the Dragon God Valley laughed and came to Lu Ming. He looked at Lu Ming with fiery eyes full of anticipation. "Lu Ming, although the Dragon God Valley cultivates the supreme dragon body, it's not only the Dragon God Valley that has the cultivation method of the supreme dragon body. The 9 Heaven Sword sect also has it. Lu Ming, if you join the 9 Heaven Sword sect, you can name any conditions." The expert from the 9 Heaven Sword sect said, "What do you mean? Are you going against the Dragon God Valley?" The expert from the Dragon God Valley looked at the expert from the 9 Heaven Sword sect coldly. The expert from the 9 Heaven Sword sect sneered, not afraid at all. The expert from the Sky Universe Demon sect wanted to speak up, but Lu Ming had nothing to do with the diabolism. He reckoned that the chances of Lu Ming being accepted were slim. After pondering for a while, he turned to look at Xian Yanqing and said, "Miss, your diabolism talent is extremely pure. Our Sky Universe Demon sect specializes in diabolism. How about I invite you to join our Sky Universe Demon sect?" Sky Universe Demon sect? Xian Yanqing was tempted, but after looking at Lu Ming, she shook her head and said, "Thank you, senior. I'll follow Lu Ming. Whichever sect Lu Ming joins, I'll follow." Many people were stunned. Wherever Lu Ming went, Nianqing would follow. Shao Qing. Lu Ming looked at Xian Yanqing and his heart warmed. The expert from the Sky Universe Demon sect wanted to say something. Lu Ming, join the Divine Dragon Valley. Only then will you be able to unleash your full potential. The expert from Dragon God Valley said. That's right. At this moment, the powerful cultivator from the Sky Universe Demon sect said, Lu Ming, you will join the Divine Dragon Valley while this lady will join the Sky Universe Demon sect. The Divine Dragon Valley and the Sky Universe Demon sect are very close to each other. You will be able to meet each other often and it won't affect your cultivation. To be honest, this lady's talent will be wasted if she doesn't join the Demon Dao sect. The expert from the Sky Universe Demon sect tried to persuade her. But Xian Yanqing still shook her head. Seniors, if we join your sect, can we delay our journey to Yuanlu for a while? Lu Ming asked. Of course. The experts from the Dragon God Valley, Sky Universe Demon sect, and Nine Heaven Sword sect nodded. If that's the case, Lu Ming looked at Xian Yanqing and said, Shao Qing, why don't you join the Sky Universe Demon sect and I join the Dragon God Valley? We can meet frequently anyway. The expert from the Sky Universe Demon sect was right. If Xian Yanqing followed him and joined the Dragon God Valley or other forces, it would only be a waste of her talent. After all, a martial artist's cultivation was the most important. Moreover, she didn't have to go immediately. She could go after a while. Hearing Lu Ming's words, the eyes of the experts from the Dragon God Valley and Sky Universe Demon sect lit up. Xian Yanqing pondered for a while and nodded. All right then. Senior, I'm willing to join the Dragon God Valley. Lu Ming cupped his fists and said to the expert from the Dragon God Valley. Great. The expert from the Dragon God Valley was overjoyed. Xian Yanqing also expressed that she wanted to join the Sky Universe Demon sect. The experts from the Sky Universe Demon sect were also overjoyed. Although Xian Yanqing's cultivation was still low, her potential was limitless. Both the Dragon God Valley and the Sky Universe Demon sect were overjoyed as they each gained a peerless talent. The experts from the Nine Heaven Sword sect shook their heads and sighed. The white-haired elder from the Sky God sect looked gloomy but didn't say anything. Everyone was envious. Others could not join a sect even if they wanted to. However, Lu Ming received invitations from several powerful sections. This treatment was completely incomparable. Then, the Dragon God Valley, the Nine Heaven Sword sect, and the Sky God sect started fighting for Long Chen. After all, Long Chen had awakened the immemorial dragonesque elephant bloodline and had limitless potential. In the end, Long Chen also chose the Dragon God Valley. This made the experts from the Dragon God Valley laugh their heads off. Bing Kong, how about joining the Sky God sect? Jianzhan, how about joining the Nine Heaven Sword sect? Then, the four major forces started sending out invitations to Yidian, Bing Kong, Jianzhan, and Ziwuji. In the end, Bing Kong joined the Sky God sect, Jianzhan joined the Nine Heaven Sword sect, Ziwuji joined the Sky God sect, and Yidian joined the Sky God sect. The Sky God sect had a variety of cultivation techniques and was suitable for most Sky Prides. The white-haired elder from the Sky God sect finally smiled. Xian Yanjuan, how about joining the Sky God sect? At this moment, the Sky God sect sent out an invitation to Xian Yanjuan. Xian Yanjuan was overjoyed and immediately nodded without any hesitation. Then, Sky Prides like Ji Hongchen and Wang Zhen were also invited to join the four major sections. The remaining Sky Prides looked at the four major sects, hoping to be invited. You're Yang Padian, right? How about joining the Nine Heaven Sword sect? The experts from the Nine Heaven Sword sect looked at Yang Padian. This made Yang Potion's body tremble violently and his eyes were filled with ecstasy. He did not expect that he would also be invited and quickly nodded in agreement. Although this kid's cultivation is low, he has comprehended the concept of space. No wonder the Nine Heaven Sword sect picked him. Someone said, time and space were king. The concept of space was rare and powerful and only a few people had comprehended it. Yang Potion's cultivation was still low and he did not have any cultivation techniques related to the concept of space. There were many mysteries that had yet to be discovered. If he joined the major sects in the Yuanlu sect and fully developed the concept of space, it would be terrifying. Gosh, this means that 5 people from the divine wilderness continent have been chosen to join the major sects in the Yuanlu sect. Someone exclaimed. Everyone thought to themselves that it was indeed so. Lu Ming, Xian Yanqing, Long Chen, Xian Yanjuan, and Yang Padian. A total of 5 people had joined the major sects in the Yuanlu sect. This number was even more than the number 2 Blood Sun continent. This made the other young Sky Prides extremely envious and jealous. The other Sky Prides looked at the experts from the 4 major sects with hope, hoping to be chosen. Unfortunately, the experts from the 4 major sects did not make any moves. They looked at the Sky Prides and frowned as if they were thinking. Chapter 1270. After that, the experts from the 4 major sects of Yuanlu did not continue to speak. Most of the geniuses who were not selected started to panic. Senior, I'm willing to join the Heavenly Divinity sect. Senior, I'm willing to join the 9 Heaven Sword sect. Please grant me my wish. One by one, the youths knelt down, wanting to join the 4 major sections. You guys can't do it. You don't have enough talent and potential. The expert from the 9 Heaven Sword sect waved his sleeves and rejected them directly. Then, the Divine Dragon Valley, Heavenly Divinity sect, and the other sects rejected them one by one. Senior, please grant me my wish. Some of the geniuses shouted. All right, we've already made an exception by coming to the mainland of godly ruins to recruit disciples. You guys don't have to say anything more. The white-haired elder from the Heavenly Divinity sect said coldly. A faint pressure emanated from his body, causing many of their faces to change drastically. Many of the young geniuses sighed and looked disappointed. They knew that they were not fated to join the major sects of Yuanlu. All right, this trip is considered a success. Ha! The expert from the Divine Dragon Valley laughed loudly. The experts from the other 3 sects despised him. Without a doubt, the Divine Dragon Valley had gained the most from this trip. They had recruited Lu Ming and Long Chen, 2 geniuses with limitless potential. Of course, it was a success. Lu Ming, Long Chen, will be returning to Yuanlu soon. Do you guys want to follow us to Divine Dragon Valley now or after some time? I can tell you that the cultivation environment in Yuanlu is not something that the mainland of godly ruins can compare to. It's countless times better. Cultivating in Yuanlu will allow your cultivation to improve by leaps and bounds. The expert from the Divine Dragon Valley continued to speak. His tone was filled with temptation. Some of the geniuses who had joined the Divine Dragon Valley had their eyes lit up. Senior, I'm willing to go with you. Me too. A few of the young geniuses nodded. Senior, I still have something to do in the mainland of godly ruins. I might have to wait for some time, Lu Ming said. Then, Long Chen also said that he would go after some time. All right, Lu Ming, Long Chen, take these 2 tokens. They represent that you are disciples of the Dragon God Valley. There is some information about you in them. I will give you 2 years. After 2 years, come here with the tokens and the disciples of the Dragon God Valley will come to pick you up. The Dragon God Valley expert tossed 2 tokens to Lu Ming and Long Chen. Lu Ming caught them and kept them. It is the same for the Sky Universe Demon sect. If you are willing, you can follow me to the Yuanlu. If you are busy now, you can come back in 2 years. The expert from the Sky Universe Demon sect said. It's the same for the Heavenly Divine sect. The 9 Heaven Sword sect is the same. The conditions of the other 3 sects were the same as the Dragon God Valley. Those who were willing to go to the Yuanlu could leave immediately. Those who were unwilling could come back 2 years later with a disciple token and someone would pick them up. Naturally, most of the youths expressed that they would head to Yuanlu immediately. For example, Yi Dian, Bing Kong, Xian Yanjuan and Yang Padian also expressed that they would head to Yuanlu immediately. As for Xian Yanqing, he shook his head and said that he would wait for 2 years before heading to Yuanlu. Lu Ming, Xian Yanqing, you guys can stay in a broken place like the continent of God. When we meet again in 2 years, I will definitely surpass you guys. Xian Yanjuan gritted her teeth. She was happy that Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing were going to stay in the continent of God, but she also despised them. In fact, Most of the sky prides despised them. Some of them could not figure it out. Cultivators should prioritize their cultivation. Moreover, sky prides like them were at the golden age of their cultivation. It was the time for them to advance by leaps and bounds. 2 years was enough for them to reverse the situation. They were confident that they would be able to trample Lu Ming under their feet in 2 years' time. In the end, only 5 or 6 of them decided not to go for the time being. The divine wilderness continent occupied 3 continents. Surprisingly, Ji Hongchen did not go either. It was obvious that she had something important to do and would leave in 2 years' time. Alright, that's it for this time. You guys can leave now. The divine sect will reward the 4 divine palaces according to their contributions. The white-haired elder of the divine sect said. Subsequently, the experts of the other 3 sects also said the same thing. The sovereigns of the 4 divine palaces were overjoyed. The examination of Yuanlu sect had come to an end. Many of the onlookers slowly dispersed. Lu Ming, Xian Yanqing and the others followed the black-clothed middle-aged man from Southern Divine Palace back to their residence. They were going to return to Southern Divine Palace. Southern Divine Palace would then send out a flying ship to send them back to their continents. It was worth mentioning that the black-clothed middle-aged man and the other experts from Southern Divine Palace treated Lu Ming, Xian Yanqing and Long Chen very well. They seemed to respect them. It was not difficult for the crowd to understand that Lu Ming and the others were now disciples of Yuanlu sect. Their identities were completely different from before. The next day, the crowd returned to Southern Divine Palace. When Southern Divine Palace found out that Lu Ming had obtained first place and that Lu Ming was from Divine Wilderness Continent, it naturally caused a wave of admiration and envy. Lu Ming, Long Chen, and Xian Yanqing stayed at General Peak for the time being. Underworld Child, Monk Wuliang, and Moonless Bodhisattva, who had not been selected, also stayed at General Peak. They were waiting for the Southern Divine Palace to arrange a cross-sea flying ship to send them back. The flying ship was not something that could be arranged in a short period of time. They needed to wait for 2 days. Time passed quickly and night fell. Young Master Lu Ming, is Miss Yanqing here? When the sky darkened, a voice suddenly sounded outside General Peak. Lu Ming, who was in the midst of cultivation, ended his cultivation and walked out of the room. He saw Xian Yanqing walking out of the room as well. The 2 of them glanced at each other, feeling a little surprised. They wondered who was looking for them. After the 2 of them walked out of the courtyard, they saw a kind-looking elder standing in the void. This old man is Ji Fu. Greetings to young Master Lu Ming and Miss Yanqing. When he saw Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing, the old man hurriedly bowed. Senior, there's no need to be so polite. May I know why Senior is looking for the 2 of us? Lu Ming cupped his fists and asked. My young mistress asked me to come. She said that she knows the 2 of you and will be bidding farewell in a few days. She wants to treat the 2 of you to a banquet. The old man said. May I know who your young mistress is? Lu Ming asked curiously. My young mistress is Ji Hongchen. The old man smiled. So it's Miss Ji Hongchen. Lu Ming suddenly understood. It seems that a beauty is thinking about you. On the side, Xian Yanqing pouted and muttered in Lu Ming's ear. Lu Ming smiled bitterly and sent a voice transmission to Xian Yanqing. Didn't she invite you too? I think I'm basking in your glory. Xian Yanqing continued to pout. Then forget it. I'm not going. Lu Ming sent a voice transmission to Xian Yanqing rather helplessly. Of course I'm going. Do I look like a petty person? Xian Yanqing rolled her eyes at Lu Ming and said, Senior, please lead the way. This, Lu Ming could only sigh. He really could not keep up with a girl's brain circuit. Young Master Lu Ming, Miss Yanqing, please follow me. The old man was overjoyed and turned to lead the way. Chapter 1271. The old man led Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing towards the north. After flying for a while, the terrain became more remote. Senior, does Miss Ji Hongchen live here? Lu Ming asked with a suspicious look in his eyes. Miss Ji has a courtyard here. The environment is elegant and quiet. She usually likes to invite guests here. The old man explained with a kind expression. Oh. Lu Ming nodded and continued to fly forward with the old man. Lu Ming, I feel that something is wrong. Xian Yanqing transmitted his voice to Lu Ming. Yes, let's keep looking. Lu Ming nodded. After flying for a while, the terrain became more remote. Senior, please wait for a moment. At this moment, Lu Ming suddenly spoke. The old man stopped and turned around. Young Master Lu, what's the matter? We're almost there. You weren't sent by Ji Hongqian, were you? Lu Ming's eyes turned cold as he suddenly spoke. The old man's expression suddenly changed. He revealed a forced smile and said, Young Master Lu, are you mistaken? I was indeed sent by Miss Ji. How dare you lie to me? Miss Ji Hongqian just transmitted her voice to me. She said that she was looking for me at General Peak, but she couldn't find me. If you were sent by her, why would you look for me personally? Lu Ming's voice turned cold. His words made the old man's expression change drastically and become extremely gloomy. Swoosh! He suddenly struck his palm towards Lu Ming's heart. A violent pressure surged towards Lu Ming like a storm. A perfected spiritual god. This old man's cultivation was at the perfected spiritual god realm. His sudden attack was terrifying. However, Lu Ming was already prepared. The dragon power in his body erupted as he also struck out with his palm. Bang! The two palms collided. The old man's body seemed to have been struck by lightning. One of his arms directly exploded into pieces. He frantically retreated and spat out blood. For you? Who sent you? Lu Ming's gaze was extremely gloomy and cold, murderous intent burst out. Lu Ming, you're lucky. The old man said with a cold face. I'm not lucky. Ji Hongqian didn't look for me at all. I was just talking nonsense. Lu Ming said indifferently. When he said that Ji Hongqian went to look for him, he didn't. He just wanted to trick the old man. He didn't expect that the old man had ulterior motives. The elder was so angry that he spat out another mouthful of blood. His expression was extremely ugly. He had lived for thousands of years. He did not expect to be fooled by a young man like Lu Ming. Tell me who sent you here. I'll give you a quick death. Lu Ming's walk's eyes. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, wisps of smoke-like aura rose from all directions. They were incomparably terrifying and powerful. There was a total of 6 of them, and each of them carried an aura that was significantly stronger than the old man before him. Supreme martial artists, 6 supreme martial artists. Rip! The space cracked open. 6 figures stepped out from the crack and stood around Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing, blocking their way out. The 6 figures were wrapped in black robes. Their faces and figures were hidden in the black robes. You really think highly of me? You sent 6 supremes. Lu Ming sneered. He was guessing in his heart who had such great power. This was the South God Palace. Only a powerful force like the South God Palace could send 6 supremes to kill him. Was it the Mu clan or the Wang clan? Kill! Kill! The 6 supremes didn't waste any time. They attacked directly. A terrifying pressure pressed down on Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing. At the same time, 6 terrifying attacks fell on the 2 of them. Sky Demon Force Field. Xian Yanqing pressed her hands together. A terrifying force field spread out in all directions with her as the center. As soon as the 6 supremes entered the Sky Demon Force Field, their bodies froze and their faces changed. With Xian Yanqing's current combat strength, she was able to affect the supremes. Kill! Lu Ming bellowed. His 3rd bloodline emerged, making him even more powerful. He took a step in the void and instantly approached a supreme being. Boom! Lu Ming threw out a punch. The other party threw out a palm at the same time. There was a loud boom. Lu Ming didn't move, but the other party's body shook violently. He flew back like a cannonball and spat out a mouthful of blood. This scene caused everyone's hearts to tremble wildly. Lu Ming's combat strength was too shocking. He injured a supremes with a single move. Was this the strength of the number 1 in this assessment? Was this the strength of the number 1 genius in the Godly Ruins continent? Activate your bloodline. Kill him with all your might. One of the supremes said. A bloodline floated above his head and he performed bloodline fusion. The other 5 supremes also performed bloodline fusion. Be destroyed. Xian Yanqing also performed bloodline fusion and turned into a beautiful sky demon. The Sky Demon force field was even more terrifying. At the same time, the force field was filled with a powerful destructive force. It made it difficult for the 6 Supremes to move. A dragon's roar was heard. Lu Ming turned into 9 dragons and pounced on the 6 Supremes. Bam! With just one move, one of the Supremes was beaten until he spat out a mouthful of blood and was forced to retreat. If the other Supremes hadn't come to his rescue in time, Lu Ming would have taken the opportunity to kill the Supremes. In the sky, a man in a black robe stood in the void and looked at the battle below. Lu Ming was familiar with one of the young men. It was young Master Lin of the Celestial Sect. At this moment, young Master Lin looked ferocious and murderous as he looked at the battle below. This kid is really talented. He's considered good even in the Yuan continent. Unfortunately, if he doesn't join the Celestial Sect, he can only be killed. Beside young Master Lin was a middle-aged man. He was one of the 2 middle-aged men of the Celestial Sect. I've already investigated. My son Muju was killed by this kid. He must die. Beside the middle-aged man of the Celestial Sect, there were 2 other black-robed men. One of them said coldly. At this moment, the battle below was even more intense. The 6 Supremes cooperated well. However, Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing cooperated and their combat strength was equally shocking. Especially Lu Ming, who was invincible. Buzz. Above the 9 dragons, a lightning cauldron appeared. It was as big as a mountain and crashed towards one of the Supremes. Bam! That Supreme spat out a mouthful of blood. His body was charred and he almost exploded. The 9 dragons roared and a devouring force burst out, shrouding the opponent. Then, a claw reached out and grabbed at the opponent. Save me! The Supremes screamed in fear. The other Supremes wanted to help, but Lu Ming controlled the lightning cauldron. Thousands of lightning bolts spread out and blocked the Supremes. Puchi! The 9 dragons' dragon claw clawed into the dantian of the primordial being. The terrifying power shattered the body of the primordial being and grabbed the primordial being's spiritual spirit. The spiritual deity had the appearance of an old man. His face was filled with endless fear. Spare me, he wanted to beg for mercy, but the dragon claw squeezed and the spiritual deity exploded. A Supremes was killed by Lu Ming. Chapter 1272. Lu Ming killed a Supreme Being with lightning speed, which made the other 5 Supreme Beings' faces change drastically. They were almost scared to death as they retreated frantically. In the sky, the burly man from the Heavenly Divinity Sect, young Master Lin, and the others' faces turned gloomy. Especially the burly man from the Heavenly Divinity Sect, his eyes were burning with passion. This lightning cauldron is amazing. It's beyond the category of a spiritual weapon. Could it be a holy weapon? The burly man from the Heavenly Divinity Sect muttered to himself and roared in his heart, my luck is too good. I didn't expect a holy weapon to exist in such a remote place like the Godly Ruins continent. I must get it. Below, Lu Ming didn't chase after them. Instead, he came to Xian Yanqing's side and said, Shao Qing, let's leave this place quickly. This matter wasn't simple. 6 Supreme Beings were sent to kill him at once. The force behind this must be extremely powerful. There might even be an Emperor Realm expert. Right now, the best thing to do was to leave. Xian Yanqing nodded and was about to leave with Lu Ming. In the sky, the Mu family's patriarch said coldly, Mu Yi, make a move and keep them here. Beside the Mu family's patriarch, a figure wrapped in a black robe bowed and accepted the order. Then he took a step forward. Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing were about to return to where they came from. Suddenly, an extremely terrifying aura burst out. A terrifying pressure pressed down on Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing. An Emperor Realm expert. Lu Ming's face changed drastically as he exclaimed. Sure enough, there was an Emperor Realm expert behind this matter. When the Supreme Beings were defeated, an Emperor Realm expert appeared. A black-robed figure appeared in the sky. His appearance couldn't be seen clearly. He stretched out a withered claw and grabbed at Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing. Suddenly, an incomparably huge claw as big as a mountain grabbed at Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing. The terrifying pressure made Lu Ming feel a little suffocated even though he was far away from it. A ruler was too terrifying. Although supreme beings were known as half-step rulers, their combat prowess was far inferior to a real ruler. The withered claws covered the sky and completely enveloped Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing. There was no way for them to escape. Shao Qing, enter the mountain and river diagram. Lu Ming roared. At the same time, he crazily poured his quintessence into the lightning furnace. The lightning furnace's aura became even stronger. The lightning cauldron turned into the size of the withered claw and slammed into it. No, I won't enter the mountain and river diagram. Xian Yanqing stubbornly shook her head. The space between her eyebrows glowed as a black bead appeared. A terrifying devil chi rippled out from the bead. The devil chi gathered and formed a beam of devil chi that shot towards the withered claw. Boom! Boom! Two heaven-shaking explosions rang out, and a terrifying force swept out for tens of thousands of miles, startling countless people. What's going on? What happened? Someone is fighting a great battle. Who is fighting such a terrifying battle? It seems to be an emperor. There's a battle between emperors. A burst of noise rang out in the night sky, but no one dared to go closer to watch. What a joke! If one was too close to a battle between emperors, one would only die if one was accidentally involved. Clang! The lightning cauldron shook violently and was sent flying back to Lu Ming's head. Lu Ming's body trembled violently as he retreated a few thousand meters and spat out a mouthful of blood. Xian Yanqing was the same. Her devil chi beam was destroyed and she retreated a few thousand meters. However, the black bead between her eyebrows released a layer of light that protected Xian Yanqing. Therefore, Xian Yanqing was slightly better than Lu Ming. Her delicate body trembled, but she did not vomit blood. This made Lu Ming heave a sigh of relief. Xian Yanqing's black bead was obtained in the ruins of God. Its mysteries were beyond imagination. Although the two of them were repelled, they had successfully blocked the withered claw. Amazing, amazing! This scene made the middle-aged man of the celestial god sect sigh. The two of them were just juniors, but they were able to block the attack of an emperor. This was absolutely terrifying. This made the Mu family's patriarch's face gloomy and ugly. He felt that he had lost face. We go all out. Don't show mercy. It's fine as long as you don't kill them. The Mu family's patriarch transmitted his voice to Mu Yi. Kill. Upon receiving the order, Mu Yi roared, and his aura became even more violent. He stretched out his withered hands and grabbed two claws in a row. Two huge claws condensed and grabbed at Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing. Each of the two claws was stronger than the previous one. What was shocking was that the two claws merged into one halfway and turned into a claw that emitted a withered aura. It grabbed at Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing. The power of this claw was even more shocking. Dandan! Bubble! With a thought, Dandan and Bubble appeared on Lu Ming's shoulder. Lu Ming, I knew you would come for me. I have a hard life. Dandan flew out from Lu Ming's shoulder while cursing. Its body began to grow crazily, and its aura rose sharply. Mouth whirled. Dandan roared and opened its mouth. A mass of chaotic light flew out from its mouth. There seemed to be a world in the light. A world flew towards the withered giant claw. At the same time, a huge transparent bubble appeared from Bubble's mouth and suddenly appeared around the withered claw. As soon as the transparent bubble appeared, the withered claw was fixed in the air, unable to move. This is the space and time concept? Mu Yi let out a cry of disbelief and then roared, "Break for me!" The withered claw emitted light and the transparent bubble began to vibrate. Chirp, chirp, Bubble cried. Its snow-white hair emitted a milky white light as if it was using all its strength. At this time, Dandan's attack had also arrived. It directly passed through the transparent bubble and blasted on the withered claw. Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing's attacks also arrived one after another. Boom! The shriveled claw crumbled under the continuous attacks. Mu Ye's body trembled and actually took a step back, stepping on the void with a rumbling sound. How is this possible? What are those two things? Young Master Lin and the Mu family head cried out. The power exerted by Dandan and Bubble was too terrifying. The middle-aged man from the celestial sect also suddenly widened his eyes and stared at Dandan and Bubble. He whispered in disbelief, This seems to be very similar to two of the legendary top 10 battle beasts. His heart began to beat rapidly as his eyes burned with passion. At the same time, his eyes were filled with disbelief. Didn't the legends say that the top 10 battle beasts had all fallen? How could they reappear in the world? Could it be that they had the bloodline of the top 10 battle beasts and were not purebred? Even so, they were still priceless. Continue. Below, Lu Ming shouted and controlled the thunder cauldron. The sky was filled with thunder and lightning as it attacked Mu Yi. Now, Lu Ming was going to fight back. So what if he was an emperor? The bead between Xian Yanqing's eyebrows shot out a demonic light. The demonic light turned into a battle sword and slashed out. Chapter 1273. A transparent bubble abruptly appeared beside Mu Yi without any warning and enveloped him. This transparent bubble contained the concepts of time and space. It was extremely mysterious. The combination of the two concepts came without any warning. It was simply unavoidable. By the time Mu Yi reacted, it was already too late. The concept of space was still fine, but the concept of time was too mysterious. The bubble was still small and could not fully display the mysteries of time. It could only use methods like time freeze to imprison the enemy. If the enemy's cultivation was too strong, they could also break through it. It was said that when the concept of time reached a high level, it could turn back time. In an instant, it could make a peerless expert return to his childhood, to the era before cultivation, and be at your mercy. Or, it could accelerate time and make a peerless expert instantly become old and close to the end of his lifespan. At that point, it was hard to imagine how terrifying its power would be. Mu Yi was enveloped by the transparent bubble, and his figure froze in place. Break, break! Mu Yi roared. His cultivation base as a ruler erupted. His true essence boiled like a raging flame. The transparent bubble shook violently as if it would burst at any time. Chirp, chirp, the bubble chirped. Its two small claws continuously clawed at the void. Suddenly, a shocking scene appeared. The surrounding void shattered like glass and turned into pieces of crystal. Then, several spatial blades were condensed and slashed toward Mu Yi. At the same time, Lu Ming, Xian Yanqing, and Dandan's attacks also arrived. The moment the transparent bubble was shattered by Mu Yi, four terrifying attacks landed on Mu Yi at the same time. At the critical moment, Mu Yi activated his domain to cover his whole body. At the same time, he circulated his true essence to form a true essence armor on his body. Boom! The first attack was Dandan's. Ever since Dandan swallowed a myriad spirit crystal last time, it had been recovering rapidly. Its strength had improved by leaps and bounds, and it was getting stronger and stronger. The mouth world was Dandan's innate ability. It was like a real world that enveloped Mu Yi. The power of the world was constantly erasing Mu Ye's domain power and true essence power. The second attack was Xian Yanqing's demonic light. The demonic light was like a sword that could destroy everything. Combined with Dandan's world force, it shook Mu Ye's domain, causing it to shake violently. Gotcha! In the end, there was a cracking sound, as if glass had broken. In the next moment, Lu Ming's lightning cauldron arrived. Thousands of lightning bolts completely submerged Mu Yi. The endless lightning energy was like poisonous snakes that drilled into Mu Yi. With a loud bang, Mu Ye's domain power was completely shattered. The attacks of the three continued to bombard Mu Ye's quintessential energy armor. But at this time, Bubble's space blade arrived, breaking through Mu Ye's true essence armor and blasting towards his body. Bang, 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 bang. Each of the four attacks caused Mu Ye's body to tremble violently. He was forced to retreat again and again. In the end, he even spat out a mouthful of blood. The sovereign was injured. And sovereign was actually injured by Lu Ming, Xian Yanqing, and two small pets. If this news were to spread, no one would believe it and think it was a joke. But now it really happened. Is this the sovereign's spiritual body? It's really powerful. Lu Ming frowned. He was somewhat dissatisfied with such a result. Not only had the sovereign comprehended the power of a domain, but his body had also turned into a spiritual body. The spiritual body, whether it was in terms of attack, defense, or vitality, was terrifyingly high. It had completely surpassed the mortal body and reached another realm. The attacks of the four people broke through Mu Ye's domain and quintessential energy armor, directly attacking Mu Ye's body. However, they only managed to push him back and slightly injure him. Lu Ming was somewhat dissatisfied, but Mu Ye was about to go crazy. He was a dignified sovereign. Not only could he not take down a few juniors, but he was also repelled and even injured by them. This was a great humiliation. If word got out, he would become a laughingstock among the sovereigns. Moreover, the patriarch of the Mu family and the powerhouses of the heavenly god sect were watching from the sky. Kill! At this moment, his killing intent was incomparably cold. He decided to no longer care about the lives of Lu Ming and the others. He wanted to take them down. However, in the next moment, a transparent bubble suddenly appeared and enveloped him, causing him to freeze in the air. Then, another 4 attacks came crashing down on his face. Boom, 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 boom. With a series of explosions, Mu Ye's body shook violently again. He was repelled and spat out another mouthful of blood. He was injured again. Just like last time, although it was only a minor injury, it made him go crazy. Ah! He roared crazily in his heart, and his eyes were red. Aggrieved, really aggrieved. He was a dignified emperor and was very powerful. However, when faced with Lu Ming and the rest, he could not even retaliate. That transparent bubble was silent and there were no signs at all. Just as he was about to retaliate, it suddenly appeared. He was so aggrieved that he wanted to vomit blood. Then, he was enveloped by another transparent bubble. He simply wanted to roar to the sky. How could they play like this? What a piece of trash. I have to do it myself. In the sky, the patriarch of the Mu family looked terrible. He snorted coldly and stepped out. Rumble! A giant foot suddenly appeared in the sky and stomped down on Lu Ming and the others. Oh no! Lu Ming's face became very ugly. The power contained in this giant foot was too shocking and terrifying. It made Lu Ming feel that he couldn't resist it. Lu Ming had felt this feeling from the black-robed middle-aged man of the Southern Divine Palace. This was the aura of a LV3 Martial Emperor expert. There was a huge gap between each LV3 Martial Emperor. Mu Ye was only a LV1 Martial Emperor. The gap between him and a LV3 Martial Emperor was too big. It's over, it's over. I'm finished. Lu Ming, who did you offend? Dandan wailed. Xian Yanqing's face was also very ugly. In the face of a LV3 Martial Emperor, they didn't even have the strength to fight back. The bubble's space-time imprisonment was useless against such an expert. The gap was too big. Chirp chirp. At this time, the bubble cried, and its chubby body emitted a dazzling light. It waved its claws, and a passage suddenly appeared in the void. A passage full of time and space intent, space-time passage. Chirp chirp, Bubbles shouted and took the lead to rush in. Let's go! Without the slightest hesitation, Lu Ming pulled Xian Yanqing and rushed into the space-time passage. As soon as they entered the passage, Lu Ming felt that the surrounding environment was changing rapidly. In a flash, the stars moved. The surrounding environment was changing, and they were heading towards the ruins of God. Bang! Chapter 1274. The Mu family head's face turned cold as he looked into the distance and whispered, "The ruins of God." At this moment, the middle-aged man from the heavenly divine sect spoke. He took a step forward and the space in front of him split open automatically. He took young Master Lin into the space crack and disappeared. The Mu family head and Mu Ye also tore the space apart and chased after Lu Ming and the others. In a flash, the space above the ruins of God cracked open. The middle-aged man from the heavenly divine sect, the Mu family head and the others appeared. They escaped into the ruins of God. The Mu family head said with a solemn expression. "Why aren't you chasing?" The middle-aged man from the heavenly divine sect asked. "This place is the ruins of God. It's very dangerous. Even emperors have the risk of dying if they enter." The Mu family head said. "Even emperors are in danger? Hee, I think you're exaggerating. I just used my spiritual consciousness to scan carefully. This place is just a ruin. There are no living creatures. How can it be dangerous?" The middle-aged man from the heavenly divine sect smiled faintly. He had enough confidence. He didn't believe that there would be any place in the ruins of God that could threaten him. But the Mu family head and Mu Yi were hesitant. The legends of the ruins of God made them very wary. Emperors are actually afraid of this and that. How can they achieve great things? Fine, if you don't go, I'll go myself. The middle-aged man from the heavenly divine sect said lightly with a slight disdain in his voice. Not to mention that he didn't believe that this place would bring him any danger. Even if there was a little danger, he still had to try. Lu Ming's thunder cauldron was suspected to be a sacred weapon, which made him drool. Needless to say, Dandan and Bubbles might have the bloodlines of the top 10 battle beasts. This made him even more tempted. If he could take them and train them well, they would be a great help in the future. He was determined to get all of this. The middle-aged man from the heavenly divine sect stepped out and headed into the ruins of God. Young Master Lin followed closely behind. The Mu family head and Mu Yi looked at each other with uncertain eyes. In the end, they gritted their teeth and followed the middle-aged man into the ruins of God. It wasn't easy for them to curry favor with the heavenly divine sect. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity and they didn't want to miss it. They quickly passed the outer area of the ruins of God and entered the inner area. They passed through the inner region and appeared outside the core region. The middle-aged man from the celestial god sect did not hesitate at all. He stepped into the core area with the Mu family head and the others following behind him. There were some incomplete formations in the core area. Some of them were quite powerful, but they did not pose any threat to a third-layer martial dominator realm expert. You're scared out of your wits just by these broken formations? The middle-aged man from the heavenly divinity sect smiled. The Mu family's patriarch didn't make a sound. He was still on guard. He had never entered the core of the divine ruins before. He only knew that this place was very dangerous. Even a ruler would die if he entered. As for the specific dangers, he did not know. Soon, they passed through a large area and arrived in front of an intact palace. There's actually an intact palace here? The Mu family's patriarch revealed a puzzled look. Lu Ming and the others are in this palace. They won't be able to escape. The middle-aged man from the heavenly divinity sect laughed casually. The Mu family's patriarch and Mu Yi nodded. Both of them carefully sensed the aura of Lu Ming's group in the hall. Other than Lu Ming's group, there were no other auras. I'll go and chase them out. Mu Yi took the initiative to ask. Previously, he was injured by Lu Ming's group, which made him feel ashamed. Now, he was eager to prove himself. After saying that, Mu Yi stepped out. The aura of a ruler spread out from his body. Do you think hiding in a broken palace is going to work? I'll destroy this broken palace and make you come out. Mu Yi said coldly. He pressed his claw against the void, and a withered claw as big as a mountain was formed. It grabbed at the palace, wanting to crush it. At this moment, a jet-black spear light pierced through the air from within the palace. In an instant, it smashed the withered claw into pieces. Then, a second spear light appeared in the palace. Its target was Mu Yi. The speed of the spear light was unimaginably fast. It arrived in front of Mu Yi in a flash. Mu Yi did not even have time to react before his body was pierced by the spear light. A hole appeared in his dantian. What realm? What spiritual body? They were as fragile as tofu in front of the spear light. Mu Yi's eyes were wide open. His eyes were filled with unwillingness and disbelief. Slowly, the vitality in his eyes dissipated and completely disappeared. Mu Yi had fallen. How is this possible? Who is it? The master of the Mu family and the middle-aged man of the celestial sect were shocked. They shouted in disbelief. They clearly did not sense any vitality in the palace. How could an attack be launched? Moreover, it was so shocking. It killed an emperor in one move. Lu Ming. In the next moment, their eyes widened. They saw two figures walking out of the palace hand in hand. It was Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing. It's you. Lu Ming looked at young Master Lin and the middle-aged man of the celestial sect. His face was gloomy. I didn't expect the celestial sect of Yuan Lu to be so despicable. You're not my match, but you attacked me secretly. Hee hee, I'm glad I didn't join such a sect. Lu Ming sneered. His voice was full of mockery. Kid, what did you say? Young Master Lin scolded. His face was ugly. Lu Ming was obviously talking about him. How dare you? Since when did you have the right to comment on the celestial sect's actions? The middle-aged man of the celestial sect said in a deep voice. Hee. Lu Ming laughed in disdain. He did not bother to look at the two of them. He looked at the master of the Mu family and said, I want to know who you are. Why did you send someone to kill me? Evidently, the 6 great utmost exalted and the emperor realm expert from before were all sent by that person. You killed my son Muju. Do you think I should kill you? The master of the Mu family said in a deep voice. He took off his black hat and revealed a gloomy face. Mu family. It's the Mu family. Lu Ming muttered. He had guessed that it was either the Mu family or the Wang family. Since you want to kill me, bring it on. Lu Ming said calmly. The master of the Mu family and the middle-aged man of the celestial sect were shocked. They looked at the palace with fear. The spear radiance had killed LV-1 martial royal realm martial artist. Its combat strength was no weaker than a LV-3 martial royal realm martial artist. Humph, who cares who he is? Since he doesn't dare to show himself, he can't be that strong. Let's attack together. Take down Lu Ming and leave quickly. The middle-aged man of the celestial sect said. All right. The master of the Mu family nodded. Chapter 1275. Almost at the same time, the two of them attacked. 2 terrifying auras bloomed in the core of the ruins of deity. The master of the Mu family was a genuine LV-3 martial royal realm expert. He was stronger than Xiao Wan and Di. He formed a giant hand and grabbed at Lu Ming. As for the burly man from the heavenly god sect, his aura was unfathomable. Lin Fan could only sense that he was much stronger than the master of the Mu family. He waved his hand and a giant bird appeared. It opened its mouth and bit at Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing. Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing were stunned. However, they remained calm and stood still at the door of the palace. Those who trespass in the space-time spiritual palace will be killed. Suddenly, a cold voice came from the palace. The voice was cold and emotionless, without the slightest trace of emotion. Swoosh, swoosh. 2 spear radiances shot out from the palace. The black spear radiances with terrifying radiance collided with the attacks of the master of the Mu family and the burly man from the heavenly god sect. The 2 attacks were penetrated by the spear radiances. However, the 2 spear radiances disappeared. A dragon roar shook the heavens and earth. Bang, bang, bang. Following which, a massive creature slowly walked out from the palace. Every step it took caused the ground to tremble. When the Mu family's patriarch, young Master Lin, and the middle-aged man from the celestial god sect saw the giant creature walking out of the palace, their pupils shrank as they revealed shocked expressions. The behemoth that walked out of the palace was naturally the headless true dragon knight. Bubble had brought Lu Ming and the rest to the core of the ruins of deity through the space-time tunnel. Lu Ming had the Chaos Origin token. The headless true dragon rider treated Lu Ming as one of its own. However, the master of the Mu family and the rest did not have the Chaos Origin token. Moreover, they attacked the palace. Naturally, they were attacked by the headless true dragon rider. The headless true dragon rider was formed after the death of a supreme expert. It was not a living creature. Therefore, the master of the Mu family and the burly man from the heavenly god sect could not sense it. Kill without mercy, said the headless true dragon rider. It was unknown where the voice came from, but then a shocking dragon roar sounded out. The headless true dragon stretched out a dragon claw and grabbed towards the Mu family's clan leader. As the dragon claw swiped out, it rapidly grew in size. In the end, it covered the sky and the sun, enveloping the entire world. Under the dragon claw, space could not withstand a single blow and was reduced to a mess. Eternal clear sky. The Mu family's patriarch felt a fatal threat. He raised his head to the sky and roared. He punched out, and an ancient tree that looked like the legendary world god tree smashed towards the dragon claw. This attack was the strongest attack of the Mu clan's patriarch. It combined the power of the realm and the spiritual body, making it extremely powerful. Ordinary LV2 Martial Royal Realm cultivators would be severely injured or even killed by this attack. But in the next moment, the Mu family's patriarch's pupils contracted sharply. Because, when the dragon claw fell, the ancient tree that he struck out couldn't even hold up for a breath. It disintegrated into energy and dissipated, but the dragon claw didn't stop and continued to claw towards the Mu family's patriarch. This claw sealed the void. Even if the Mu family had wanted to escape, he could not do so. "Save me!" The Mu family's patriarch was scared. He let out a loud roar. His spiritual body shone and the power of the realm spread out. He punched out crazily with both fists. But under the dragon claw, everything was useless. It was futile. The Mu family's patriarch's attack and defense were like tofu under the dragon claw. They couldn't withstand a single blow. On the side, the burly man from the celestial god sect wanted to help. He launched an attack at the dragon claw, but he couldn't shake the dragon claw at all. "No!" The Mu family's patriarch roared in despair. In the next moment, the dragon claw covered his body and began to shrink. The Mu family's patriarch was caught in the dragon claw. "No, spare my life, spare my life," the Mu family's patriarch roared in horror. The headless true dragon rider's voice was emotionless. As the dragon claw clenched, the Mu family's patriarch's body exploded with a bang. His body and soul were destroyed. Whoosh whoosh, the rider on the true dragon rider's neck actually emitted a powerful suction force, absorbing all of the Mu family's blood essence and energy. Lu Ming lamented in his heart. If he were to refine the sovereign's blood essence, he would definitely be able to upgrade the prison-suppressing steel bloodline to level 9 divine rank. At the same time, Lu Ming was secretly shocked. The headless true dragon rider was too strong. That headless true dragon was definitely a pure-blooded true dragon. He didn't know what realm it had reached when it was alive, but it was definitely an invincible existence. It could still maintain such a powerful combat strength after so many years. "Damn it, let's go." The middle-aged man from the celestial god sect was terrified. The headless true dragon rider's strength was far beyond his expectations. Although his cultivation was much stronger than the Mu family's patriarch, facing the headless true dragon rider, he felt a sense of impending disaster. After the Mu family's patriarch was killed, he didn't hesitate to tear the space apart and escape with young Master Lin. The headless true dragon rider roared coldly again. Then, it clawed out again. A black dragon claw covered the sky, grabbing towards the middle-aged man and young Master Lin. The terrifying power not only made the middle-aged man's face change, but also almost scared young Master Lin to death. Run, run." Young Master Lin screamed like a madman. The dragon claw clawed down, sealing the space in all directions. The middle-aged man from the celestial god sect was in the same situation as the Mu family's patriarch. He couldn't break the space apart at all. The dragon claw didn't stop and continued to claw down. Swoosh. At this moment, the middle-aged man from the celestial god sect threw young Master Lin towards the dragon claw. He took out a jade token with a pained look on his face. The true yuan in his body crazily poured into the jade token. No, don't. You'll die a horrible death." Young Master Lin was thrown out. He was so scared that he peed his pants and screamed crazily. He struggled with all his might. However, with his cultivation, he was as small as an ant under the dragon claw. He wasn't even worth mentioning. "No, save me, Lu Ming, please let me go." Young Master Lin screamed incoherently. At this moment, his heart was filled with regret. This was all because he had taken a liking to Xian Yanqing back then and had a conflict with Lu Ming, which led to all of this. Later on, when he was defeated by Lu Ming in public, he harbored even more hatred in his heart. He bribed the middle-aged burly man of the celestial god sect with great benefits and instigated him to deal with Lu Ming. If it wasn't for all of this, he wouldn't have ended up in this state. He screamed, but in the end, the dragon claw pressed down and young Master Lin's body exploded. Under the terrifying force, he turned into dust. The dragon claw continued to claw towards the middle-aged man from the celestial god sect. At this moment, The jade token in the celestial god Sek's hand emitted a dazzling light. Then, a light sword appeared. It carried the celestial god Sek's man and broke through the space, escaping rapidly. Bam! The dragon claw clawed down. One of its fingers swept towards the celestial god Sek's man. Chapter 1276. The man from the heavenly god sect spat out mouthfuls of blood after being hit by the headless true dragon rider. The man from the heavenly god sect was horrified. Even with his cultivation, he could not stop the headless true dragon rider. Terrified, he used the secret talisman to break open the space and run for his life. Swoosh! Although the headless true dragon rider did not have a head, it seemed to be able to see everything. It thrust the dragon spear in its hand forward, and a brilliant spear glow pierced through the space and disappeared into the void. A cry of agony was heard from a distance away. It was the voice of the man from the heavenly god sect. Following this, the voice fell silent and completely disappeared. "Come again, kill without mercy," the headless true dragon rider said coldly. It then turned around and left, disappearing from the palace. The space outside the ruins of the deity suddenly cracked open, and the man from the heavenly god sect stepped out from it. At this moment he was in a sorry state. His body was covered in blood and his face was pale. Blood continued to flow out from his mouth. There was a bloody hole in his abdomen. A terrifying force was constantly eating away at his flesh. Even with his cultivation, he could not heal it immediately. "Too powerful," the man from the heavenly god sect mumbled. He stared into the depths of the ruins of the deity with fear in his eyes. His cultivation had surpassed the third-layer martial royal realm. However, when facing the headless true dragon rider, he did not have much room to resist. If he did not have a life-saving treasure on him and wanted to escape at the same time, he would have stayed in the ruins of the deity forever. Even so, he was still severely injured. It would take a few months for him to recover. How could there be such a dangerous place in the ruins of the deity? Damn it. Also, it's Lu Ming's fault. If it wasn't for him, I wouldn't have been severely injured. I will send a message to the Southern God Palace and ask them to keep an eye on the ruins of the deity. Once that bastard Lu Ming appears, kill him without mercy. The man from the heavenly god sect's eyes flickered with a vicious light. He pondered for a moment before turning around and leaving the place. The core of the ruins of the deity. Lu Ming looked in the direction where the man from the heavenly god sect had left and said with a frown, "That guy is too powerful. He's not dead yet. I'm afraid he won't give up. The ruins of the deity is not a place for us. Let's leave immediately." "Okay." Xian Yanqing also nodded without hesitation. The ruins of the deity sect was surrounded. Of the deity sect. Before the deity sect. Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing immediately passed through the hall and exited the ruins of God from the opposite direction of the southern divine palace. To Lu Ming, there was not much of a threat in the ruins of God. Very soon, Lu Ming passed through the core of the ruins of God and rushed out of the ruins of God from another direction. Sects. Deity. Calm's sect. After flying for tens of millions of miles, it finally stopped. It was obviously not feasible to return to the southern deity palace by flying across the sea. Once they returned, the man from the heavenly god sect might seize the opportunity to assassinate them. It was too dangerous. Lu Ming planned to cross the sea and return to the divine desolate continent by himself. If Lu Ming's cultivation was before he came to the deity continent, it would be too difficult for him to cross the vast sea and return to the divine desolate continent. He didn't know how much time it would take. But now, Lu Ming's cultivation had reached the 8th level of the spirit god realm. His battle strength could even suppress a supreme being. He could rely on his own strength to return to the divine desolate continent. Little Qing, stay in the mountain and river diagram for this period of time. Lu Ming said to Xian Yanqing. Be careful. Xian Yanqing said. Xian Yanqing also knew that Lu Ming could only travel at full speed if she stayed in the mountain and river diagram. Don't worry. Lu Ming smiled slightly. Then, a white light shot out from between his eyebrows and enveloped Xian Yanqing. In the next moment, Xian Yanqing's figure disappeared as she was taken into the mountain and river diagram. Lu Ming's figure flashed and turned into a stream of light, disappearing from the place. Soon, Lu Ming flew for hundreds of millions of miles and found a hidden place. Lu Ming entered the mountain and river diagram. Xian Yanqing sat cross-legged under the Enlightenment ancient tree, cultivating wholeheartedly. Lu Ming came to another mountain peak. With a wave of his hand, piles of origin stones appeared in front of Lu Ming. That's right, Lu Ming was about to break through. Lu Ming currently had 5 types of intents. 4 of them were at the perfection of the 4th level. Only the earth intent was at the peak of the 4th level. With his current intent cultivation, he could raise his cultivation to the peak of the 9th level of the spirit god realm. Lu Ming planned to spend some time to devour and refine origin stones to raise his cultivation to the peak of the 9th level of the spirit god realm. This way, he would be much faster when traveling. The 9 dragons appeared and opened their mouths, swallowing a large pile of origin stones. There were a few million of them. He swallowed a few million origin stones in one gulp and started to refine them quickly. A large number of origin stones were constantly refined and turned into true essence. Lu Ming almost had no bottlenecks. His cultivation was rising crazily. After refining a few million origin stones, he swallowed another few million. Lu Ming's cultivation started to soar. Early 8th level of the spirit god realm, middle 8th level of the spirit god realm, late 8th level of the spirit god realm. 7 days later, Lu Ming broke through the barrier with a large number of origin stones and reached the 9th level of the spirit god realm. After reaching the 9th level of the spirit god realm, Lu Ming still didn't stop. He continued to devour and refine origin stones to raise his cultivation. Early 9th level of the spirit god realm, middle 9th level of the spirit god realm, late 9th level of the spirit god realm. After another 7 days, Lu Ming's cultivation reached the peak of the 9th level of the spirit god realm. In a short half a month, Lu Ming's cultivation had charged from the early 8th level of the spirit god realm to the peak of the 9th level of the spirit god realm. The leap was so great that it was shocking. Of course, this was also because Lu Ming's intent had reached the requirements long ago. Otherwise, intent would become a bottleneck and obstruct Lu Ming's breakthrough. As long as Lu Ming's intent broke through, he wouldn't have any bottlenecks. However, the amount of origin stones he consumed was also terrifying. In a short half a month, Lu Ming had devoured a total of 50 million origin stones. What kind of shocking amount was this? Lu Ming exhaled. He felt that the true essence in his body was about to overflow. It was unimaginably dense. When he exhaled, it formed a storm that swept into the distance. Lu Ming stood up and took a step forward. He charged out of the mountain-river diagram and appeared in the sky above a mountain range. Boom! True essence boiled on Lu Ming's body, forming a pillar of air that shot into the sky and blasted a huge hole in the sky. So strong! A trace of a smile appeared on the corner of Lu Ming's mouth. He felt that there was inexhaustible energy in his body. The true essence of a peak 9th level spirit god was too strong. It was unknown how much stronger it was than the true essence of an early 8th level spirit god realm. Now, Lu Ming was confident that when facing an ordinary prime, Lu Ming could crush them and even kill them without the help of the lightning cauldron. Of course, it was a different story for primes who had awakened a 9th level divine rank bloodline. Let's go back to the divine desolate continent now. Chapter 1277. Given Lu Ming's current cultivation, he could tear apart space and travel like a supreme being. After tearing space apart, Lu Ming stepped in and disappeared. Within the spatial rift, there were chaotic spatial storms. They were like countless terrifying sharp blades that constantly slashed at Lu Ming. Lu Ming circulated his true essence and covered his entire body to resist the spatial storms around him. Clang, clang, clang. The spatial storms slashed at Lu Ming's protective true essence and produced a clang. However, Lu Ming's true essence contained the 5-colored concept. The spatial storms couldn't break through Lu Ming's protective true essence at all. If a martial artist below the spiritual god realm entered this place, they would be crushed into pieces by the spatial storms in less than 2 moves. Even martial artists above the spiritual god realm wouldn't be able to last long. Only sovereigns could smoothly walk through the spatial storms. Lu Ming stepped out and walked through the spatial storms, moving forward quickly. This was a different space, so his speed was very fast. With a step, he had already traveled an unknown distance in the outside world. A moment later, the space trembled and Lu Ming reappeared in the outside world, above a lake. In just a moment, Lu Ming had crossed at least 100 million miles. However, the godly ruins continent was simply too vast. Hundreds of millions of miles were nothing to them. Lu Ming continued to tear space apart. After half a day, Lu Ming didn't know how much distance he had crossed. When Lu Ming appeared in the outside world again, he smelled the sea breeze. Looks like I've reached the seaside. I'll rest for a while before setting off. Lu Ming thought in his heart. Then he found a place and took out an origin stone to recover. A few hours later, Lu Ming's true essence had completely recovered. Then he flew forward. In front of him, there was a large city. From afar, it looked very majestic. Lu Ming planned to buy a sea map of the Divine Ruins continent in a big city. After all, the continents in the Divine Ruins continent were very far from each other. The area of the sea was far greater than the land, and the weather was very changeable on the sea. It was very easy to get lost, so one needed a sea map to find the Divine Wilderness continent. There are so many people in this city. Moreover, the ratio of experts is shockingly high. After flying into the city, Lu Ming discovered that the city was bustling with people coming and going. Experts could be seen walking on the streets from time to time. Some of them had extremely strong and powerful auras. There was also someone who was like an ordinary person without any aura. But with Lu Ming's current cultivation, he could still sense it. Supreme martial artist. Some of them were actually supreme beings. On the street, Lu Ming actually bumped into a few supreme beings, which made Lu Ming extremely shocked. Even in the godly ruins continent, supremes were high and mighty experts. It was rare to see them. Now, just by casually walking around on the street, he actually bumped into a few supremes. This was somewhat unbelievable. Something was wrong. Lu Ming felt that something was wrong. It was impossible for supreme beings to appear casually. Something must have happened here. Soon, Lu Ming went up to a restaurant. There was often a lot of information to be gathered in a restaurant. Sure enough, not long after, Lu Ming heard an important piece of news. Some time ago, there was a shocking piece of news near the southern coast of the godly ruins continent. It was said that a heaven-defying secret technique, pure spirit body, was about to be born on the southern coast. If a martial artist wanted to break through to the martial emperor realm, they had to condense a spirit body. Every martial artist had awakened different bloodlines, so the spirit body they condensed would be different and its power would be different. A spirit body had already surpassed a mortal body. It was a world of difference compared to a mortal body. There was no comparison at all. A spirit body not only contained terrifying power, but also greatly increased one's combat strength. Moreover, the strength, defense, and recovery of a spirit body had reached an incredible level. It was not something a mortal body could compare to. Even if a ruler's hands and feet were cut off, they could quickly grow back. It was said that a peak ruler could recover even if only a small piece of flesh was left. They were simply immortal. However, it was too difficult to condense a spirit body. It was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Many supremes had comprehended the embryonic form of domains. In terms of domains, there were no big problems. However, the reason why they were stuck and some could not break through for the rest of their lives was that they could not condense a spirit body. If one could not condense a spirit body, one would not be a ruler and would never be able to break through to the martial emperor realm. Moreover, when condensing a spirit body, one would also face heavenly tribulations. The difficulty would increase with each tribulation. It was said that this secret technique called pure spirit body was not a real spirit body. This was because a spirit body was transformed from a bloodline. It had some of the attributes and functions of a bloodline. However, a pure spirit body only had pure physical strength and did not have any attributes. It only allowed a martial artist's body to have part of the power of a spirit body. For example, strength, defense, recovery, and so on. Moreover, a pure spirit body did not have any attributes. It would not obstruct the cultivation of a real spirit body in the future. Successfully cultivating a pure spirit body was equivalent to having a solid foundation. In the future, if one wanted to cultivate a real spirit body, the difficulty would be greatly reduced. This secret technique was too shocking. For martial artists below rulers, the temptation was unimaginable. Therefore, when this news spread, it caused a huge commotion. Countless powerhouses rushed to the southern coast of the Divine Ruins continent. Even many supremes were tempted and rushed over. This was also the reason why Lu Ming saw so many powerhouses in this city. The secret technique pure spirit body was too shocking. As long as one succeeded in cultivating it, the difficulty of breaking through to the ruler realm in the future would be greatly reduced, and the success rate would be greatly increased. Even Lu Ming's eyes lit up when he heard this. There's actually such a profound secret technique in the world. If I succeed in cultivating it, I'll have another powerful method to deal with DE when I return to the Divine Wilderness continent. Lu Ming thought to himself. When he returned to the Divine Wilderness continent, he would definitely face D. Although Lu Ming's combat strength had greatly improved, it was still difficult for him to face a ruler, let alone a powerhouse like D. He had to continue to increase his combat strength so that he would have a greater chance. Pure spirit body was undoubtedly a powerful secret technique that could close the distance between him and a ruler. If Lu Ming succeeded in cultivating it, the gap between his body and that of a ruler would not be too big. I don't know if it's true or not, but I don't care. Anyway, I'm not in a hurry to go back, so I'll stay here and observe. After making up his mind, Lu Ming found an inn nearby to stay and inquire about the news. The next day, a piece of news spread out. There might be news about pure spirit body in the Red Devil Mountains thousands of kilometers away. As soon as the news spread out, countless people rushed to the Red Devil Mountains. Lu Ming followed the crowd and rushed toward the Red Devil Mountains. The Red Devil Mountains had a radius of thousands of kilometers and were boundless. It was filled with a red demonic chi, so it was called the Red Devil Mountains. As soon as the huge crowd rushed into the Red Devil Mountains, they were like gravel scattered in the sea, unable to stir up any waves. Chapter 1278. Wandering around aimlessly like this was not a solution at all. There was no way he could find the pure spirit body. I'd better wait outside for news. Wandering around like this is purely a waste of time. Thinking of this, Lu Ming did not continue to stay and flew out of the Red Demon Mountain. Bush. When he passed by a large canyon, a few figures rushed out of the canyon and surrounded Lu Ming. Lu Ming frowned slightly. These few people all had violent auras and were surrounded by demonic chi. They stared at Lu Ming with unfriendly eyes. Ha, another fat sheep. This is already the third one. One of the burly men laughed. Those people really thought that there was information about the pure spirit body here and ran here desperately. It's really convenient for us brothers. The more we kill, the more we can live freely for a few more years. A skinny old man sneered. Don't talk nonsense with him. Kid, it's your bad luck to bump into us. One of the burly men looked at Lu Ming coldly and walked towards Lu Ming step by step. It seems that not only do you want to rob, but you also want to kill. Lu Ming spoke. His voice was very calm, without a trace of panic. He had already seen through the cultivation of these people. The strongest burly man was only a perfected spirit god. Lu Ming did not take him seriously at all. That's right. If we don't kill you and you spread the news, not only will we not be able to continue, but we will also be surrounded. So you must die. The burly man revealed a ferocious smile. He took a step forward and appeared in front of Lu Ming. A pitch-black saber appeared in his hand, emitting a cold, murderous intent. He slashed at Lu Ming. But in the next moment, the burly man was stunned. The others were also stunned. This was because Lu Ming merely stretched out one palm and pinched the battle saber gently. Regardless of how the burly man tried, he could not pull out the battle saber. The battle saber was pinched by Lu Ming and was as steady as a rock. How is this possible? The burly man roared madly. His voice was filled with disbelief. Boom! The quintessence in Lu Ming's body burst out. A terrifying energy flowed from his fingers and blasted into the other party's saber. The saber violently vibrated, and the berserk power flowed through the saber into the burly man's body. The burly man's body violently shook, and he could no longer hold onto the saber. His body madly retreated, and he spat out large mouthfuls of blood. "Kill!" Lu Ming suddenly shouted, and a terrifying killing intent burst out like a tide. He took a step forward, and his palms slashed out like a blade towards the burly man. That terrifying power caused the burly man's heart to tremble. "Block it!" The tall and sturdy man roared madly. He used bloodline fusion and erupted with his full strength, hoping to block Lu Ming's move. Bang! The moment they exchanged blows, the burly man's bloodline, as well as his body, was torn apart. Even the spirit divinity couldn't escape and was killed by Lu Ming in a single move. Ordinary perfection stage spirit god realm martial artists were as weak as babies in front of Lu Ming and couldn't withstand a single blow. How could this be? When the remaining few people saw this scene, their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Then, they screamed in horror and fled in all directions. "It's too late to run now." Lu Ming sneered, and his figure flashed rapidly. Soon, a few miserable screams resounded in the mountain forest. The remaining few people were all killed by Lu Ming, and their storage rings were all in Lu Ming's hands. Lu Ming's figure flashed, and he left this place. Not long after, Lu Ming left the Red Devil Mountain and sat cross-legged on a mountain peak that wasn't very high, waiting for news. Those guys have been killing and robbing. I wonder if there's anything good? Since he had nothing to do, Lu Ming took out the storage rings of the few people he had just killed and casually counted them. These guys were indeed very rich. The total amount of origin stones was close to 50 million, and there were also various kinds of spirit weapons and spirit herbs. Obviously, these guys had robbed many people during this period of time, and they were filthy rich. Suddenly, a metal box caught Lu Ming's attention. Lu Ming opened the metal box and found a rolled-up picture inside. The picture was made of some unknown material. It was light in his hand, and the texture was very soft. Lu Ming opened it, and his eyes couldn't help but narrow. It seemed to be a map, but the drawing was very complicated. The lines crisscrossed, and for a moment, Lu Ming was a little dazzled. Could it be related to the pure spirit body? Lu Ming's heart couldn't help but move, and then he smiled and shook his head. It couldn't be so coincidental that he could get the map of the pure spirit body after killing a group of bandits. I'll find some time to study it. Lu Ming smiled faintly and put away the map. He then meditated and adjusted his breath, waiting quietly. 3 days passed, and many people came out of the Red Devil Mountain. In these few days, many experts had almost turned the entire Red Devil Mountain upside down, but there was no news of the pure spirit body. Damn, I've probably been tricked. If I find out who tricked me, I'll cut him into 8 pieces. Damn it, there's nothing here. What a waste of time. Some experts cursed and left the Red Devil Mountain. Lu Ming also left the Red Devil Mountain and returned to the city. When everyone returned to the city, they heard an important piece of news. It was said that someone had obtained a map to find the pure spirit body. Through the map, one could find the location of the pure spirit body. There were already many experts chasing after the person who had the map. And the direction was south, toward the sea. When the news came out, it caused a commotion. Many experts hurried out of the city and flew toward the south. Map. Lu Ming's eyes flashed, and he couldn't help but think of the map he had obtained from the group of bandits. There can't be 2 maps, right? Lu Ming shook his head, and also left the city, heading toward the south. Everyone was as fast as lightning. They crossed a long distance and finally stopped at a swamp. Because there were many people around the periphery of the swamp. The person who obtained the map is a supreme being. Someone spread the news, and most people's expressions changed. If a supreme being obtained the map, who could snatch it from him? Warriors below the supreme being level were simply courting death. No wonder so many people surrounded the periphery of the swamp and didn't dare to enter. I know which supreme being it is. It should be the 100 Poisons supreme being. He obtained the map and fled into the endless swamp. There are already Supreme Being experts in there. I heard that the son of the Southern Divine Palace's sea-suppressing general led many Supreme Beings in there. It's definitely going to be a big battle. Many people were discussing. This news made most of the warriors stop in their tracks, and they didn't dare to enter. Obviously, the endless swamp would become a battlefield for Supreme Beings. If others entered, there was no hope of obtaining the map, and they might even lose their lives. Suddenly, a figure rushed into the swamp and disappeared. Who is that? How dare he enter? Nonsense, that's a Supreme Being. Chapter 1279. At the same time that Supreme Exalts appeared from time to time, it caused everyone to be shocked and slightly excited. This time, countless Supreme Exalts would be drawn over. Look who's that? He actually dares to go in? Suddenly, someone cried out. Everyone looked over and noticed a young man was walking through the air towards the swamp. This young man was naturally Lu Ming. It really is him. That kid really doesn't want to live anymore. He actually dares to charge in. How audacious! In my opinion, he isn't audacious, and he's overestimating his ability. He's blinded by greed. A battle between Supreme Exalts is extremely dangerous. Once one is affected, then only death awaits. This kid will die a long time ago. Exactly. He's overestimating his ability. How old does he look? How formidable could his cultivation be? Lu Ming's flight towards the swamp caused a wave of discussion. Lu Ming heard these discussions clearly, but Lu Ming couldn't be bothered to pay attention to them. He flew forward by himself and vanished in the blink of an eye. But then again, it's rare to see so many Supreme Exalts fighting. Wouldn't it be a pity to miss it just like that? That's true. Could it be that you want to go in and watch? That's too dangerous. We'll hide in the distance and watch. If the situation isn't right, then we'll retreat right away. There shouldn't be any problems. Someone spoke and revealed an expression of desire. A battle between Supreme Exalts was rare. Especially when many Supreme Exalts were fighting, it was extremely beneficial to some 9th-level Spirit God Realm cultivators and especially Perfection Stage Spirit God Realm cultivators. Perhaps watching Supreme Exalts utilize the embryonic form of domains would arouse inspiration and allow some Perfection Stage Spirit God Realm cultivators to comprehend the embryonic form of domains more quickly and step into the Exalt realm. These words caused many people to reveal expressions of desire. Let's go. It should be fine if we watch from afar. That kid from before probably had the same thought. Someone spoke and then he flew towards the swamp. Since there was a first, there was a second. After that, many people flew towards the swamp. Some 8th level, 9th level and Perfection Stage Spirit God Realm experts rushed towards the swamp. Of course, people with lower cultivations really didn't dare to enter the swamp because the gap between them was too great. If a battle were to occur, then they wouldn't even be able to flee. Lu Ming continued forward. All around him was a boundless swamp. However, along the way from time to time, he would see traces left behind by great battles. Lu Ming followed these traces and chased all the way. An hour later, several figures appeared in the void ahead. There were 3 of them. One was an old man, and the other was a middle-aged man. All of them had powerful auras. They were actually all Supreme Being level experts. However, these 3 people were standing around a young man, protecting him in the middle. It was obvious that this young man was their leader. Only at the 3rd level of the Spirit God Realm. With a sweep of his spiritual sense, Lu Ming discovered that this young man was only at the 3rd level of the Spirit God Realm. It could be said that his cultivation was very low, and Lu Ming didn't take him seriously at all. However, this young man's identity was obviously very unusual, and he had several Supreme Beings guarding him. The other party also saw Lu Ming. That young man glanced coldly at Lu Ming. Humph, you overestimate yourself. You actually dared to chase me all the way here. You're really courting death. The young man snorted with a disdainful sneer on his face. Swoosh. At this moment, a figure flew over from afar. It was a white-haired old man, and he was also a Supreme Being level expert. The white-haired old man came to the young man's side and bowed. Young master, we found out that 100 Poison Supremacy is hiding in the dark swamp ahead. He used the poisonous gas of the dark swamp to set up a poisonous gas formation. Humph, does 100 Poison Supremacy think that he can stop us with a mere poisonous gas? How naive. Let's attack together and break open the poisonous gas formation and kill 100 Poison Supremacy. The young man gave the order and led a few 9 Heavens Supremes forward. They didn't even look at Lu Ming, completely ignoring Lu Ming. In their opinion, Lu Ming was just a person who came in to watch the show out of curiosity. He posed no threat to them and could be completely ignored. Soon, a dull rumbling sound came from ahead. Obviously, someone had attacked. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. He stepped out and flew towards the source of the sound. At this moment, a large group of people appeared behind Lu Ming. They were all 8th layer, 9th layer, and even perfect stage spirit god experts. They were all here. There are fluctuations of a great battle ahead. It must be a supreme being. Let's move forward carefully and watch from afar. Someone suggested. Everyone nodded and headed towards the source of the sound. Soon, Lu Ming arrived at his destination. In front of him was a dark swamp. Dense black poisonous gas floated above the swamp. It looked extremely terrifying. Within the black poisonous gas, there were inscriptions flickering. Various colorful poisonous gases spread out and combined with the black poisonous gas to display an even greater power. The young man was standing in the void. Beside him were 2 supreme beings guarding. In front of him, there were 3 supreme beings attacking the black mist continuously. The terrifying power caused the black mist to tumble, but it couldn't be broken in a short time. Humph, 100 Poison Supremacy's poisonous gas formation is quite powerful. You two attack together and break the formation. The young man ordered the 2 supreme beings beside him. Master, we can't do that. This place is too dangerous. Let's leave. If anything happens to you, we won't be able to explain it to the commander. One of the supreme beings shook his head. The Godly Ruins continent was too vast. The Southern Sacred Palace ruled over a large area in the southern part of the Godly Ruins continent, but it was difficult for them to control everything. Therefore, the Southern Sacred Palace would deploy a few commanders to lead the army and guard the various areas. The young man's father was the commander of the Southern Sacred Palace guarding the coastal area. He had a high position and an unfathomable cultivation. There were many experts under his command. This time, he had brought a total of 5 supreme beings for the pure spirit body. It was a huge investment. Who dares to touch me in this coastal area? Don't worry, go and help me break the poisonous gas formation of 100 Poison Supremacy. The young man ordered. His tone was filled with confidence. But the 2 supreme beings were still hesitating. At that instant, the space rippled and 2 figures appeared not far away. The auras of the 2 figures were extremely strong, indicating that they were both supreme beings. The young man was overjoyed as he said, I'm the son of the ocean-suppressing great general, Hai Tian. 100 Poison Supremacy is hiding in the poisonous gas formation. If you help me break the formation, I'll reward you handsomely. The son of the ocean-suppressing great general? The faces of the 2 supreme beings changed slightly, revealing a hint of fear. But it was only a hint. One of them said, we can work together, but if there's a map of the pure spirit body later, we'll compete for it with our own strength. Are you trying to negotiate with me? Hai Tian's face turned cold. Hee, of course, even though you're the son of the ocean-suppressing great general, we're also from the Southern Sacred Palace. The ocean-suppressing great general won't be able to suppress us. One of the supreme beings said with a hollow laugh. They were both supreme beings with extraordinary backgrounds. Even though they were slightly intimidated by Hai Tian, they were not afraid of him. Chapter 1280. In this coastal area, his father was the overlord, and not many people dared to not give him face. But this time, the pure spiritual body had attracted many experts, and some of them were from the Southern God Palace. They were not afraid of the sea-suppressing marshal. Hai Tian rolled his eyes and pondered for a while, then said, all right, you guys can attack together. After breaking the poison array, we will fight for the pure spiritual body's map with our own abilities. He had brought 5 supreme beings with him, and he was confident that he could suppress the crowd. Count me in. Count me in. At this moment, a few more voices sounded, and a few figures appeared. Each of them had a terrifying aura, and they were all supreme beings. Lu Ming stood not far away, and 1,000 miles behind him, those perfected spiritual god, 9th-level spiritual god, and 8th-level spiritual god martial artists were watching from afar. So many supreme beings, I wonder how many supreme beings have been attracted this time. There are more than 10 in front of us, and there are definitely more. With so many supreme beings, 100 Poison Supremacy will definitely not be able to keep his map. Some people were talking among themselves, and they looked ahead excitedly. Boom, boom, boom. The supreme beings that came later burst out, and their terrifying auras soared into the sky, stirring up a huge hole in the sky, and it was extremely terrifying. Bright light shone out, and all kinds of terrifying attacks burst out, blasting towards the poison array. Rumble. Under the attacks of the supreme beings, the sky was shattered like tofu, and all kinds of attacks, along with spatial storms, fell towards the poison array. With so many supreme beings attacking together, they wanted to break the poison array with strong means. Sizzle. The poison gas of the poison array was extremely terrifying, and when it came in contact with those attacks, it made sizzling sounds, as if it was corroding those attacks. However, although the poison array was strong, there were 8 supreme beings attacking together. The power of 8 supreme beings attacking together was too shocking, and it could destroy heaven and earth. Although the poison array was strong, it could not withstand such a powerful attack. Whoosh! The poison gas tumbled, and it was annihilated by the terrifying attacks, turning into nothingness. The various colors of the poison gas in front of them slowly faded, and they were slowly annihilated. Then, some inscriptions under the terrifying power crumbled one by one. As the inscriptions crumbled, the array collapsed even faster, and the poison gas dissipated even faster. The poison array was about to be broken. Suddenly, a figure shrouded in black poison gas flew out from the poison gas formation and into the distance. 100 Poisons Prime. It's 100 Poisons Prime. Stop him. Hai Tian shouted. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With a flicker of their figures, the 8 Supremes executed their movement techniques and chased after 100 Poisons Supremacy. All sorts of attacks were launched at him. 100 Poisons Supremacy was helpless, and could only try his best to dodge. As a result, his speed was greatly reduced, and he was surrounded by 8 Supremacies. Baidu, hand over the map of the pure spirit body. Otherwise, you won't be able to escape death today. Hai Tian shouted as he rushed over with the 2 supreme beings beside him. Ha, what a joke. Why should I give it to you? I paid a great price to obtain the map of the pure spirit body, so why should I give it to you? 100 Poisons Sovereign laughed maniacally. If you don't give it to me today, you'll die. Hai Tian sneered. You're just a piece of trash. If you didn't rely on your powerful father, I could kill you with a single breath. 100 Poisons Supremacy glanced at Hai Tian in disdain. You're courting death. Tak, kill this man. Hai Tian's face flushed red as he roared. Hai Tian's talent was average, and he had only awakened an 8th grade High God Realm bloodline. He was far from the top geniuses, and he wasn't even qualified to participate in the Heavenly Divinity Sect's disciple selection. This was his sore point. He was proud and arrogant, and he hated it the most when people said that his talent was inferior to others. They said that they would die. 100 Poisons Supremacy dared to call him a piece of trash, which violated his taboo. The 3 supreme beings that obeyed Hai Tian's orders instantly attacked 100 Poisons Supremacy. 3 terrifying attacks enveloped 100 Poisons Supremacy. 100 Poisons Supremacy's face revealed a hint of ruthlessness as he chopped off one of his arms. As soon as the arm fell, it turned into a 7-colored poisonous gas that filled the area. Not good. The faces of the supreme beings turned green when they were hit by the poisonous gas. The other supreme beings also retreated. 100 Poisons Supremacy wanted to take this opportunity to break out of the encirclement. Attack, don't let him escape, attack. Hai Tian roared. The supreme beings that obeyed Hai Tian's orders ignored the poisonous gas and attacked 100 Poisons Supremacy with all their might. Meanwhile, the other supreme beings reacted and attacked too. Bang! 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 A great explosion took place between the heavens and earth as the supreme beings exchanged blows. However, 100 Poison's supremacy was alone, thus there was no way he could escape. In just a few moves, he was severely injured and vomited mouthfuls of blood. Here's the map of the pure spirit body. In the end, 100 Poison's supremacy had no choice but to take off his storage ring and toss it to one of the supreme beings. This supreme being was not Hai Tian's subordinate. He was overjoyed when he saw the storage ring. He immediately grabbed it and backed away. Hand it over. You're asking for it? The other supreme beings roared as they ignored 100 Poison's supremacy and charged toward the supreme being. 100 Poison's supremacy backed away as his body was engulfed in poisonous gas, trying his best to heal his injuries. However, he did not leave immediately. It was obvious that he was unwilling to hand over the map and was waiting for an opportunity. How dare you steal it from me? I'll kill whoever tries to steal it from me. Hai Tian let out a roar. The 8 supreme beings were engaged in an intense battle, causing terrifying gusts of wind to sweep in all directions. 100 Poison's supremacy's storage ring was taken by one person, then another. No one was allowed to monopolize it, as the one who obtained it would be attacked from all sides. I would like to see what the map looks like. Lu Ming murmured as he stepped forward toward the battlefield of the supreme beings. That kid, what is he trying to do? Why is he walking forward? He's courting death. Is he trying to compete for the map too? What a joke, he's overestimating himself. In the distance, the spectators were startled at first, before they began to laugh coldly. Hai Tian was slightly startled too, before he wore a ferocious expression as he said, "Kid, you're courting death. Kill him." At the edge of Hai Tian, a supreme being nodded and waved his hand, unleashing a saber glow toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming glanced at Hai Tian calmly, before he suddenly accelerated and dodged the saber glow, charging toward the battlefield of the supreme beings. On the battlefield, a supreme being who obeyed Hai Tian threw a punch at Lu Ming. Piss off! Lu Ming grunted and threw a punch at his opponent. Ha! This kid dares to exchange blows with a supreme being, someone sneered, but before he could finish, he was stunned. Chapter 1281. Boom! The two fists collided. In this punch, Lu Ming unleashed the power of 9 dragons, which contained 5 types of wills. The hell-suppressing heaven skill was terrifyingly powerful. When the two fists collided, the space directly exploded, and the surrounding space spread out in all directions like a spider web. A terrifying force shot out, and then a figure trembled, stepping on the void and retreating wildly, causing the space to tremble violently. To everyone's surprise, this figure was not Lu Ming, but the supreme martial artist, a burly supreme martial artist. And Lu Ming's figure did not move at all. Everyone was stunned, dumbfounded and somewhat in disbelief. Even the supreme beings who were fighting were stunned and stopped fighting. A young man who looked less than 30 years old actually repelled a supreme being with one punch. How was this possible? Who was this person? Damn it, Kilk. The supreme being who was repelled reacted and let out an angry roar. He, a supreme being, was actually repelled by a young man with one punch. He felt that he had lost a lot of face. At this time, he no longer cared about snatching the map. He wanted to kill Lu Ming to restore his reputation. 2 pairs of gloves appeared on top of his head. This was his bloodline, a level 6 divine bloodline. The gloves were on his palms, and he punched continuously. The power of his punches increased by several times. The fist force as heavy as a mountain drowned Lu Ming. True essence boiled, and the power of 9 dragons made Lu Ming's strength soar. He punched continuously with both fists and exchanged blows with his opponent. Bang, bang, bang. After more than a dozen punches, Lu Ming had the upper hand and suppressed his opponent. In the distance, the martial artists who were watching the battle were dumbfounded, and they were completely speechless. Previously, they thought that Lu Ming dared to come here because he was overestimating himself and was courting death. Or perhaps, Lu Ming was just like them and wanted to watch from afar. But later, Lu Ming actually rushed to the battlefield. They thought that Lu Ming was courting death and was doomed. However, the result was far beyond their expectations. The battle prowess that Lu Ming displayed nearly blinded their eyes. Lu Ming was actually able to fight against a supreme being. Moreover, he was able to suppress a supreme being. This was simply a fantasy. Time to end this, Lu Ming muttered. Above his head, the third bloodline appeared. A gush of energy gushed out from the third bloodline and entered Lu Ming's body. After borrowing the power of the third bloodline, Lu Ming's strength increased greatly. Boom! With one punch, the other party retreated continuously. With another punch, there was a cracking sound, and the sound of bones breaking could be heard from the other party's fist. The bones in his hand had been broken by Lu Ming's punch. Whoosh! The third bloodline turned into a battle sword, tearing through the void, hacking towards the other party. The other party cried out miserably, one of his arms severed by the blood sword. The other party retreated frantically, his face filled with fear. The rest of the 9 Heaven Supremes, including Hai Tian, were astounded. The Supreme Being was injured just like that. What kind of battle prowess was this? Give me the map. Lu Ming targeted one of the Supreme Beings and charged towards him. The 100 Poisoned Supreme Being's storage ring fell into his hands. Seeing Lu Ming charging towards him, the Supreme Being's expression changed greatly, and he retreated rapidly. You can't escape. Lu Ming stepped out, charging towards the other party. Boom! Lu Ming's palm struck out, and a ferocious spatial crack appeared in the void. A chaotic spatial storm surged towards the other party. The Supreme Being tried his best to resist, but he was still forced back. Lu Ming's current strength was too strong, far surpassing the average Supreme Beings. Attack together, this person is too strong. The Supreme Being roared. Yes, attack together, all of you attack, kill this person first, then fight for the pure spirit body's map. Hai Tian also shouted. He looked at Lu Ming with eyes full of crazy jealousy and hatred. He was jealous of Lu Ming's talent. He looked younger than him, but his cultivation and battle prowess were so terrifying. He was so jealous that he wanted to go crazy. He wanted to destroy Lu Ming and make such a genius disappear from the world. Young master, on the edge of Hai Tian, the 2 Supreme Beings were still hesitating. Attack, I order you to attack and kill this person together. Hai Tian roared angrily. The 2 Supreme Beings had no choice but to attack Lu Ming together. As for the other Supreme Beings, they also attacked Lu Ming together. Lu Ming's battle prowess was too strong, and they felt threatened. If Lu Ming got the pure spirit body's map, it would be difficult for them to get it. Therefore, they planned to get rid of Lu Ming first. 10 supreme martial artists attacked at the same time, charging toward Lu Ming. Their power was extremely terrifying. A dragon roar shook the 9 heavens, and the 9 dragons' bloodline appeared. Lu Ming performed bloodline fusion, turning into 9 dragons. The power of devouring erupted, enveloping all the Supreme Beings. Then, the dragon claws continuously stepped out. Bang! Bang! 2 Supreme Beings were hit by the dragon claws, coughing up blood and retreating. The divine dragon swung its tail, and a Supreme Being subordinate of Hai Tian also vomited blood and was sent flying. Clang! The lightning cauldron appeared above the 9 dragons, and thousands of lightning filled the air, enveloping the remaining Supreme Beings. Boom! 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 A series of explosions sounded, and all the attacks of the Supreme Beings were blocked. In the distance, there was a series of gasps, and the cold air almost made their lungs explode. It was too shocking. 10 Supreme Beings joined forces to attack a young man, but in the end, not only were they blocked by the young man, some of them were even injured. How was this possible? He is Lu Ming of the Divine Wilderness Continent, the #1 genius of the Divine Ruins Continent. Suddenly, a Supreme Being shouted. This Supreme Being had gone to watch the selection of the Yuanlu sect, and he recognized Lu Ming. What? He is Lu Ming? The most powerful genius of the younger generation in the Divine Ruins Continent? Didn't he return to the Divine Ruins Continent? Why is he still here? Gosh, it's him, no wonder he is so terrifying. The scene was in an uproar. By now, Lu Ming's name had already spread across the Divine Ruins continent. Most of the people knew that the Divine Wilderness continent had emerged as a new force in the selection of the Yuanlu sect's disciples. The most terrifying one was a young man called Lu Ming, who had defeated the other geniuses and won the first place. No one in the younger generation could defeat him. Even if he is the most powerful genius of the younger generation, his combat strength is terrifying enough. Someone exclaimed. It was too shocking to be able to remain unscathed under the attacks of 10 supreme beings. Damn it, it's him. Hai Tian gritted his teeth in hatred. Leave it to me, Jiao Long said indifferently. He twisted his body and charged towards the supreme being who was holding 100 Poison Sovereign's storage ring. That supreme being wanted to resist, but after being beaten up by Lu Ming, he no longer dared to resist and threw the storage ring to Lu Ming, who caught it. Lu Ming caught the storage ring, and with a thought, a rolled-up map appeared in Lu Ming's hand. Chapter 1282. Because the feeling this map gave him was almost exactly the same as the map he had obtained from the bandit. The material, texture, and weight were all the same. Lu Ming opened the map and looked at it. Lu Ming was even more stunned. The content of the map was exactly the same as the one he had obtained. There were no changes. There are actually 2 maps. Strange. Lu Ming frowned. Generally speaking, there would only be one such precious map. How could there be 2? Could it be fake? Lu Ming guessed in his heart. Lu Ming, I am the son of the sea-suppressing marshal. I advise you to hand over the map to avoid causing trouble for yourself. Not far away, Hai Tian spoke as he stared coldly at Lu Ming. So what if Lu Ming's talent was strong? He was just a young man from the Divine Wilderness continent. In the coastal area of the Divine Ruins continent, he still had to listen to him obediently. Otherwise, as long as he sent out an emperor, he could easily kill Lu Ming. No matter how talented he was just an ordinary martial artist if he didn't grow up. The 5 supreme beings under Hai Tian surrounded Lu Ming and stared at him covetously. The other supreme beings also stared at the map in Lu Ming's hand with fiery eyes, wishing they could take it for themselves. There really was a map. It seemed that the matter of the pure spirit body was true. The temptation of a pure spirit body was too strong for them. Most of them had almost stopped at the supreme being realm for their entire lives. It was too difficult to take another step forward and break through to the emperor realm. But with a pure spirit body, there was hope. As long as they cultivated a pure spiritual body, on the basis of a pure spiritual body, they might be able to condense a real spiritual body and become a ruler. The temptation of becoming an emperor who could live for 10 to 20,000 years and dominate the world was too strong. Knowing that Lu Ming was strong, they wouldn't give up so easily. Lu Ming's lips curled into an inexplicable smile. He looked at Hai Tian and said, "You want the map? Sure, here you go." With a wave of his hand, Lu Ming tossed the map to another paragon, not the one who took orders from Hai Tian. Everyone was stunned. They didn't expect Lu Ming to hand over the map so easily. Looks like Lu Ming is still afraid of Hai Tian. Everyone had the same thought. Hai Tian sneered. He also thought that Lu Ming was afraid of him. So what if he's talented? If you don't have a backer, won't you still have to listen to me? Hai Tian sneered. Although he knew that Lu Ming had been accepted as a disciple by the Yuanlu's Dragon God Valley, he wasn't afraid since Lu Ming hadn't officially joined the Dragon God Valley yet. He actually didn't give me the map directly. When my big brother arrives, I'll definitely teach him a lesson. Hai Tian thought. Lu Ming threw out the map, causing another chaotic battle. As for Lu Ming, he transformed into his human form and took a step forward, suddenly appearing beside Hai Tian. Hai Tian's expression changed slightly as he scolded, "Lu Ming, what are you doing?" "Nothing. It's just that your face pisses me off. Moreover, you wanted to kill me before. I'm a very vengeful person," Lu Ming said with a faint smile. You dare?" Hai Tian's expression changed drastically. Slap. Lu Ming swung his hand and slapped Hai Tian's face. Hai Tian spun dozens of times. One side of his face was swollen. He was completely dumbfounded. Lu Ming dared to hit him? Didn't Lu Ming hand over the map because he was afraid of him? How dare he hit him now? Hai Tian felt that his brain couldn't process the situation. Young master. A few supreme martial artists under Hai Tian's command roared angrily and pounced on Lu Ming. Don't worry, I won't kill you. Lu Ming smiled and took a step forward. His figure disappeared in the blink of an eye. The reason why Lu Ming didn't kill Hai Tian wasn't because he was afraid of the forces behind him, but because he wanted to use them to decipher the map and find the pure spirit body. The map was very complicated. The more people there were, the higher the chance of deciphering it. After Lu Ming left, Hai Tian finally reacted. He covered one side of his face and screamed crazily, "Ah, damn it, kill him, Lu Ming, you must kill him." He screamed hysterically, but Lu Ming couldn't hear him anymore. He walked out of the swamp and soon came out of the endless swamp. That guy came out. As soon as Lu Ming came out of the swamp, many eyes looked at him. I knew he would come out. He must have seen the scene of the supreme martial artists fighting inside. It's too shocking, so he ran out in fear. Yes, that must be it. He's just a clown, why bother with him? Voices sounded one after another. Some of them were full of disdain. Lu Ming didn't bother to pay attention to them. He directly left and returned to the city. Not long after Lu Ming left, a group of people came out. They were the group of people who were watching the battle. How was it? How was the battle inside? Did the supreme martial artists fight? Is there any news of the pure spirit body? Many people began to ask. The map with the pure spirit body has appeared. A battle between the supreme martial artists. An expert at the perfected stage of the spirit god realm explained. When he mentioned that the young man from before was Lu Ming and that Lu Ming had unleashed his prowess and fought against the 10 supreme beings, there was complete silence. You mean? That young man is the most powerful young man, Lu Ming? And he fought against the 10 supreme martial artists, seized the map, and then took the initiative to hand it over in the end? Someone asked in disbelief. That's right. The previous person nodded. The people outside the swamp were dumbfounded. Some of their faces were flushed red from shame. Just now, they were laughing at Lu Ming, saying that Lu Ming was scared. But in fact, Lu Ming was able to fight against the 10 supreme martial artists alone and seize the map from them. His combat strength was beyond imagination. Lu Ming ignored them just now because he didn't care about them. In Lu Ming's eyes, they were the real clowns. Thinking of this, their faces turned red. Not long after, Hai Tian and the others also appeared. In this battle, Hai Tian's side was stronger. He brought a total of 5 supreme martial artists with him, and one of them even awakened a 7th-level divine bloodline. He was stronger than ordinary supreme martial artists. The 5 of them joined forces and seized the map. After Hai Tian seized the map, he disappeared with the experts. Many people guessed that they were studying the map. Many experts secretly sent people to keep an eye on Hai Tian and the others because as long as Hai Tian and the others studied something, they would be able to find some clues. Lu Ming was also studying the map. Of course, he called Dandan along. Dandan was an old antique who was proficient in all kinds of inscriptions. It was best to call Dandan along to study this kind of map. The 2 of them studied the map for 2 days. All the lines on this map converge at the end and lead to a certain place. Unfortunately, I'm not familiar with the nearby geographical location. Otherwise, I would be able to find the destination according to the corresponding geographical location. Dandan said slowly as he walked around the map with his claws behind his back. Oh, then I'll go by a few maps of the Godly Ruins continent. Lu Ming said. Sigh. Even if you compare it with the map, it won't be that easy to find. After all, the map's description won't be that detailed. Chapter 1283. Even so, Lu Ming still went to buy a few maps, including maps of the Godly Ruins continent and the ocean, and put them together to study. Just as Lu Ming and the others were studying, a black-robed old man sat cross-legged in a secret room in the city. The black-robed old man's face was full of wrinkles, and his face was ferocious. No, there are too few maps. They won't be able to study it in a short time. I don't have time to continue waiting, so I might as well release a large number of maps. With so many people, someone will definitely be able to find it. I must find the cultivation method of the pure spirit body. It's my only hope. A cold voice came out of the black-robed old man's mouth. Then, a large number of maps appeared in the black-robed old man's hand. He casually took out a map and opened it. It was exactly the same as the one Lu Ming had obtained, and it was all about the pure spirit body. There were not just one or two maps, but many of them, and they were all duplicated by the black-robed old man. A day later, another map of the pure spirit body appeared, and it caused an intense competition. In the end, it was snatched away by a supreme being. But later, more and more maps of the pure spirit body appeared. In the beginning, the competition was still very intense, and supreme beings would make a move whenever a map appeared. But later, it seemed that all the supreme beings had a map, and only spirit god realm experts made a move. Later on, more and more maps appeared, and there were a few hundred maps. Could the maps be fake? Such a situation made many people speculate. Perhaps it was true. Someone had obtained a map first, but he couldn't study it, so he threw out so many duplicated maps in order to borrow the strength of others to find the cultivation method of the pure spirit body. Then, such words were thrown out, and many people were skeptical. But no one would give up easily. After all, the pure spirit body was too tempting. Even if there was only a 1 in 10,000 chance, no one would give up. Many people held the maps and studied them carefully. Later on, some people even gathered together and began to study. A few days later, someone indeed made some progress and flew towards the sea. The location indicated on the map should be overseas. Dandan also came to a conclusion. For a time, countless people gathered together and flew towards the sea. The sea breeze whistled and blew. When they arrived at the seaside, they saw the boundless sea. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. One figure after another rode the wind and broke the waves, flying toward the sea. There were a few individuals whose auras were especially powerful, terrifying to the extreme. Those were Supreme Being level experts. Look, that's Hai Tian. The Sea Conqueror has sent even more experts. Someone looked up at the sky. Everyone saw that there were a total of 9 people at the edge of the sea. Each and every one of them had a terrifying and powerful aura. They were all Supremes. However, this time, Hai Tian wasn't in charge. Hai Tian was obediently following behind a man in his 40s with a respectful expression. That's Hai Tian's elder brother, Hai Yu. He's a terrifying existence. It's said that Hai Yu has awakened a level 9 divine bloodline. He's already over 40 years old and can step into the martial emperor realm at any time. His combat strength is terrifying. Hai Yu has also come out. With his combat strength, he can easily kill an ordinary supreme being. A few people were discussing among themselves. When Hai Yu was mentioned, they all felt great fear. A 9th grade divine bloodline sovereign. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. A 9th grade divine bloodline sovereign was absolutely terrifying. Such a person would definitely step into the martial emperor realm. His combat strength couldn't be measured by common sense. If Hai Yu wasn't over 30 years old, he could participate in the heavenly divinity sect's selection of disciples. Such a genius combat strength could be imagined after he became a supreme being. Even if Lu Ming were to face him now, he might not have the confidence to win. Hai Yu, Hai Tian, and the others flew toward the sea. Following that, more people flew toward the sea. Lu Ming blended into the crowd and flew together. After flying for a full day, they didn't know how far they had traveled. A small island appeared in front of them. Could it be on this small island? Many people's eyes lit up. No, this small island is only the first location. It's a guiding point. Someone said. They found the answer based on the map and the position of the stars in the sky. This small island wasn't the final location. It pointed to the next location. Some people took out the map and studied it together. In the end, they found the right path and continued to fly toward the sea. A day later, they found the second island. Unfortunately, after studying it, it was still not the final destination. It was also a guiding point. If they found this island, they could find the next location. Everyone studied and calculated together. Then they continued to fly. Another day later, they arrived at the third island. This island was still not the final destination. However, when they arrived here, they encountered a problem. They found a ruin on this island. It was full of abandoned stone pillars. Some people guessed that this was the key to studying the map, but it seemed that something was missing. They couldn't figure out the final route. If something is really missing, these ruins should give us a hint. Dandin frowned and thought seriously. Everyone studied it for a day but found nothing. These ruins are somewhat similar to the stone plate passed down in my family. At that moment, an old man walked to the ruins and took out a stone plate. Buzz. The stone plate vibrated and emitted light. At the same time, the ruins also vibrated and emitted a dazzling light. The ruins and the stone plate resonated with each other. There's a reaction. Someone exclaimed. Look, some routes have appeared. Everyone saw that the stone plate and the ruins were resonating with each other. In the dazzling light, some lines were condensed. These lines seemed to be some routes. Everyone quickly combined it with the route on the map and deduced. Got it, I found the route. Someone shouted excitedly. In the end, everyone worked together and found the next route. They continued to fly toward the sea. Sure enough, I made the right choice. Relying on myself, I can only reach this far in the end. In the crowd, an old man in a black robe revealed an excited expression. Those maps were leaked by this old man. He had obtained the maps a long time ago. After decades of research, he could only find the third island. There was no clue beyond that. Therefore, he copied a large number of maps, hoping to borrow the strength of others to find the method of the pure spirit body. Sure enough, this method worked. In just a few days, the results were greater than his decades of research. Then they found the fourth island, then the fifth island. 10 days later, they found a total of 9 islands. These 9 islands seemed to have a mysterious connection. They had to find the previous one to find the next one. However, the 9th island seemed to be the final destination. Everyone studied and found that the 9th island was the last island. The next step would be the location of the pure spirit body. Chapter 1284. Everyone studied carefully and finally found that the final destination was at the bottom of the sea. In a secret place at the bottom of the sea. Plop, plop. Many experts jumped into the sea and headed in the direction of the pure spirit body according to the map. Lu Ming also jumped into the sea. This was the outer sea and the water was very deep. Everyone kept diving 100 meters, 1,000 meters, and finally, they reached a depth of more than 100,000 meters. At this depth, the pressure of the seawater had reached a terrifying level. Even a high-grade spirit weapon would be crushed into a ball under such water pressure. The terrifying pressure constantly pressed on Lu Ming. Lu Ming circulated his Zhen Yuan to protect his body, and at the same time, he circulated the concept of water. A mysterious aura circulated around his body, and the water automatically separated and couldn't get close to Lu Ming. Lu Ming looked relaxed, but the others weren't. A first-level spirit god martial artist's body trembled, and his face turned pale. He spat out a mouthful of blood and didn't dare to continue diving. Instead, he quickly swam upstream. At this point, ordinary low-level spirit god martial artists would have a hard time resisting and would be crushed to death by the huge pressure. Although they were unwilling, they could only leave because they hadn't reached the bottom yet. They had to continue diving and didn't know how deep it would be. The surroundings were pitch black, and there wasn't the slightest bit of light. However, those who could reach this place were all experts with strong eyesight. They could still see tens of thousands of meters away. Everyone continued diving and occasionally checked the map. Soon, they had reached a depth of more than 200,000 meters. The water pressure here was even more terrifying. Many people's Zhen Yuan protection creaked under the pressure, as if it would collapse at any time. At this point, Lu Ming found an underground mountain range. However, because the rocks here were under the terrifying water pressure all year round, their hardness was shocking. They were harder than many strange metals outside, and 100 times harder than ordinary steel. It's under that valley. Dandin stood on Lu Ming's shoulder and pointed at an underwater valley below. Looking from afar, it was pitch black, as if it led to the abyss of hell. Lu Ming nodded and headed towards the valley. Obviously, the others had also noticed and were swimming towards the valley. The number of people who could reach this place was much smaller than before, but there were still about 1,000 people. 1,000 people, like 1,000 tiny fish, swam into the pitch-black valley. All of a sudden, the seawater churned. From a pitch-black cave at the edge of the valley, a colossal creature suddenly pounced out. It opened its bloody mouth and tried to swallow the experts. The berserk aura was frightening. "You're courting death!" Someone roared, and a sword chi slashed out at the huge monster. The attacker was a consummate spirit god expert. However, as they were in the deep sea, his strength was greatly suppressed. His sword chi slashed out and slashed at the mouth. The sharp teeth of the mouth bit the sword chi in half. Then, a scarlet tongue rolled out and wrapped around the expert, pulling him into the mouth. Damn it! The expert in the consummate spirit god realm unleashed all kinds of terrifying attacks. However, they were more than 200,000 meters deep in the sea, and his strength was greatly suppressed. The monster that suddenly pounced out was only equivalent to a consummate spirit god. However, the monster's strength here was far above that of an ordinary consummate spirit god. The human expert in the consummate spirit god realm was no match for the monster at all. He was pulled into the mouth of the scarlet tongue and was bitten in half. Ah! The expert in the consummate spirit god realm let out a shrill scream. However, in the next moment, the scream stopped abruptly. He was bitten into pieces by the monster and swallowed into its stomach. What kind of monster is that? At this moment, everyone saw the monster's appearance clearly. Its body was like a python, but it also looked like an eel. It was very long, and its tail was still in a cave in the valley. Only the upper part of its tail was sticking out. Its body was covered in scales, and its eyes were blood red. It was extremely ferocious. Its mouth was chewing, and it seemed to be eating with relish. Its blood-red eyes stared at the others with greed. In the next moment, it pounced out again and opened its bloody mouth to bite the experts of the human race. "You're courting death!" At this moment, a supreme being shouted coldly and stepped out. With a wave of his hand, the embryonic form of a domain spread out and enveloped the monster. Chi-chi! The monster's scales made sizzling sounds when it was enveloped by the embryonic form of the domain. Die! The supreme being stepped out and appeared on top of the monster's head. He punched out and bombarded the monster's head. Bang! With a boom, the monster roared and retreated. Its head caved in and blood flowed out, but it was not killed. So powerful! Many people's hearts trembled. This monster was too powerful. Judging from its aura, it was only at the consummate spirit god realm. If it was outside, the attack of a supreme being was enough to kill a consummate spirit god. However, the monster was only injured here and was not killed. Obviously, this monster lived at the bottom of the sea all year round. In this place, the monster could unleash its strength while the strength of human warriors was suppressed. The human supreme being's face darkened when he did not kill the monster with one attack. A snow-white battle sword appeared in his hand, and he slashed out. A shocking sword light split the sea and slashed the monster's neck. Splat! Blood dyed the sea red and the monster's head was chopped off. However, the monster was not dead for a while after its head was chopped off. Its lower body frantically retreated, trying to shrink back into the cave. However, it only retreated halfway before its vitality was extinguished and it became limp and motionless. There are marine monsters at the bottom of the sea. We have to be careful. Someone whispered and increased their vigilance. Once there were creatures at the bottom of the sea, they would definitely be dangerous and not simple. Everyone continued to dive. The valley was too deep. They dived for another 10,000 meters, but they still did not reach the bottom. Suddenly, the sea water surged and there was another boom around the valley. Hiss, hiss, hiss. At the same time, there was a shrill sound that made people's hair stand on end. Then, everyone was shocked to see dozens of behemoths on the walls of the valley pouncing towards them at the same time. Monster! It's that kind of monster! Someone screamed in horror. This behemoth that suddenly pounced out was exactly the same as the one that appeared before. Its body was as slender as a python, its eyes were blood red and its mouth was wide open. Its body was covered with scales and it looked terrifying. There were dozens of them here, and each of them had a terrifying aura. Caught off guard, More than a dozen human warriors were bitten by the monster without any chance to fight back. The sharp teeth chewed them into pieces and they died on the spot. An exceptionally huge monster pounced towards Hai Tian and the others. "You're courting death." A supreme being roared at the edge of the sea and a spear appeared in his hand. The spear broke through the sea water and fought with the monster. After 3 moves, the monster was nailed to the bottom of the sea. Chapter 1285. A monster targeted Lu Ming and bit at Lu Ming's head. The dragon power in Lu Ming's body burst out, and his left hand used the devouring power to envelop the monster. The fingers of his right hand lengthened and turned into dragon claws. Lu Ming grabbed the monster's head with his right hand and tore it off with all his might. Blood gushed out, but it was all devoured by Lu Ming's devouring power. What a rich blood essence, and the demonic power in it is even more astonishing. After devouring the monster's blood essence and demonic power, Lu Ming was secretly shocked. This monster was also a type of demonic beast, but the demonic power in its body was astonishing. The blood essence in its blood essence was also extremely rich, far surpassing that of ordinary human martial artists. However, Lu Ming's current cultivation had reached a bottleneck. After devouring and refining, it was not of much help to him. Kill. Deep in the sea, a fierce battle broke out. Although the dozens of underwater monsters were powerful, they were still easily killed by the human race's supreme martial artist. In the end, dozens of humans died, but the dozens of monsters were killed one by one. Next, everyone continued to dive, but they were even more cautious. Sure enough, not long after, they were attacked again. It was a strange fish. Its body was not big, and it looked exactly like a stone. Even its aura was like a stone, as if it was lifeless. However, when Lu Ming and the others approached, the stone-like fish suddenly launched an attack. This fish was not particularly strong, but there were many of them, and they were highly poisonous. If a perfected spirit god was bitten by this fish, he would be severely poisoned and paralyzed, unable to fight back. In this battle, dozens of powerhouses died. In the end, they relied on the powerful strength of the Supremes to kill the stone-like fish. However, no one retreated. The temptation of a pure spirit body was too great. Since they had come this far, no one wanted to return empty-handed. Everyone continued to dive. In total, they had dived 300,000 meters into the sea. The water pressure here was simply unimaginable. Moreover, it was pitch black. With Lu Ming's vision, he could only see within 1,000 meters. The others might be able to see even closer. "It's the end," someone said. Everyone relaxed. They had finally reached the bottom. Was the pure spirit body cultivation method here? "Look, there's a crack." Suddenly, someone shouted. Everyone hurriedly gathered over, and sure enough, they found a crack. It seemed to be a spatial passage. This is a spatial tunnel. The cultivation method of the pure spirit body must be hidden inside. This thought appeared in everyone's mind, and their eyes couldn't help but become fiery. Just as someone was about to charge in, the seawater in the distance churned, and a furious roar rang out. "How dare you invade my ancestral land? All of you must die." The loud roar was like a dragon's roar, rumbling through the rolling seawater. Then, everyone saw a large group of black behemoths rushing towards them. Demonic beasts, all of them were demonic beasts, and they were all marine demonic beasts. Lu Ming saw huge octopuses, ferocious sharks, and slender eels. The one in the lead was covered in black scales, had dragon horns, and had 4 claws under its belly. It was a flood dragon. It was a black flood dragon. Moreover, the flood dragon had a strong true dragon's aura. It obviously contained a rich true dragon's bloodline. The terrifying aura was enough to make people tremble even if they were far away. Supreme Being, that flood dragon is a Supreme Being expert, and it contains 90% of the true dragon's bloodline. Lu Ming's pupils shrank slightly. A flood dragon with 90% of the true dragon's bloodline was absolutely terrifying. Behind the flood dragon, there were many marine demonic beasts with terrifying auras. Many of them were Supreme Being experts. Not good. Retreat. Charge into the spatial tunnel. Many human experts screamed in horror and turned around to charge into the spatial tunnel. "You're courting death!" The flood dragon roared, and a black dragon claw stretched out. It grew rapidly and clawed at the human experts. In an instant, more than 10 high-level spiritual god experts were crushed by the dragon claw. Their bodies and souls were annihilated. The dragon claw didn't stop, and it went for a supreme being expert. That supreme being expert's face changed. A snow-white saber appeared in his hand, and the saber light was shocking. It broke through the seawater and slashed at the dragon claw. With a loud bang, the saber light shattered. That supreme being expert's body shook violently. His face paled, and he vomited blood as he was sent flying. The difference was too big. Even though they were both supreme being experts, the flood dragon was no match for the human experts. They were at the bottom of the sea, and the flood dragon had an advantage. Moreover, the flood dragon had 90% of the true dragon's bloodline, and it was the same as the human experts who had awakened a grade 9 high god realm bloodline. He was a genius among geniuses. At this time, some human experts had already charged into the spatial tunnel and disappeared. Kill them all. Seeing this, the flood dragon became even more furious. He roared again and again, and his dragon claw slashed out. Rip. Space was torn apart, and seawater flowed into the spatial crack and disappeared. A dragon claw grabbed at Hai Tian and the others. Protect the young master. At the edge of the sea, several supreme beings roared and attacked the black dragon claw together. Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying attack evaporated more than 10,000 tons of seawater, creating a vacuum. Several supreme beings joined forces to block the black dragon claw. There are so many experts that Hai Tian and the others attracted the attention of the black flood dragon. It stared coldly at Hai Tian and the others. It let out a dragon roar and pounced towards them. At the same time, several supreme being marine monsters followed the flood dragon and pounced towards Hai Tian and the others. The marine monsters had the advantage under the sea. Now that several supreme beings joined forces, their power was shocking. Hai Tian's face changed drastically, and he was extremely frightened. Boom, boom. Several supreme beings joined forces, but they were still unable to stop the flood dragon and were sent flying. "Big brother, save me!" Hai Tian screamed in fear. Rip. Hai Yu stepped out and appeared beside Hai Tian. He activated his embryonic domain, and a huge battle axe appeared in his hand. He swung the axe. Clang. The axe collided with the black flood dragon's claw, and a shocking force was released. The force formed a storm that swept out, and some of the weaker supreme beings could not stand steadily. Hai Yu was also in existence who had awakened a level 9 divine bloodline. His battle strength was shocking, and he was not weaker than the flood dragon. Even at the bottom of the sea, he was not much weaker. When the two collided, the flood dragon and Hai Yu's bodies shook slightly, and they retreated a few steps. "There's actually an expert like you, but this is the bottom of the sea. Stay here." The black flood dragon roared and attacked Hai Yu. "Bring Hai Tian into the spatial tunnel. I'll block them." Hai Yu ordered the other supreme beings, and then used bloodline fusion to fight the flood dragon. Splash. Chapter 1286. They were more than 300,000 meters deep at the bottom of the sea. An ordinary spiritual god would probably be crushed to death by the seawater, not to mention stirring the seawater. However, the battle between Hai Yu and the Flood Dragon Supreme could actually stir the seawater within a radius of tens of thousands of meters. It was obvious how terrifying their combat strength was. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged more than 10 moves. Is this the power of a 9th grade divine rank bloodline and a 90% divine beast bloodline? Their strength is indeed shocking. Lu Ming mixed in the crowd and casually fought with a demon beast. However, his gaze was fixed on the battle between Hai Yu and the Flood Dragon Supreme. Lu Ming was rather solemn at the combat power of the duo. Lu Ming felt that even if he unleashed his full strength now, he would probably not be a match for Hai Yu or the Flood Dragon Supreme. The main reason was that his cultivation was too far away from theirs. If his cultivation broke through to the perfection stage of the spiritual god realm, he was confident that he could fight and even suppress them. But now, he was still a little short. The gap between the 9th level of the spiritual god realm to the perfection stage of the spiritual god realm and the spirit god realm to the sovereign realm was getting bigger and bigger. It was too difficult to surmount. With Lu Ming's current combat strength, it was more than enough to deal with or even suppress those sovereigns who had awakened a 6th grade divine rank bloodline. However, they were only the most ordinary sovereigns. The higher their bloodline, the stronger their combat strength, and the more difficult it would be to deal with them. Let's go! After watching for a while, Lu Ming had a rough understanding of Hai Yu and the Flood Dragon's supreme strength. Then, he casually killed a sea demon at the perfection stage of the spiritual god realm and followed the crowd into the spatial tunnel. The space changed. In the next moment, Lu Ming felt the pressure around him lighten, and the true yuan in his body circulated quickly. There's no seawater here, nor is there any pressure from the seawater. This was Lu Ming's first reaction. Then, Lu Ming looked around. At this moment he was standing in the void. He could clearly see that there was seawater all around him, but it was separated by a layer of transparent material that kept the seawater outside. It was the same in all directions. There seemed to be a layer of restriction that kept the seawater out. There was a spatial rift in the sky. It was the spatial tunnel. Lu Ming and the others had come in through that spatial tunnel. That is, in Ancient City. Then, Lu Ming looked ahead. This area was completely occupied by a vast ancient city. An ancient city stood in front of them. It was filled with an ancient aura, as if it had crossed over from the ancient era. The ancient city was vast. At a glance, one could see that it stretched for hundreds of thousands of li. To think that there was such an ancient city hidden at a depth of more than 300,000 meters under the sea. At this moment, some people were already flying towards the ancient city. Clearly, this ancient city was very likely their final destination. The pure spirit body technique was very likely to be hidden in this ancient city. However, Lu Ming saw a strange scene. When some people flew above the ancient city, it was as if they could not fly, or they were affected by a powerful gravitational force. They could not stay in the air and quickly descended into the ancient city. It seems like you can't fly in this ancient city. Lu Ming's heart stirred. Suddenly, the space around Lu Ming trembled, and several figures appeared. Hai Yu, one of them was Hai Yu. Most of the remaining ones were sea monsters, such as the Flood Dragon Sovereign. Kill! The moment the Flood Dragon Sovereign appeared, he wanted to kill Hai Yu. However, Hai Yu was not in the mood to fight. He took a step forward and flew towards the ancient city. Lu Ming did not hesitate either. He used his movement technique and flew towards the ancient city. Kill all these humans. The Flood Dragon Sovereign ordered and chased after the ancient city with the sea monsters. When Lu Ming flew above the ancient city, there was indeed an extremely powerful gravitational force. Even with Lu Ming's cultivation, it was difficult for him to maintain flight. He could not help but fall below the ancient city. Lu Ming landed on a street in the ancient city. Hai Yu and the others landed on another street. As soon as he landed on the street, Lu Ming's expression changed slightly. At this moment, he felt the bloodline of the prison-suppressing monument trembling slightly. Lu Ming realized that when he stepped on the ground, he seemed to be able to fuse with the earth with the help of the bloodline of the prison-suppressing monument. At this moment, he felt that the earth concept seemed to be restless, as if it could break through at any time. This ancient city is 300,000 meters below the sea. It's close to the earth's core. When I step on the ground here, it resonates with the earth. I can clearly sense the earth concept. Lu Ming thought in his heart and guessed the general reason. Perhaps this is an opportunity for me to break through to the peak of the 4th level of the earth concept. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with anticipation. If his earth concept broke through to the peak of the 4th level, Lu Ming could continue to devour and refine origin stones and break through to the peak of the spirit god realm. Then, the next step would be to comprehend the embryonic form of the domain and break through to the sovereign realm. Boom, boom. Not far away, there was a rumbling sound. It was obvious that someone was fighting. Let's go. Even if there is a pure spiritual body cultivation technique, it must be in the depths of the ancient city. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He took a step forward and rushed towards the depths of the ancient city. Suddenly, a shrill scream came from in front of Lu Ming. Could it be that someone is killing each other? Lu Ming raised his eyebrows and continued to move forward. Not long after, another shrill scream rang out. The scream contained despair and terror, and it caused one's entire body to go cold. It doesn't sound like the scream of someone killing each other. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He couldn't help but be careful. He also slowed down his speed. Suddenly, Lu Ming felt a chilly wind blowing on his body, making his hair stand on end. Be careful, Dandan suddenly warned. At the same time, Lu Ming also felt a cold aura approaching him from behind. Lu Ming suddenly turned around and threw out a punch. Boom! The fist energy pierced through the space and a pitch-black space tunnel appeared. However, there was nothing. Lu Ming didn't see anything or any living thing. However, at this moment, Lu Ming felt a cold aura on his neck that was getting closer to him. Swoosh! Lu Ming's palm was like a blade. He slashed out horizontally and swept in all directions. However, when his palm swept across, it was still empty. There was nothing. What the hell is this? Dandan, did you notice? Lu Ming frowned and looked around carefully, but he still found nothing. I didn't notice it either, Lu Ming. This place is very strange. It should be the residence of a powerful existence. Dandan said. You don't have to tell me that. Lu Ming curled his lips. To be able to move an ancient city to a place 300,000 meters deep under the sea, even an ordinary emperor couldn't do it. Only a terrifying existence could do it. How could the residence of such a powerhouse be ordinary? At this moment, another scream came from ahead. It was extremely shrill. Who cares what it is? Since it doesn't dare to appear, I'll continue forward. Lu Ming's eyes were bright. The dragon power in his body erupted. He was ready to fight at any time and stepped forward. In the ancient city, screams could be heard from time to time. What the hell is this? Get out here. Chapter 1287. But there was nothing. Some of the weaker cultivators were trembling in fear, feeling like they were going crazy. Whoosh whoosh, gusts of cold wind blew in the ancient city. Trying to mystify us. Some of the Supreme Being experts snorted coldly. They covered their bodies with true essence and strode forward, passing through the streets. Lu Ming also strode forward, but strangely, Lu Ming did not see a single corpse along the way. Screams could be heard from time to time, but not a single corpse could be seen. Lu Ming could not help but look at the mansions and palaces on both sides of the street. The doors of these palaces were tightly shut, and they were full of mystery. Lu Ming took a step and rushed up the high wall of one of the palaces, looking inside. At one glance, Lu Ming raised his eyebrows. Inside the palaces was a small courtyard, and the courtyard was filled with skeletons. There was also a corpse lying in the courtyard. Its eyes were wide open, and there was still fear in them, but there was no sign of life. As expected, there is something wrong with these palaces. Lu Ming looked at the door in front of the courtyard. The door was open, and it was dark inside. He could not see what was going on, as if a terrifying demon was hiding inside. Hell suppressing heaven's skill. Suddenly, Lu Ming roared and punched the air in front of him. Because at this moment, Lu Ming felt a dangerous aura descending. Boom! A phantom of the hell-suppressing monument appeared in Lu Ming's palm, as if it could suppress everything. The space trembled, and a black phantom appeared in front of Lu Ming. It seemed to be suppressed by the power of the hell-suppressing monument, and it was rapidly twisting. This is... Lu Ming's eyes were filled with surprise. This was a black shadow that did not seem to have a physical body. It was just a phantom with a ferocious face. Under the power of the hell-suppressing monument, it was twisting crazily, and it was even screaming. The black shadow twisted and screamed, as if it wanted to pounce on Lu Ming. Resentment. This is resentment. Dandan said with a frown on her face. What is resentment? Lu Ming asked. According to my conjecture, the owner of this ancient city must have died with extreme unwillingness. His cultivation base was extremely high, and before he died, he produced a terrifying amount of resentment. After that, there were people who came after him who were killed by his resentment, resulting in even more resentment. These resentment are all incomparably terrifying and formless, making them extremely difficult to kill. Dandan explained. There's actually such a strange thing in this world. Lu Ming frowned. He increased the power of the suppressing hell skill, and the suppressing hell monument trembled. The black shadow twisted and then collapsed. He's not that strong? Lu Ming pursed his lips. Lu Ming, don't be so smug. That's because you have the bloodline of the prison-suppressing steel, and you obtained a fragment of it. The prison-suppressing steel can suppress everything, especially evil things. That's why you were able to suppress and kill it. If you used other methods, it would be very difficult to kill a wisp of resentment. Dandan glanced at Lu Ming in disdain. I see. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Lu Ming, you have to be careful. That wisp of resentment was produced by someone who came after him. If you encounter the resentment produced by the owner of this place, it won't be so easy to deal with it. Dandan warned. Lu Ming nodded. He did not stop here and continued to walk deeper into the ancient city. From time to time, he could hear miserable screams. Such a strange thing made many people afraid. Many experts gathered together, helping each other and working together. This way, the situation was much better, and there were fewer miserable screams. The group continued forward and soon reached the center of the ancient city. In the center of the ancient city, there was a large group of palaces. It was like a palace, and there were countless palaces. Buzz. At this moment, a beam of light shot out from the depths of the palaces. Everyone saw a jade talisman in the beam of light. Could that be the cultivation method of a pure spirit body? Many people's eyes lit up. It must be. The cultivation method of a pure spirit body is mine. Get lost, it's mine. Many people's eyes were burning with passion as they rushed in the direction of the palaces. The pure spirit body is mine in the end. An old man in a black robe had a greedy look in his eyes. He had been waiting for this day for a long time. He was the one who distributed all the maps. His goal was to find the cultivation method of a pure spirit body. With a flicker of his body, he scuttled out like a ghost. The cultivation method of a pure spirit body belongs to the Sea Conqueror's residence. Hai Tian, Hai Yu, and the others also rushed madly into the palaces. The treasures of the ancestral land belong to the Sea Demon clan. Flood Dragon Prime roared and led the experts of the Sea Demon clan into the depths of the palaces. Lu Ming did not rush in immediately. Lu Ming, you have to be careful. The resentment in the palaces is very strong. It's very scary, Dandan said. Lu Ming nodded. He followed behind everyone and dashed in slowly. Sure enough, many people rushed into the palaces and let out miserable screams. What the hell is that? Kill! The group of palaces was in a mess. The fledgling domain is useful against it. Kill it with the fledgling domain. A supreme being shouted. Lu Ming saw a supreme being using the fledgling domain to cover an area. In the fledgling domain, the black shadow formed by the resentment appeared and was finally destroyed by the fledgling domain. After discovering the secret, the supreme beings used the fledgling domain to cover an area and destroy the resentment. In an instant, the situation reversed. Many supreme beings rushed towards the jade token. Lu Ming followed behind and did not act rashly. It's mine. Among the palaces, an old man in a black robe was the fastest. He flashed like a ghost and was the first to approach the jade token. He tapped his foot on one of the palaces and soared into the sky, grabbing the jade pendant. How dare you? You're courting death. Hai Yu shouted. Get lost. Supreme Being Flood Dragon also roared. The other Supreme Beings also rushed over. I was the one who distributed the map. The cultivation method of the pure spirit body belongs to me. The old man in the black robe laughed, and a terrifying aura spread out from his body. There was no doubt that the old man in the black robe was a supreme being. Moreover, he was not an ordinary supreme being. The bloodline that he had awakened was definitely not weak. The old man in the black robe was about to grab the jade token. At this moment, The old man in the black robe suddenly widened his eyes and revealed a look of shock. In the end, he roared angrily, "Get out of here! Get out! Get out of here!" Then, the old man in the black robe let out a shrill roar. The power in his body erupted crazily. Some of the palaces in the ancient city collapsed and turned into dust under this power. What's going on? Many people were shocked and could not help but stop in their tracks, not daring to go forward. Chapter 1288. It was obvious that the black-robed old man had suffered a terrifying attack. Judging from the strength that the black-robed old man had, it was definitely terrifying. He was close to High Yu and Flood Dragon Supreme. However, even with such strength, he was still in a miserable state. The black-robed old man shouted as he tumbled in the air, attacking randomly. Then, everyone was shocked to find that the black-robed old man's body was shriveling, as if the vitality in his body was slowly disappearing. At the same time, a black shadow appeared around the black-robed old man's body. It was twisted and ferocious. It was that kind of resentment. It's that damn thing again. Why is this one so strong? What the hell is that? Someone's voice trembled. Squeak, squeak. The black shadow let out an ear-piercing sound and suddenly drilled into the black-robed old man's body. The black-robed old man let out an incomparably mournful scream, then stopped struggling. The vitality in his body had completely disappeared. His eyes were wide open, filled with shock, disbelief, and unwillingness. He racked his brains and spent dozens of years, but he still couldn't find the cultivation method of a pure spirit body. In the end, he made up his mind and made hundreds of copies of the map, hoping to borrow the help of others to find the cultivation method of a pure spirit body. Seeing that he was about to reach the final step, the cultivation method of the pure spiritual body was about to fall into his hands. His long-cherished wish was about to be fulfilled, but he had inexplicably died here. How could he be willing to accept this? After the black-robed old man died, the twisted black shadow reappeared and looked ferociously at High Yu, Flood Dragon Supreme and the others, causing them to feel a chill in their hearts. I'm afraid that this thing is only at the embryonic stage of a domain. I suggest that we work together to destroy this damn thing first, then fight for the Jade Token with our own abilities. How about that? High Yu suggested as he looked at Flood Dragon Supreme. The only person he was afraid of here was Flood Dragon Supreme. Alright, I'll work together with you guys first, Flood Dragon Supreme said. Flood Dragon Supreme was also afraid of that resentment. What about you guys? High Yu looked at the other Supremes. I'm willing. Of course I'm willing. The other Supremes nodded. Alright, then let's join hands and unleash the embryonic form of our domains. Let's go. High Yu shouted. He thrust out his palm and the embryonic form of his domain spread out at a speed visible to the naked eye, spreading towards the black shadow. Creak, creak. That black shadow seemed to be afraid of the fledgling domain. It squeaked and swayed its body, trying to dodge. Attack! The other Supremes, including the Supremes of the Sea Demon clan, also made their moves. Numerous embryonic domains spread out and permeated toward the black figure. There were more than 39 Heaven Supremes on the scene. They immediately set up their domains to seal off the place. The black figure had nowhere to run, and was soon enveloped by layers of domains. Creak, creak, the black figure let out a shriek. It was as if it had sunk into a quagmire, unable to move its body. Obliterate. Destroy. More than 30 Supremes roared. They controlled the embryonic form of their domains and unleashed a shocking destructive force, trying to obliterate the black figure. The black figure kept twisting and screaming, struggling with all its might. However, it was useless. It was trapped by the layers of domains. Under the destructive force, its body slowly shrank and was slowly obliterated. As time passed, the black figure became smaller and smaller. After a while, with a bang, the black shadow collapsed and turned into nothingness. The black figure was finally destroyed under the combined efforts of dozens of Supremes. This time, many greedy eyes stared at the jade pendant. After the black figure was destroyed, everyone's eyes naturally focused on the jade pendant. Creak, creak. Just as everyone was about to make their move, another ear-piercing sound was heard. This time, it wasn't just one or two, but a whole bunch of them. Squeaks and screams converged and sounded from all directions. Then, everyone saw in horror that many black figures flew out from the surrounding palaces. They were exactly the same as the previous one. At the same time, more and more black figures flew out from the palaces behind them. Countless black figures screamed and twisted. They were hideous and terrifying. Like a black storm, they swept towards everyone. At this moment, Yu, Supreme Flood Dragon, and the others turned pale. There was no trace of blood in their faces. Save me, big brother, save me. Especially Tion, he was so scared that he screamed. His whole body was trembling, and a foul smell came from his pants. It turned out that he was so scared that he wet himself. Charge out. Yu let out a roar and pulled Tion along as he madly charged outside. Charge. The others also charged out. At this moment, no one was thinking about the cultivation method of the pure spirit body. There was only one thing in their mind, and that was to charge out and save their lives. Boom, boom, boom. Everyone unleashed all kinds of attacks. Unfortunately, it was useless. Ordinary attacks were useless against those black figures. Only the embryonic form of a Supreme's domain was effective. Blood-curdling screams resounded. Many high-level spiritual god experts were entangled by the black figures and suffered terrifying attacks. Some people screamed as they were killed by the black figures. Those Supremes used their embryonic forms of domains to protect themselves and continuously charged out. Many smart spiritual god experts followed closely behind these Supremes and did their best to charge out. Countless black figures charged towards the group. Now! At this moment, Lu Ming suddenly turned around and rushed towards the jade token. He circulated the suppressing hell heavenly art and struck out with his palm. His palm carried the suppressing hell steel's shadow, and the suppressing hell steel's unique suppressive force erupted. Creak! Several black figures screamed under Lu Ming's palm and the suppressing hell heavenly art. They were constantly twisting and seemed to be in great pain. Lu Ming punched out a few more times, and several black figures retreated far away. Lu Ming took large strides towards the jade token. As he charged, he continuously used the suppressing hell heavenly art. The suppressing hell heavenly art seemed to be the nemesis of those black figures. Wherever the suppressing hell heavenly art enveloped, those black figures retreated rapidly. What's going on? Some people widened their eyes in shock when they saw this scene. It's him, it's Lu Ming. He can restrain those black figures. Someone shouted as he recognized Lu Ming. Damn it, big brother, it's him, it's that Lu Ming. Tion also saw this scene and shouted in jealousy. Let's leave this place first. Even if he can get the jade token, he can't get out of here. Yu snorted coldly and led Tion out with the help of other Supremes from the Sea Suppressing Hell Marshal's residence. Of course, this was also because Lu Ming had attracted a large number of black figures when he rushed towards the jade token. This reduced the pressure on Yu and the others by a lot. Otherwise, they might not have been able to rush out. Chapter 1289. As for Lu Ming, he was getting closer and closer to the jade pendant. The closer he was to the jade pendant, the more irritated the black shadows became. They screamed with all their might and rushed towards Lu Ming without any regard for their lives. Some of the black shadows were extremely powerful and could pose a fatal threat to supreme beings. Lu Ming could not repel them even with the Hell-Suppressing Heaven skill. Hell-Suppressing Steel. Lu Ming's spine glowed and the bloodline of the Hell-Suppressing Steel appeared. Lu Ming performed the bloodline fusion and turned into the bloodline of the Hell-Suppressing Steel. Below, the word, steel, emitted a dazzling light and the suppressive force was greatly enhanced. Boom! The Hell-Suppressing Steel grew as big as a mountain and pressed down on the black shadows. Squeak, squeak, squeak. With a series of screams, the black shadows were enveloped by the Hell-Suppressing Steel and distorted rapidly. Then they collapsed and disappeared from the world like black smoke. Even the black shadows that could pose a threat to supreme beings were the same. Under the suppression of the Hell-Suppressing Steel, they could not resist for long and also turned into black smoke. Swoosh! The Hell-Suppressing Steel's bloodline vibrated and the suppressive force exploded. A large number of black shadows turned into ashes. Lu Ming was not hindered at all and flew towards the jade pendant. In a few breaths, Lu Ming was close to the jade pendant. The hell-suppressing steel shrunk and turned back into Lu Ming's appearance. It stretched out its hand and grabbed the jade pendant. Bang! At this moment, the jade pendant suddenly exploded, turning into green smoke and dissipating. What's going on? Lu Ming's face changed and became gloomy. Could it be that everything was fake? The cultivation method of the pure spirit body was fake? Was it all a scam? They were tricked into coming here and there was nothing? Thinking of this, Lu Ming's face turned even uglier. Lu Ming suddenly looked at a palace below. There, in the courtyard of a palace, a figure was sitting cross-legged. It was a middle-aged man. He looked like a living person, very lifelike. However, Lu Ming scanned with his spiritual consciousness and knew that this person did not have any vitality and had died many years ago. However, this person's cultivation was too strong and his physical body was strong. Even after so many years, his physical body did not decompose. This person might be the owner of this place. Lu Ming's heart moved as he guessed. At the thought of this, Lu Ming landed in the courtyard. However, Lu Ming did not dare to let his guard down. He was on his guard and at the same time, he called Bubbles out to squat on his shoulder. If anything went wrong, he could make use of Bubbles' space-time ability to escape quickly. However, after careful observation, there was nothing out of the ordinary. Moreover, when Lu Ming landed in this courtyard, the black shadows above all stopped and did not continue to pursue Lu Ming. Lu Ming observed for a while and looked disappointed. Apparently, this powerful cultivator's storage ring had been taken away after his death. He did not leave anything behind. Initially, Lu Ming thought that he would be able to obtain the cultivation method of a pure spirit body. However, it seemed impossible. Lu Ming was stunned because the middle-aged man's forehead began to glow. Then, a jade token emerged from the middle-aged man's forehead and floated above his head. When the jade token appeared, the middle-aged man's corpse exploded with a bang, turning into a pile of ashes that drifted away with the wind and disappeared between heaven and earth. There was only one jade token floating in the courtyard. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He condensed his vital essence and condensed it into a big hand. He grabbed the jade token and held it in his hand. Is this the cultivation method of the pure spirit body? Lu Ming's heart pounded. He scanned the jade token with his spiritual consciousness. In the next moment, Lu Ming's face revealed a look of surprise. Yes, the jade token really did record a secret method. The cultivation method of the pure spirit body. Cultivating the pure spirit body would give one part of the power of the pure spirit body. Moreover, with the foundation of the pure spirit body, it would be much easier to cultivate the pure spirit body in the future. It was exactly the same as the rumors in the outside world. Lu Ming was ecstatic. If he cultivated the pure spirit body, his combat strength would definitely increase greatly. It would be much easier for him to break through to become a ruler in the future. Also, the cultivation method of the pure spirit body could be regarded as an important inheritance. In the future, his family and friends could cultivate it. In that way, the chances of them breaking through to become a ruler would be much higher. This trip wasn't in vain. Lu Ming laughed out loud. He carefully read the cultivation method of the pure spirit body again and memorized the contents. Then he carefully put the jade token away. Following that, he looked around the hall and did not find anything else. Lu Ming soared into the sky and planned to leave. When the middle-aged man's body turned into ashes, the black shadows in the world also turned into wisps of black smoke and disappeared into the world as if they had never been there. Swoosh! Lu Ming soared into the sky and landed on the roof of a hall. Then he ran out of the ancient city. Soon he had run more than half the distance and was getting closer to the exit. Swoosh! 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 At this moment, the sound of the air being torn apart was heard. Figures appeared in front of Lu Ming and blocked his path. There were a total of 10 people. One of them was Hai Tian, and the other was Hai Yu. The other 8 were all Supreme Being powerhouses brought by Hai Tian and Hai Yu. The 9 Supreme Beings blocked Lu Ming's path. Lu Ming, hand over the cultivation method of the pure spirit body. Hai Tian stared greedily at Lu Ming. If the cultivation method of the pure spirit body fell into the hands of a great force like the Sea Suppression Marshal's residence, it would definitely play a terrifying role. There would be many more powerhouses and even more rulers. Who said that I've obtained the cultivation method of the pure spirit body? Lu Ming replied indifferently. He did not admit that he had obtained the cultivation method of the pure spirit body. Is there any use in quibbling? I clearly saw you rushing towards the jade pendant. You must have gotten it. Hand it over immediately. Otherwise, we'll kill you and take your storage ring. It's the same. Hai Tian shouted coldly. As for the fact that Lu Ming had attracted a large number of black shadows and allowed them to escape, he did not care at all. In his opinion, Lu Ming attracting the black shadows and letting them escape was something Lu Ming should do. It was Lu Ming's honor. Now, Lu Ming had to hand over the cultivation method of the pure spirit body. Otherwise, he would die. The cultivation method of the pure spirit body belongs to our sea demon tribe. At this moment, a loud roar was heard. One by one, tall figures rushed over and appeared behind Lu Ming, surrounding Lu Ming. It was the Flood Dragon Supreme Being and the other Supreme Being powerhouses of the Sea Demon tribe. There were a total of 10 of them. Now, the Sea Demon tribe had turned into human form, but the tyrannical aura on them was terrifying. Damn it! Hai Yu and the others growled. They looked at the Flood Dragon Supreme Being and the others with some fear. This person is a human. The cultivation method of the pure spirit body he obtained should belong to us humans. Chapter 1290. Ah, what a joke. This is the ancestral land of the sea demon race. The cultivation method of the pure spiritual body naturally belongs to the sea demon race. The Supreme Flood Dragon laughed as he stared at Hai Yu coldly. His powerful aura locked onto Lu Ming. Hai Yu did the same. He released his aura and stared at the Supreme Flood Dragon. In their eyes, their greatest enemy was each other. As for Lu Ming, although he was strong, he was alone. They didn't take him seriously at all. Lu Ming, why aren't you handing over the cultivation method of the pure spiritual body? Hurry up and hand it over. I can let bygones be bygones for beating up my brother. Hai Yu shouted coldly. He was slowly losing his patience. Haha, do you really think you can take me down? Lu Ming sneered. Are you still thinking of resisting? Let me tell you, you're courting death. Hai Yu shouted. He wasn't trying to let Lu Ming go out of kindness. He was just afraid that Lu Ming would fight back and give the sea demon race an opportunity. Is that so? Lu Ming's lips curled up slightly. Suddenly, he pounced towards one of the Supremes from the Sea Conqueror's residence. Roar! In the process of pouncing, the 9 dragon forces in Lu Ming's body erupted. At the same time, the third bloodline appeared and a powerful force surged into Lu Ming's body. Boom! Lu Ming threw a punch towards the Supremes. The suppressing prison steel's bloodline vaguely appeared. The Supremes were shocked. He obviously didn't expect Lu Ming to suddenly attack him under such circumstances. In a hurry, he tried his best to fight back. But when the two of them exchanged blows, the Supremes from the Sea Conqueror's residence trembled violently. He retreated rapidly and spat out blood from his mouth. With Lu Ming's current strength, it was easy for him to suppress an ordinary Supremes. Moreover, the Supremes weren't prepared at all. After injuring the other party with one move, Lu Ming bellowed and stepped forward. The 9 dragons' bloodline appeared above his head. Lu Ming performed bloodline fusion and transformed into 9 dragons. The dragon claws stepped out and shattered the void. The terrifying pressure caused the Paragon's heart to tremble. He hurriedly used bloodline fusion, hoping to block Lu Ming. However, it was all in vain. Lu Ming's dragon claws slashed down continuously, breaking apart the opponent's bloodline power, causing his bloodline body to collapse and reverting back to human form. The dragon claws did not stop and continued to claw downwards. No, that person roared, and in the next instant, the dragon claw reached into his dantian. A violent power tore his body apart, and even his spiritual deity was torn to shreds. Both body and soul were destroyed. A supreme martial artist was annihilated in a few moves by Lu Ming when he launched an attack. Fast, too fast. It was so fast that Hai Yu and the others only reacted now. "You're courting death." Hai Yu let out a furious roar, and the battle axe in his hand chopped down at the 9 dragons' heads. This axe seemed to be able to split the heavens and earth. Its power was shocking. The pitch-black axe radiance instantly chopped down on the 9 dragons' heads. Hell's suppressing heaven's skill. Thunder God Strike. A few of the 9 dragons' claws activated the Hell suppressing heaven skill, while the other dragon claws executed Thunder God Strike. Lightning filled the sky, forming a lightning phoenix that danced in the air, pouncing towards Hai Yu's battle axe. Boom, boom, boom. After a few consecutive explosions, the 9 dragon claws landed on the battle axe. With each explosion, Lu Ming's body trembled slightly. After 9 explosions, Lu Ming was forced back 9 steps. Hai Yu's battle strength was too strong. He had awakened a 9th-grade divine bloodline. Such a person was a peerless genius, and he could easily jump levels to fight. He was invincible among those of the same level. Moreover, his cultivation was far above Lu Ming's. He could force Lu Ming to retreat without using bloodline fusion. This showed how terrifying his battle strength was. When Hai Yu saw that Lu Ming was able to block his attack, his killing intent exploded. With a loud roar, he held onto his battle axe and launched a barrage of attacks at Lu Ming. Ting, ting, ting. The 9 dragons stepped in the air, and every inch of his muscles was a weapon. He could use the Hell-suppressing heaven skill to fight against Hai Yu. The terrifying force shattered the ancient city below. Many palaces were reduced to ashes by the force of the force. In an instant, the two exchanged more than 10 blows. Although Lu Ming was at a disadvantage, he wouldn't be defeated in a short time. "Let's attack together." Hai Yu ordered the other Supremes in the sea-suppressing Marshal's residence. At this moment, Supreme Flood Dragon and the rest were watching from afar. They did not make a move. This made Hai Yu feel extremely pressured. He wanted to kill Lu Ming quickly and seize the cultivation method of the pure spirit body to prevent any undue delay. Push, push, push. The other Supremes also made their moves. Powerful attacks tore through the void and landed on Lu Ming. At the same time, a huge battle axe appeared above Hai Yu's head. This was his bloodline. 9 golden chakras shone brightly. Hai Yu turned into a beam of light and entered his bloodline. He used bloodline fusion and turned into a battle axe. He slashed at Lu Ming with even more power. The lightning cauldron appeared above Lu Ming's head. It expanded rapidly and collided with Hai Yu's battle axe. Clang! The lightning cauldron and the battle axe collided. The space rippled like water, and thousands of lightning bolts were triggered. The lightning cauldron firmly blocked Hai Yu's battle axe and even sent it flying. Then, the divine dragon swung its tail, and with a sweep of its 9 tails, it destroyed the attacks of several Supremes. "Kill!" Then, Lu Ming roared and stepped out with his dragon claw. In the sky, 3 sealed doors suddenly appeared and enveloped a Supreme Being. Then, he controlled the lightning cauldron and smashed it at the Supreme Being. The Supreme Being didn't even have time to scream. He was directly submerged by the lightning cauldron and shattered into pieces in the sea of lightning. Another Supreme Being was killed. "Ah, damn it. Lu Ming, you must die today." Hai Yu roared crazily. The Supreme Beings of the sea-suppressing Marshal's residence were killed one after another. He was about to go crazy. The battle axe vibrated and split the heaven and earth. It slashed at Lu Ming with terrifying power. Clang! Lu Ming continued to block with the lightning cauldron and the battle axe. However, the battle axe was also sent flying. Push! Dragon Claw stepped on the air. Lu Ming didn't continue to fight. Instead, he rushed out. After all, there were too many opponents. Lu Ming planned to leave this place first. "It's about time. Let's attack. We can't let this kid escape." Not far away, the Flood Dragon Supreme, who had been watching the battle, said. At the same time, his body changed rapidly and turned into a black flood dragon that was 1,000 meters long. He pounced at Lu Ming. The other sea demons also turned into their true forms and attacked Lu Ming. With so many Supreme Beings attacking together, a pile of embryonic domains appeared and sealed the surroundings, completely blocking Lu Ming's escape route. especially the Flood Dragon Supreme. He was extremely powerful and wasn't any weaker than Hai Yu. With so many people attacking together, Lu Ming felt a terrifying pressure. Kill! Hai Yu yelled as well. Together with Supreme Flood Dragon and the rest, they charged towards Lu Ming. Bubble! At this moment, Lu Ming called out softly. Chirp chirp. Chapter 1291. The 10 Supremes, including the Flood Dragon Supreme, were instantly frozen in the air, unable to move. This is the space-time concept. The Flood Dragon Supreme and the others roared in their hearts, their faces filled with fear. Kill! Lu Ming roared. His dragon claw stepped on the air and instantly appeared in front of a huge octopus. His dragon claw grabbed the octopus's 8 tentacles and tore it apart. The octopus let out a blood-curdling scream as its body was torn apart, dying on the spot. After killing another supreme martial artist, Lu Ming didn't stop at all and continued to kill the next one. This time, Lu Ming targeted Supreme Flood Dragon and charged toward him. Hai Yu and the others' attacks arrived from behind. Lu Ming controlled the lightning cauldron and attacked Hai Yu and the others. Mouth whirled. At the same time, Dandan also made its move. Its body became taller than a mountain as it spat out a ball of chaotic light from its mouth. It was like a real world. Dandan cooperated with the lightning cauldron and successfully blocked Hai Yu and the Supremes from the sea-suppressing Marshal's residence. As for Lu Ming, he continued to attack the Flood Dragon Supreme. He had to end the battle quickly. The power of the bubble's space-time imprisonment was limited. It couldn't hold on for long if it imprisoned so many Supremes at once. The 9 dragon claws were about to grab the Flood Dragon Supreme. Dragon Mark Sword. At this moment, the Flood Dragon Supreme let out a roar and spat out a black battle sword. This black battle sword had a true dragon coiling around it, and there were dragon patterns engraved on it. As soon as the battle sword appeared, Sword Chi soared into the sky. It slightly trembled and slashed towards the transparent bubble. With a puff, the transparent bubble cracked. As soon as the bubble cracked, the terrifying Sword Chi seemed to have broken free from its restraints and slashed towards Lu Ming. Not good, it's an Emperor's spiritual weapon. Lu Ming's face changed. He didn't dare to face it head-on. He executed the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps and quickly retreated, avoiding the terrifying Sword Chi. Kill! The Flood Dragon Sovereign controlled the Dragon Vein Sword and continued to attack Lu Ming. Sword Chi swept out in all directions. Lu Ming could only control the lightning cauldron to resist. With a clang, the lightning cauldron shook, and the lightning that filled the sky was cut apart. The lightning cauldron was sent flying. An Emperor-grade spirit weapon. The Dragon Vein Sword used by the Flood Dragon Sovereign was an Emperor-level spiritual weapon. It was the Emperor-level spiritual weapon among spiritual weapons. It was a top-notch existence with terrifying power. Most importantly, a ruler spirit armament contained a domain. When a sovereign activated the domain within the ruler spirit armament with their own embryonic domain, the power would be even more astonishing. Back then, with Yen Kuangtu's supreme position and the Emperor's spirit tower, the combat strength he displayed was comparable to the weakest emperor. On the other hand, Yen Kuangtu had only awakened a level 8 divine bloodline, which was weaker than Flood Dragon Sovereigns. Naturally, his battle strength was also weaker than Flood Dragon Sovereigns. In other words, with the help of a ruler's spirit weapon, the power unleashed by the Flood Dragon Supreme had completely reached the level of a ruler. In fact, it had even surpassed that of an ordinary ruler. Chirp chirp, a transparent bubble appeared, enveloping the Flood Dragon Sovereign and the others within. They were frozen in place once again. Break for me! Flood Dragon Sovereign frantically activated the Dragon Vein Sword, wanting to break free from the bubble's imprisonment. However, no matter how strong his battle strength was, it would still take some time for him to break free from the bubble. This amount of time was more than enough for Lu Ming. Lu Ming charged towards a Shark Sovereign. That Shark Sovereign couldn't move at all under the bubble's shroud. His body was torn apart by Lu Ming's dragon claws, and he died on the spot. Another supreme martial artist was killed. Bang! At this moment, Flood Dragon Sovereign finally broke free from the transparent bubble and charged towards Lu Ming with a furious roar. Lu Ming retreated. He didn't want to clash head-on with Flood Dragon Sovereign. All of you spread out. If anyone is trapped, help each other. Flood Dragon Sovereign yelled. The other Sea Demon Sovereigns spread out and attacked Lu Ming from afar. Their attacks tore through the void and headed towards Lu Ming. Die! At this moment, a cold voice rang out. A terrifying attack headed towards Lu Ming. The terrifying attack completely enveloped Lu Ming. At this moment, Lu Ming's hair stood on end. He felt the threat of death. Hai Yu had originally used bloodline fusion to transform into a battle axe. However, at this moment, another battle axe appeared beside Hai Yu's battle axe, emitting an extremely terrifying aura. An Emperor's spiritual weapon. Another Emperor's spiritual weapon. Hai Yu also wielded an Emperor's spiritual weapon. With his cultivation, the might of his Emperor's spiritual weapon wasn't any weaker than Flood Dragon Sovereign's. Previously, he had been holding back and didn't use his Emperor's spiritual weapon. He was waiting for an opportunity to launch a fatal attack. With this attack, he wanted to kill Lu Ming in one fell swoop. This attack was indeed well grasped. In a hurry, Lu Ming controlled the Thunder Cauldron to block. However, Lu Ming's cultivation was still weak. Although the Thunder Cauldron was strong, it couldn't exert much of its power. It was slashed by the battle axe and flew far away. The battle axe didn't stop and continued to slash at Lu Ming. Nest, watch me. Dandan shouted and retracted its limbs into its turtle shell. The turtle shell shone and flew out to block the battle axe. Clang. The battle axe slashed at the turtle shell and sent Dandan flying far away. However, after Dandan's block, Lu Ming had won an opportunity. Using the 9 Dragons' heaven-stomping steps, Lu Ming retreated like a stream of light, avoiding Hai Yu's fatal attack. At the same time, Bubble opened its mouth and spat out a transparent bubble that enveloped Hai Yu. Hai Yu roared and controlled his Emperor's spiritual weapon to attack the transparent bubble with all his might. At the same time, the attacks of Flood Dragon Sovereign and the other Sea Demons arrived. With so many Supremes and the 2 strongest Supremes with Emperor's spiritual weapons, Lu Ming was exhausted and was at a complete disadvantage. Moreover, the other party had learned their lesson. Everyone was spread out far away. Bubble's conception of time and space could not cover such a large area. At once, it could only cover 1 or 2 people. Seeing that one person had been enveloped and imprisoned, Lu Ming wanted to kill him, but the others immediately came to his rescue. More than a dozen terrifying attacks pierced through the void and attacked Lu Ming, giving him no time to kill the others. As a result, even if Lu Ming, Dandan, and Bubble worked together, they were still very passive and were no match for the other party. The situation was very critical. There were too many people on the other side. In total, there were nearly 20 Supremes, and 2 of them were top-notch Supremes. Their combat strength was already terrifying, and with the addition of Emperor's spiritual weapons, it was like 2 rulers were attacking. With so many people working together, it was normal for Lu Ming and the others to be no match for them. If it were anyone else, even an ordinary ruler, they would not be a match for them and would be seriously injured. It was already shocking that Lu Ming could barely resist. However, if this continued, it would be more and more disadvantageous for Lu Ming. In the blink of an eye, another dozen or so moves had been exchanged. The light on the 9 Dragons' bloodline began to dim. His bloodline power is about to be exhausted. He's dead for sure. Hai Yu and the others were overjoyed. Bang! At this moment, the 9 Dragons' bloodline collapsed, but before Hai Yu, Flood Dragon Sovereign, and the others could smile, a stone tablet appeared and rapidly grew in size. Chapter 1292. Clang. The lower part of the suppressing steel's bloodline was the main body. It was invincible and blocked the Dragon Vein Sword's attack. Although it was sent flying, it wasn't destroyed. Yeah, my intent of Earth is about to break through. At this moment, Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Originally, when he entered the depths of the sea, his intent of Earth was already showing signs of loosening. After a series of battles, Lu Ming circulated his 5 intents to the extreme. In addition, Lu Ming was using the bloodline of the suppressing steel, which made him feel closer to the intent of Earth, as if he would break through at any moment. Buzz. Buzz. The prison suppressing steel vibrated. Together with Bubbles, Dandan, Haiyu, Supreme Flood Dragon, and the rest, Lu Ming unleashed all his abilities to the maximum. While fighting, Lu Ming was still comprehending the Earth concept. As long as he succeeded in comprehending the intent of Earth and broke through to the perfect fourth stage, Lu Ming's battle strength would also increase. Lu Ming would also have a greater chance of breaking out of the encirclement. Mountain Sea Slash. Haiyu roared. At this point in the battle, Haiyu had completely lost his patience. He unleashed his battle strength to the extreme, eager to kill Lu Ming. At this moment, he had already returned to his human form. Holding the emperor-grade giant axe in his hand, he constantly slashed at Lu Ming. Haiyu's main intent was the intent of Earth. When the axe slashed out, the terrifying pressure of the intent of Earth acted on Lu Ming's body, as if it wanted to break Lu Ming's body. However, Lu Ming wasn't shocked. Instead, he was happy. "I'll use you to help me break through." Lu Ming's eyes revealed a trace of ruthlessness. He controlled the lightning cauldron and charged at Haiyu. This time, Lu Ming didn't choose to retreat. Instead, he chose to fight Haiyu head-on. "Ha-dai!" Seeing Lu Ming charging at him, Haiyu was overjoyed. The power of the axe in his hand couldn't help but increase a little. Clang! The axe and the lightning cauldron clashed, causing a violent tremor. A terrifying force surged, causing Lu Ming's body to tremble violently as he retreated. "Dandan, Bubble, help me hold off the sea monsters for now." Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Dandan and Bubbles. Chirp chirp. Bubble waved its claws and nodded repeatedly, indicating that there was no problem. Dandan, on the other hand, was full of resentment. It kept muttering that it wanted Lu Ming to compensate it. However, Dandan and Bubble were indeed worthy of being one of the top 10 war beasts. Although they hadn't fully matured yet, they were able to unleash their full strength and cooperate with each other. Although they couldn't defeat the Flood Dragon Sovereign, they could still delay him for a short period of time. Lu Ming, on the other hand, was wholeheartedly focused on fighting Haiyu. He wanted to use the sea to break through the concept of Earth. Clang, clang, clang. Lu Ming used the lightning cauldron as a shield to block the other party's Emperor Spirit weapon and engaged in a great battle with Haiyu. Although Lu Ming was completely at a disadvantage, Haiyu couldn't kill Lu Ming for the time being. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged dozens of moves. Almost there, almost there. With the help of Haiyu's concept of Earth and his own body, Lu Ming felt that his understanding of the concept of Earth was constantly deepening, and he could break through at any time. Earth, all-inclusive, can give birth to life, give birth to all things, contain everything, thick and broad. Lu Ming's mind was constantly spinning with thoughts. At this time, many figures appeared in the distance where Lu Ming and the others were fighting. They were all people who had entered this place. They were watching from afar, and there were high-level spirit god experts and supreme being experts. At this moment, they were all incomparably shocked. Is that Lu Ming's battle strength? It's really shocking. The strongest youth expert is too strong. Even after Haiyu and the Flood Dragon Sovereign used their Emperor Spirit weapons, together with the cooperation of a dozen other supreme beings, they still couldn't take him down. Terrifying, too terrifying. Moreover, Lu Ming's two pets are also incomparably terrifying. The onlookers exclaimed in amazement. They looked at Lu Ming with astonishment. Of course, there were also supreme beings who had other thoughts. It seems like the pure spirit body cultivation method has fallen into Lu Ming's hands. The stronger Lu Ming is, the better. It's best if he and Haiyu and the others are both injured. At that time, I can sit back and reap the benefits. Some supreme beings thought. In fact, it wasn't only this supreme being who thought so. The other supreme beings also had the same thought. These supreme beings had all entered by themselves. At most, there were two of them working together. They weren't a match for Haiyu or the Flood Dragon Sovereign. If the pure spirit body cultivation method fell into the hands of Haiyu or the Flood Dragon Sovereign, they would have no hope at all. However, if Lu Ming could injure both of them, they would have some hope. How is this possible? How can Lu Ming be so strong? How can there be such a strong person in the younger generation? I can't accept it. Not far away, Hai Tian muttered to himself. His eyes were filled with jealousy. He was the most shocked. Lu Ming's battle strength had exceeded his imagination again and again. At this moment, on the 9th island in the sea, there was a sea of people. Many martial artists with low cultivation bases who couldn't go deep into the sea were waiting here. They couldn't go deep into the sea, so they waited here to see if there was a pure spirit body cultivation method and who could get it. Rip! At this moment, the space suddenly split open, and a figure stepped out from it. It was a gray-haired old man wearing a purple gold robe. As soon as he appeared, an earth-shattering aura spread out, making it difficult for people to breathe. It was as if there was a mountain pressing down on them. Sovereign, it's the sovereign. Judging from his attire, it's the sovereign of the sea-suppressing marshal's residence. The eldest son of the sea-suppressing marshal, Haiyu, is here personally. Now, even the sovereign is here. Many people exclaimed. They looked at the purple gold-robed old man with fear. Even the sovereign was here. After the purple gold-robed old man appeared, he casually glanced around. Then he stood calmly in the void and didn't enter the sea. In the depths of the sea, in the ancient city, Lu Ming and Haiyu exchanged a few blows. Lu Ming, we have to find a way to break out. We can't hold on any longer. Dandan shouted, waving its claws. All kinds of inscriptions spread out in the air, forming a large formation. At the same time, Dandan also used all kinds of martial arts, all of which were mysterious and dazzling. Almost done. Lu Ming's eyes became brighter and brighter. Suddenly, among the 5 intents on his body, the earthy yellow intents suddenly soared. Its power increased by a notch, surpassing the other 4 intents. The earth intent finally broke through and reached level 4 perfection. In this way, all 5 of Lu Ming's intents reached level 4 perfection. Clang. The 5 intents combined with the thunder cauldron and clashed with Haiyu. In the roar, Lu Ming retreated. But this time, Lu Ming retreated less than before. So what if you broke through? You're still going to die. Haiyu shouted, holding the battle axe, and continued to attack Lu Ming. Dandan, Bubbles, that's enough. Get ready to break out. Lu Ming transmitted to Dandan and Bubbles, preparing to let Bubbles use the space-time tunnel to break out. Chapter 1293. A token suddenly flew out from Lu Ming's body, floating above Lu Ming's head, emitting a blinding light. It was the Primordial Chaos Token. The token that suddenly appeared on Lu Ming's body was actually the Primordial Chaos Token. Why would the Primordial Chaos Token suddenly appear at this time? Lu Ming was bewildered. As soon as the Primordial Chaos Token appeared, the 5 types of concepts on Lu Ming's body took the initiative to wrap around the Primordial Chaos Token, making the Primordial Chaos Token shine even brighter. Bang! Haiyu's axe chopped down on the Primordial Chaos Token's light. The light did not move at all. Instead, it was Haiyu who was repelled by a powerful force, retreating again and again. Following that, the Primordial Chaos Token scattered a beam of light, enveloping Lu Ming inside. Lu Ming felt a powerful pulling force, wanting to pull Lu Ming to another place. What's going on? Lu Ming was alarmed. Rip. Suddenly, space trembled. Lu Ming felt the world spin. Everything before his eyes turned black, falling into boundless darkness. Lu Ming had a feeling that he seemed to be passing through the endless void, carrying out a void journey. After an unknown amount of time, Lu Ming felt that he had recovered his ability to move. In front of his eyes, there was also light shining into Lu Ming's eyes. Lu Ming subconsciously opened his eyes and looked around. Sure enough, the surrounding environment had changed. He was no longer in the ancient underwater city, but in a great hall. The great hall was tall and majestic. The surrounding walls were built with a kind of boulder, full of an ancient aura. Moreover, on the walls, there was a kind of chaotic fog floating. This kind of fog was something Lu Ming had never seen before, but it gave him a lofty and ancient feeling. Where is this? Did the Primordial Chaos Token bring me here? A series of questions appeared in Lu Ming's heart. Previously, the Primordial Chaos Token suddenly appeared on its own, emitting a blinding light. The reason why he appeared here was definitely related to the Primordial Chaos Token. But why would the Primordial Chaos Token suddenly have an abnormality and bring him here at that time? What was the reason? The more he thought about it, the more questions Lu Ming had. Also, Dandan and Bubbles were still in the ancient underwater city and didn't follow them. He didn't know if they would be in danger facing Hai Yu and the others. Dandan and Bubbles are both top 10 beasts. Their life-saving methods must be superb. They should be fine. Lu Ming consoled himself. Then, he carefully observed his surroundings. There was nothing in the empty hall. There was no one. There was only a huge door in front of the hall. It seemed to be a passageway. "Excuse me, is anyone here?" Lu Ming opened his mouth, but there was no one there. He didn't get any reply. Lu Ming frowned and asked again, but there was still no answer. Just when Lu Ming thought that there were no living creatures here, a voice suddenly sounded. "How many years has it been? Finally, someone has come." The voice was dry and ear-piercing, as if it was devoid of any emotions. "Senior, Junior Lu Ming, may I know why you brought me here?" Hearing the voice, Lu Ming's spirit was refreshed and he cupped his fists towards the void. "The primordial chaos token brought you here because you met the requirements." The dry voice sounded again. Then, in front of Lu Ming, the space rippled and a figure stepped out of it. "Huh!" Seeing this figure, Lu Ming was slightly taken aback. Because this figure was very strange. Although it was a middle-aged man, his whole body was khaki. Even his skin and hair were khaki, as if he was carved out of stone. However, this khaki man gave Lu Ming a feeling that he was vast and unfathomable. It was as if he was facing the world. Strong, this was definitely an incredible powerhouse. His strength was beyond Lu Ming's imagination. "You don't have to be surprised. I'm not a human. I'm just a puppet," the khaki man said. "Puppet?" Lu Ming was shocked. The khaki man was actually a puppet, but it seemed that he also had human thoughts and emotions. Moreover, his cultivation was unfathomable. This was actually a puppet. What kind of existence was this? Could he refine such a puppet? "Senior, may I ask where this place is? How did I appear here?" Lu Ming asked humbly. "This is the Primordial Chaos Sect, the Primordial Chaos Palace. Also, my name is 2E. The khaki man explained. "Primordial Chaos Sect, it's the Primordial Chaos Sect again." Lu Ming's eyes moved. In the Ruins of God, he had heard Dandan say that it was the Space-Time Spirit Palace, which also belonged to the Primordial Chaos Sect. And this place was also the Primordial Chaos Sect. Sure enough, the Battle of Providence was related to the Primordial Chaos Sect. "Senior 2E, is this place no longer in the Yuan realm?" Lu Ming asked. "Yes, this place is the Heaven Realm." Tu said. "The Heaven Realm?" Lu Ming was shocked. Just now, the Primordial Chaos token had brought him to the Heaven Realm. "You should have a lot of questions. I can explain it to you. You should have obtained the Primordial Chaos token through the Battle of Providence. There are not many people who can obtain the Primordial Chaos token. Only those who are considered to have great potential can obtain the Primordial Chaos token. And you should have cultivated 5 different types of wills of heaven and earth. Moreover, all 5 wills have reached the peak of the 4th level. Therefore, the Primordial Chaos token was activated and brought you to the Primordial Chaos Palace. Here, you will be tested. If you can pass the test, you will be able to obtain the Primordial Chaos Scripture and combine the 5 wills you have comprehended into one. From then on, you will transform into the Supreme Primordial Chaos concept." 2E explained in detail. Primordial Chaos concept? Is there really a Primordial Chaos concept in the world? Lu Ming was shocked and his eyes widened. He had also heard of the Primordial Chaos concept. It was a supreme concept. According to legend, the universe came from chaos. The Primordial Chaos concept was a concept that transcended time and space. If the time and space concepts were the kings of the wills, then the Primordial Chaos concept was the emperor of the wills. Lu Ming had always thought that the Primordial Chaos concept was only a legend. He did not expect such a concept to exist in the world. Moreover, according to 2E, as long as Lu Ming passed the test, he would be able to obtain the Primordial Chaos Scripture and cultivate the Primordial Chaos concept. Lu Ming's heart could not help but beat rapidly. The primordial chaos scripture was created by the strongest person in the primordial chaos sect. It can allow you to cultivate the primordial chaos concept. After becoming an emperor, you can transform into the primordial chaos domain. Later on, you can even transform into the law of primordial chaos. It is the strongest secret scripture in the world. However, if you want to cultivate it, the conditions are extremely harsh. First, you have to cultivate 5 different types of wills to the peak of the 4th level. Alright, show me the wills you have comprehended. Let me have a look. Tui said. Alright. Lu Ming quickly nodded. The 5 types of wills burst out and 5 colored rays of light twined around Lu Ming's body. It was dazzling. Chapter 1294. The concept of earth, concept of wind, concept of fire, concept of thunder, and concept of water are indeed 5 different types of concepts, and they are fused together. You barely qualify to take the test, but whether you can obtain the primal chaos scripture or successfully cultivate it, you still have to go through a series of tests. Tu-yi looked at the 5 types of intent surrounding Lu Ming and nodded slightly. Deep in his eyes, there was a glimmer of hope. Lu Ming was secretly shocked. He was amazed by the crazy requirements to cultivate the Chaos Sutra. First, one had to comprehend 5 completely different types of intent. For example, Lu Ming's earth intent, wind intent, fire intent, thunder intent, and water intent were 5 completely different types of intent. If Lu Ming cultivated the earth intent and the other type was the mountain intent or earth intent, it would be impossible. This was because the mountain intent or earth intent and the earth intent were of the same type. Or if one cultivated the water intent, ice intent, swamp intent, etc., it would also be impossible because their intrinsic attributes were the same. Only by cultivating 5 completely different types of intent to the peak of the 4th level was 1 in a billion geniuses. Furthermore, to successfully fuse all 5 types of intent was even more difficult. It was simply too harsh. If not for Lu Ming's 9 dragons bloodline, it would be impossible for him to achieve it. Lu Ming found it hard to imagine anyone in the world other than him who could achieve such a requirement. And this was only the initial requirement of the test. If he wanted to cultivate it, he still had to go through another test. Alright, I've pretty much said everything that needs to be said. Now take the test. Enter that passage and walk straight ahead. If you can reach the end, you'll be able to obtain the primal chaos scripture and cultivate the concept of primal chaos. If you fail halfway, you'll be teleported out. Also, here, time is accelerated many times. Even if you stay here for a few years, it might only be a short while in the outside world. So, you can rest assured and take the test. Tu-yi said. A few years here is only a short while in the outside world? Lu Ming's eyes lit up and he was overjoyed. He was worried that if he stayed here for too long, there would be changes in the outside world. For example, Dandan and Bubbles, or the situation in the Divine Wilderness continent. But now, Lu Ming didn't have to worry. A few years here was just a short while in the outside world. What was there to worry about? At the same time, he was also amazed at the strength of the Hunyuan sect. What kind of power was the Hunyuan sect? It was truly unfathomable and unimaginably powerful. I must get the primal chaos scripture. Without any worries, Lu Ming's eyes shone with fighting spirit, and he clenched his fists. The chaotic concept was a legendary concept. If he could successfully cultivate it, his battle prowess would increase tremendously, and it would become his strongest trump card. Most importantly, the help it would provide in the future was unimaginable. Lu Ming's eyes slowly became firm. Senior Tu-yi, I'll be going then. Lu Ming cupped his fists towards Tu-yi, then stepped out and walked towards the tunnel. His figure slowly disappeared into the tunnel. How many years has it been? Finally, someone has come. This time we must succeed. Looking at Lu Ming's disappearing figure, Tu-yi's eyes were filled with hope and expectation. He had been waiting for countless years. Over the long years, there were also outstanding geniuses who met the requirements and were brought here. Unfortunately, none of them could reach the end, pass all the tests, and cultivate the chaotic concept. Therefore, he could only wait. Every time someone came, it was a ray of hope. He was full of expectations, hoping that someone would succeed. 2E stood quietly in the main hall, waiting quietly. Lu Ming stepped into the tunnel. At first, everything was calm, but after walking for a while, the surrounding environment suddenly changed. Kill, kill, kill. Suddenly, roars filled with killing intent rang out. Endless killing intent suddenly enveloped Lu Ming's body. At this moment, Lu Ming's eyes suddenly turned red, as if countless beasts had been aroused in his heart. Lu Ming's heart was also filled with endless killing intent. This kind of killing intent was too cold and too strong. An ordinary person would become an idiot if they were hit by this kind of killing intent. However, Lu Ming's eyes only fluctuated for a while at first, then immediately calmed down. It's another killing intent test, but compared to the endless killing intent of the third bloodline, it's too weak. Lu Ming thought in his heart. His eyes became calmer and calmer, not affected by the killing intent. In fact, Lu Ming also understood why there was a killing intent test. Because in a martial artist's life, if they wanted to reach the peak, they had to kill their way out, from mountains of corpses and seas of blood. This path was destined to be a path of blood, a path full of killing intent. Those who were not determined would be affected by the killing intent. Therefore, the tests set by some powerful inheritances would test the killing intent. Unfortunately, Lu Ming's third bloodline had endless killing intent. Compared to the third bloodline, these tests were child's play. Despite the murderous intent shrouding him, Lu Ming remained indifferent. His gaze was calm as he walked forward step by step. Suddenly, the surrounding environment changed again. The endless killing intent disappeared without a trace. Squeak, squeak. Lu Ming could hear the melodious chirping of birds. It was crisp and pleasing to the ears. A gentle breeze blew, bringing with it the fragrance of flowers that refreshed the mind. It was completely different from the endless killing intent just now. Lu Ming's heart could not help but calm down. Looking up, Lu Ming found that he was outside a small mountain village. There was a small mountain village in front of him. Around the small mountain village, the grass was green and there were all kinds of colorful flowers. There were birds flying and chirping. It was like a paradise. Ring, ring, ring. A melodious sound was heard. It was a 6 or 7-year-old girl. She looked very cute with a rosy face. She had a string of bells on her wrists and ankles. When she walked, they made melodious sounds. The little girl ran to Lu Ming's side and looked at Lu Ming curiously. She whispered, "Big brother, are you an outsider? Are you lost? Come to my house to play. Ling Ling will treat you to milk tea." After saying that, the little girl pulled Lu Ming's hand and walked toward the village. She was so innocent and cute that Lu Ming could not bear to refuse. "Hello, young man." A simple and honest man carrying a bunch of firewood greeted Lu Ming with a simple smile when he saw Lu Ming. Even though Lu Ming knew that this was an illusion, he could not help but be infected by the man's simplicity. He smiled and nodded at the man. "Mother, this big brother is lost. I brought him here to be a guest and treat him to milk tea." The little girl pulled Lu Ming into the village and came to a wooden house. In front of the wooden house, there was a young woman in her 30s. When she saw Lu Ming, she revealed a pure smile. She touched the little girl's head dotingly and said, "Since you are Ling Ling's friend, you are Mom's friend. Wait here. I will get the milk tea." Chapter 1295. "Ling Ling, you have a friend. Can you treat me to a drink too?" A white-haired old man walked over and said with a smile, "Of course, fifth grandpa." The little girl smiled. The villagers were really simple and honest. None of them were scheming. Their smiles were very clean. Lu Ming couldn't help but be infected. He picked up the milk tea and took a sip. It was very fragrant and sweet. "Big brother, is it delicious?" The little girl blinked her big eyes and asked. "It's delicious." Lu Ming smiled. "Thank you, big brother." The little girl smiled happily and jumped up and down. The bells on her wrists and ankles rang pleasantly. The people of the small mountain village were very simple. Lu Ming's arrival attracted a lot of people, but most of them were very simple and honest. They looked at Lu Ming with a smile that revealed a sense of authenticity. "I wonder what this illusion is going to test?" A thought flashed through Lu Ming's mind as he drank the milk tea. Suddenly, there was a slight sound in the air. It was really soft, like a child holding a sharp knife and stabbing at Lu Ming. The sound was very soft. But with Lu Ming's cultivation, he could still hear it clearly. It was Ling Ling, the little girl. A dagger appeared in her hand and she stabbed at Lu Ming's stomach. At this time, the little girl was not naive at all. Her face was full of ferocity. "Kill!" The little girl shouted and stabbed the dagger straight at Lu Ming. Lu Ming stepped back slightly and avoided the little girl's attack. "Kill!" Behind him, a cold shout sounded. The little girl's mother, the kind young woman, also held a sword and stabbed at Lu Ming with a ferocious face. Then, on the right, the old man, the little girl's fifth grandpa, who was simple and honest before, also took out a knife and slashed at Lu Ming. Their strength was very small and weak, like ordinary villagers, but they seemed to have a deep hatred for Lu Ming and wanted to kill Lu Ming. Lu Ming casually retreated and dodged all the attacks. However, they continued to attack Lu Ming relentlessly. "Kill!" Other than the little girl and the other villagers also took out their weapons and charged at Lu Ming. "What are you doing?" Lu Ming shouted. However, no one uttered a single word. With bloodshot eyes, they charged toward Lu Ming. When Lu Ming retreated, they continued to attack Lu Ming. Around the small mountain village, the originally simple and honest villagers all charged at Lu Ming as if they had gone mad. They wanted to kill Lu Ming, and all kinds of weapons continuously stabbed and slashed at Lu Ming. Lu Ming dodged the attack and wanted to soar into the air and leave this place. However, he discovered that he could not. He was blocked by a force. "Kill!" More and more villagers gathered, and all of them charged at Lu Ming with bloodshot eyes. Ding Ling Ling. The little girl, Ling Ling, rushed to the front and stabbed at Lu Ming's stomach with a dagger. Lu Ming dodged again and again, but the number of villagers increased and surrounded him in all directions. Lu Ming's eyes became colder and colder. "I don't kill innocent people, but since you want to kill me, you're not innocent. Since you're my enemy, then I'll kill you." Kill. When Lu Ming uttered the word "kill," a cold, murderous intent burst out from Lu Ming's body. A long spear appeared in Lu Ming's hand. The long spear swayed, and the sky was filled with spear shadows. The long spear stabbed out, and the first one to bear the brunt was the little girl. The spear light pierced through her forehead and nailed her to the ground. Then, it was the young woman and the simple fifth grandpa, a kind and simple person, was assassinated on the ground by Lu Ming. In the beginning, Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. However, his gaze was soon replaced by coldness and disdain. On the path of martial arts, if you want to kill, then kill thoroughly. Kill. Kill! The spear light whistled. How could these villagers resist? They were killed one by one. Corpses covered the mountain village, and blood dyed this paradise red. Lu Ming strode forward, step by step, out of the mountain village. There were still villagers charging at Lu Ming from all directions, and in the end, they all turned into corpses. Soon, Lu Ming stepped out of the village and saw a town that was bigger than the previous village. Many people shouted with bloodshot eyes at the sight of Lu Ming. "Murder! You killed the innocent. Kill him!" In the town, more people charged at Lu Ming. Lu Ming had no choice but to kill, and kill all the way out. Between heaven and earth, blood qi filled the air, and there were millions of corpses on the ground. Wherever Lu Ming went, everyone who saw Lu Ming wanted to kill him. Lu Ming could only choose to kill them. Slowly, Lu Ming's eyes turned red, and his body exuded a cold, killing intent. His eyes became colder and colder. Outside, in the hall, 2E was staring at a ball in front of him. The scene on the ball was the scene where Lu Ming was. Suddenly, ripples appeared in the space, and a golden figure appeared beside 2E. 2E nodded. "How is it? You can't even pass the first stage, right?" Genie asked. "I don't know. The first stage is very difficult. A martial arts expert can't be soft-hearted. When you meet an enemy, you must kill them no matter what. This is a must. If you are soft-hearted, you will only die in the hands of the enemy. However, amidst the endless slaughter, amidst the mountains of corpses and seas of blood, one must remain clear-headed. One must maintain one's original heart and mind. Some people's nature will slowly change amidst the endless slaughter. In the end, they will become a killing machine. 2E frowned slightly. Yes, humans are easy to get lost. Jean E also said. Suddenly, the space moved again, and a few more figures appeared. Like 2E, they were all puppets, but in different colors. They were Lei E, Mu E, and Shui. When these figures appeared, they all stared at the ball without blinking. It's been so many years, I hope this kid can pass. Gold One sighed. Everyone looked at him and didn't say anything else. Lu Ming's killing continued. His eyes became redder and redder, and the killing intent on his body became stronger and stronger. Kill, kill, kill everything. In his mind, there was a voice, constantly roaring, as if to drown Lu Ming in endless slaughter. This kind of killing intent, this kind of killing, was born in Lu Ming's heart, and was not imposed on Lu Ming by the outside world. Even the third bloodline could not help Lu Ming. Suppress. Suddenly, a loud voice sounded in Lu Ming's mind. That was the voice of the prison's suppressing steel bloodline. Lu Ming shuddered, and in his mind, a trace of clarity was restored. No, I, Lu Ming, only kill enemies in my life, not innocent people. No matter how many enemies I kill, they are still enemies, and have nothing to do with others. Even if I want to kill, I will kill those who deserve to be killed. Lu Ming's mind turned sharply, and his eyes slowly restored clarity. In the end, he simply sat cross-legged, and his mind fell into emptiness. Chapter 1296. Several hours later, Lu Ming opened his eyes. At this time, Lu Ming's eyes had regained their clarity. The killing intent in his eyes had completely disappeared, leaving only indifference and calmness. Around him, those people were still attacking Lu Ming. Lu Ming took a step forward, his true essence bursting out, condensing into endless spear lights that pierced through the air. Those figures were all killed by Lu Ming's spear lights. But this time, Lu Ming's heart was unmoved. On this path filled with slaughter, he would no longer be influenced by it, turning into a killing machine. In the main hall, 2E, Gold One, and the rest smiled as they watched this scene. He passed the first trial. 2E smiled. Although he passed the first trial, the following trials will be even more difficult. Gold One sighed. Don't rush, one step at a time. 2 said. The others nodded and continued to watch. This time, Lu Ming did not stop. Endless spear lights erupted from his body. With each step, he crossed dozens of miles. Every time he took a step, everything that obstructed him turned into ashes. After an unknown period of time, the surrounding environment changed again. Lu Ming returned to the passage. Congratulations, you passed the first trial. A voice sounded in Lu Ming's mind. After that, there was no more sound. This is only the first trial? It's really difficult, Lu Ming was inwardly shocked. After entering this passage, first, endless killing intent suddenly descended, then he entered the illusion that would make him lose himself in the slaughter. Originally, Lu Ming thought that this was already the second trial. He didn't expect that this was only the first trial. The first trial was already so difficult, who knew what he would face later? Lu Ming's eyes revealed confidence and battle intent as he walked forward in large strides. The passage was very long, as if there was no end. Lu Ming walked for half an hour before the passage suddenly widened, like a stone chamber. Around the stone chamber, there were densely packed carvings, incomparably mysterious. Vaguely, there was the aura of the earth. And in front of the stone room, there was an earthen yellow light screen blocking the way. The concept of earth martial skill on the walls is the earth element art. Only those who have successfully cultivated the earth element art can break through that light curtain. Only those who have successfully comprehended the earth element art on the walls can pass through this stage. You only have half a year. The voice from before sounded in Lu Ming's mind again. Concept of earth martial skill, earth element technique? Succeed in cultivating it in half a year? Lu Ming's eyes lit up. The test this time was actually a concept of earth martial skill. Moreover, the time limit was half a year. Lu Ming had absolute confidence. Immediately, Lu Ming's gaze fell on the carvings on the wall, and he began to carefully comprehend them. In Lu Ming's eyes, those carvings seemed to have come alive. They were like small snakes that slithered on the walls, transforming into one mystical martial skill after another. Concept of Earth Martial Skill. How wonderful! Just looking at it, Lu Ming felt that this concept of Earth Martial Skill was incomparably wonderful and mysterious, as if it contained the principles of heaven and earth. Lu Ming had also cultivated the concept of Thunder Martial Skill before, Thunder God Strike. The difficulty of cultivating Thunder God Strike was shockingly high. It was 100 times more difficult than ordinary martial skills. But the Earth Element art was much harder than Thunder God Strike. Lu Ming stood there, carefully observing for 3 days, but he still had no clue. No wonder, as long as one succeeded in cultivating it in half a year, the difficulty of cultivating it was too high. In the hall, Tu-yi, Jin-yi, and the others quietly observed. I wonder if this kid can succeed in half a year. Someone said. If he really needs half a year to succeed, then there's no hope for the rest. Jeannie said. That's right. According to past experience, the shorter the time, the greater the hope for the rest. Some people only succeed in half a year, or even 5 months. This means that their potential is limited, and they definitely won't pass the later stages. Tu-yi sighed. In this stage, the shorter the time taken, the greater the hope for the rest. In the past, the person who used the shortest time was 3 months and 15 days, but he still didn't reach the end. In my opinion, only if he succeeds in 3 months, then there's hope for him to pass the stage. Jeannie said. Everyone fell silent, and the atmosphere became heavy. Being able to succeed in half a year was already not bad. To do it in 3 months was too difficult. In the stone chamber, Lu Ming remained motionless, carefully perceiving the engravings around him. In Lu Ming's eyes, those engravings seemed to have turned into little people, practicing the concept of Earth Martial Skill, Earth Element Art. The core of a concept martial skill lies in the concept. It fully exerts the potential and power of the concept, exerting 10 or 100 times the power. Therefore, to cultivate a concept martial skill, one must start from the concept aspect. Slowly, Lu Ming closed his eyes, and those engravings disappeared. In Lu Ming's heart, there was only the concept of earth left. Slowly, the concept of earth and those engravings overlapped. Here, one couldn't rely on the Enlightenment ancient tree to comprehend. One could only rely on oneself. Time flew by quickly. 5 days, 10 days, 1 month. When 1.5 months had passed, Lu Ming suddenly moved. He stepped on the ground, and the ground rumbled. At the same time, he punched out. This punch was as heavy as a mountain and as powerful as thunder, as if it could suppress everything. It felt like the suppressing hell heaven skill. Yes, this is the feeling. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. His fists kept punching out, and the void rumbled. In the hall, Tu-yi, Jin-yi, and the others' eyes also lit up. So fast, it's only been 1.5 months, and he's already grasped the knack. Amazing, too amazing. Although he's only grasped the knack, it's only been 1.5 months. He really has hope to succeed in 3 months. There's hope. Tu-yi, Jin-yi, and the others spoke out excitedly, and their eyes were full of hope. They had waited for too long, and they didn't want to wait any longer. In the stone chamber, Lu Ming kept practicing, as if he would never stop. Time continued to pass. The power of Lu Ming's punches grew stronger and stronger. Heaven and earth trembled along with Lu Ming's punches. 2.5 months had passed. Boom! Lu Ming punched out, and the earth concept burst out along with the power of the fist. It was extremely powerful. Earth element technique? This was the earth element technique. Lu Ming had succeeded in cultivating it. Although it was also a concept martial technique, the earth element technique's level was obviously higher than the Thunder God Strike, and its power was also stronger. Although it was only at the first level, its power was equivalent to the second level of the Thunder God Strike. 2.5 months, I don't know what level it is. I'll think about it after I pass this stage. Lu Ming mumbled. He then stepped forward and came to the front of the khaki-colored light curtain. He threw a punch at it. Crack! The khaki-colored light curtain shattered like glass, turning into light spots and dissipating. Lu Ming stepped forward and continued to move forward. Chapter 1297. It was almost the same as the stone room from before. The stone room's walls were filled with carvings. The only difference was that these carvings were filled with the aura of the concept of fire. In front of him, there was also a fiery red light screen blocking his path. On the walls here is the concept of fire martial skill, the fire origin art. Only by successfully cultivating the fire origin art within half a year can you break through the light screen and step into the next stage. That voice sounded in Lu Ming's mind again. This time, it's the concept of fire martial skill, the fire origin art. Could it be that it's based on the concepts I've comprehended? I've comprehended 5 types of concepts, so do I have to cultivate 5 types of concept martial skills? Lu Ming guessed in his heart. His gaze looked at the light screen, then he walked over, circulated the earth origin art, and punched it. After the violent fist energy hit it, the light screen remained motionless, not even a ripple appeared. Then Lu Ming changed to the Thunder God Strike, Hell Suppressing Heaven skill, 9 Dragons Ascending Heaven Steps, etc., but they were all useless. The light screen didn't even have a ripple. Tricks were indeed useless. He still needed to comprehend the fire origin art to pass. Lu Ming didn't think too much and started to observe the carvings to comprehend the fire origin art. With the previous experience, Lu Ming quickly entered the state. The fire origin art was also more powerful than the Thunder God Strike, but the difficulty of cultivating it was also terrifying. Lu Ming carefully comprehended. Time flew by. 2 months and 12 days later, Lu Ming's body was bathed in flames, like a fire god. With a casual strike, the power of the concept of fire exploded to the extreme, displaying a terrifying power. He had successfully cultivated the fire origin art. Success, he succeeded again, It's still within 3 months. This time, he only used 2 months and 12 days, saving 3 days compared to the earth origin art. There's hope this time. This Lu Ming's comprehension is too strong. There's really hope this time. In the hall, 2E, Gold E, and the others cheered excitedly. In the past, the fastest person to successfully cultivate a concept martial skill took 3.5 months. However, Lu Ming had only used 2.5 months for the first class, and he had even saved 3 days for the second class, surpassing all the others in the past. The shorter the time taken, the greater the potential. Only then would one have a chance to pass the last stage. Boom! Lu Ming pointed his finger and used the fire element spell. The fire mentality condensed on his fingertip and touched the fiery red light screen. The light screen shattered and disappeared. Lu Ming smiled faintly and continued to step forward. Sure enough, as Lu Ming expected, it didn't take long for them to arrive at another stone chamber. There were also carvings on the walls of the stone room. At the end of the stone room, there was also a light screen. This time, he needed to comprehend the concept of wind, the wind origin technique. Lu Ming didn't want to waste any time. He immediately entered the state and began to comprehend. This time, the time Lu Ming used was shortened by 2 days. He only used 2 months and 10 days to successfully comprehend the wind origin technique and pass the stage. Not long after, he arrived at the next stage. This time, it was the concept of water, the water origin technique. This time, the time was shortened by 2 days. He only used 2 months and 8 days to successfully cultivate and pass the stage. After that, he arrived at the 5th stage. He needed to cultivate the concept of thunder, the lightning origin technique. Compared to Lu Ming, the thunder elemental skill was simpler. This was because Lu Ming had cultivated the Thunder God Strike before. He had more experience in cultivating the thunder concept martial technique. Hence, it was easier for him to cultivate it. In the end, Lu Ming only used 2 months to successfully cultivate the lightning origin technique and pass the stage. Congratulations on passing the 2nd stage. When Lu Ming passed through the 5th light screen, a voice sounded in Lu Ming's mind. From start to finish, Lu Ming used less than a year to pass the 2nd stage and cultivate 5 powerful concept martial skills. I've really profited. Even if I don't get the primal chaos scripture this time, I've still profited. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. These 5 concept martial skills were priceless in the outside world. They couldn't be compared to a concept martial skill like the Thunder God Strike. Each of them was an elite concept martial skill. If Lu Ming could cultivate these 5 concept martial skills to the highest level, his battle strength would skyrocket. Let's continue. I must get the Primal Chaos scripture. Lu Ming clenched his fists tightly. It was just a trial. If he could obtain 5 such wondrous concept martial skills, then the Primal Chaos scripture would definitely be amazing. Lu Ming's heart burned with passion. He continued to move forward. Soon, the light in front of him lit up. Lu Ming arrived at a battle stage. The battle stage was huge, more than 100 miles wide. Is the battle stage a test of battle strength? Lu Ming raised his eyebrows. Buzz, buzz, buzz. When Lu Ming stepped onto the battle stage, 5 figures suddenly appeared in front of Lu Ming. These 5 figures were all tall and burly men, but their skin color was different. There was yellow, green, blue, and fiery red. They were very similar to 2E that Lu Ming had seen before. They seemed to be puppets. In the last stage, use the Earth Element Technique, Thunder Element Technique, Fire Element Technique, Water Element Technique, and Wind Element Technique to defeat the 5 puppets. Other martial skills will be ineffective. The time limit is 2 years. A voice sounded in Lu Ming's mind. In the last stage, he only needed to defeat the 5 puppets within 2 years. Lu Ming had just thought of this. One of the 5 figures pounced on Lu Ming. This figure was yellow in color and used the Earth Element Technique. It punched at Lu Ming. The Earth Element Technique filled the air and a strong pressure acted on Lu Ming. This puppet's cultivation wasn't any weaker than Lu Ming's. With the Earth Element Technique, it was terrifyingly powerful. Boom! Lu Ming's true essence exploded and the Earth Element Technique filled the air. He used the Earth Element Technique and punched at the puppet. When the 2 fists collided, Lu Ming felt an overwhelming force rushing toward him. Lu Ming's body trembled and he couldn't help but retreat. Its mastery of the Earth Element Technique is far above mine. Lu Ming's eyes sharpened. Bang! The yellow puppet stepped onto the battle stage and charged at Lu Ming. Its fist was as heavy as a mountain and as heavy as the earth. I can't defeat it, Lu Ming thought. In a situation where they had the same strength, Lu Ming's Earth Element Technique wasn't as good as his opponent's. He wasn't its opponent at all. As for other martial skills, they would be ineffective. Dragon roars sounded from Lu Ming's body as the 9 dragon energies exploded. Lu Ming's strength increased tremendously as the dragon energies exploded. He used the Earth Element Technique and punched out. But in the next moment, Lu Ming's expression changed. Chapter 1298. The 2 fists collided, but Lu Ming was still pushed back. Bloodline. Lu Ming's heart stirred and the 3rd bloodline appeared. A gush of energy surged into Lu Ming's body, increasing his strength once again. However, as Lu Ming's strength increased, the power of the khaki-colored puppet would also increase. Then, Lu Ming used the Suppressing Hell Heaven skill to increase its power. Correspondingly, the puppet's strength also increased rapidly. It was useless. No matter how Lu Ming increased his strength, the puppet's strength would increase as well. It's useless. In the end, we have to fight using Intent Realm martial skills. Lu Ming sighed and withdrew his bloodline and dragon power. As expected, the puppet's strength also weakened. Its basic strength was always on the same level as Lu Ming's. Then let's fight using Intent Realm martial skills. Lu Ming only used his True Yuan and Earth Element Technique to fight against the puppet. Unfortunately, the puppet's Intent Realm martial skill was above Lu Ming's. Lu Ming tried his best to resist, but he was still no match. In less than 10 moves, he was knocked off the stage. The puppet stopped attacking as soon as Lu Ming left the stage. Looks like this stage is going to be very difficult. Right now, only 1 khaki-colored puppet has taken action. There are still 4 others who haven't taken action yet. I wonder if the other 5 puppets will join forces. If they do, the difficulty will be even more terrifying. No wonder it took 2 years. Lu Ming thought quickly. It seems that I have to quickly improve my Intent Realm martial skills to pass this stage. Then, let's continue fighting. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. He stepped forward and returned to the stage. The puppet's intent realm martial skill was exactly the same as his. Continuous fighting would be of great help to Lu Ming in comprehending intent realm martial skills. Shua. This time, it was no longer the puppet that attacked, but a fiery red puppet. It used the fire element technique, which was full of explosive power. Lu Ming also used his fire elemental technique to fight. The other party's mastery of fire elemental arts was clearly above Lu Ming's. Even if Lu Ming did his best, it would still be difficult for him to resist. How ingenious! I didn't know that the fire elemental technique could be used like this. While fighting, Lu Ming tried to sense the fire elemental technique that his opponent was using. At the same time, he also tried to verify it with his own cultivation and improve his understanding of the fire elemental technique. After more than 10 moves, Lu Ming was knocked off the fighting ring. However, Lu Ming was not discouraged. He continued to climb onto the platform. This time, it was a green puppet that attacked. It used the wind origin technique. Just like that, once Lu Ming was knocked off the battle stage, he would immediately get back on the battle stage and fight with his opponents. While fighting, he was also comprehending the poetic conception of martial arts. His progress was extremely fast. Every time, only when Lu Ming's true essence was exhausted would he stop and swallow the ores to replenish his true essence. Time flew by in a blink of an eye. 1 month, 2 months, 3 months. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. In this half a year, apart from recovering his true essence, Lu Ming was also fighting with the 5 puppets. His comprehension of the 5 poetic conception of martial arts had increased by leaps and bounds. Lu Ming had achieved a major breakthrough in all 5 poetic conception of martial arts. He had stepped into the 3rd level, and his power had increased greatly. Boom! Lu Ming used the Earth Origin technique to fight with the khaki puppet. Lu Ming's fist energy was powerful and heavy. The Earth Origin technique was integrated into it. Every punch was like the earth itself was suppressing the opponent. Its power was extremely shocking. When the 2 fists collided, the khaki puppet's body flew far away and fell on the edge of the fighting ring. Get down! Lu Ming rushed towards the khaki puppet. Shua! However, at this moment, a green figure flashed. The green puppet pounced on Lu Ming like lightning. It waved its hand and the wind origin technique cut open the space and slashed towards Lu Ming. At the same time, a blazing aura filled the air. The fiery red figure also pounced on Lu Ming. Then it was the blue puppet and the purple puppet. The khaki puppet also stood up. The 5 puppets pounced on Lu Ming together. Sure enough, as Lu Ming had guessed, the 5 puppets had joined forces. The 5 puppets' power was amazing. Lu Ming was constantly pushed back. The key was that when Lu Ming used one of the poetic conception of martial arts, he would be restrained by the corresponding puppet. It would be difficult for him to use his full power. Lu Ming could only constantly change his poetic conception of martial arts. He used the 5 poetic conception of martial arts in turn to block the opponent's attacks. However, it took time to change the 5 poetic conception of martial arts. Even if it was only for a moment, it was still a flaw. Lu Ming was pushed back again and again. After a few moves, he was knocked off the fighting ring. The 5 puppets joining forces is too strong. It's flawless. I'm not their match at all when I use only one poetic conception of martial arts. If I can perfectly change the 5 poetic conception of martial arts, there might be hope. Lu Ming thought for a while and then stepped onto the fighting ring. As soon as he stepped onto the fighting ring, the 5 puppets pounced on Lu Ming. Lu Ming could only try his best to change the 5 poetic conception of martial arts to fight the 5 puppets. In the beginning, Lu Ming was completely defeated, because there was always a gap between the 5 poetic conception of martial arts. If it wasn't perfect, the opponent would seize the gap and defeat him. However, as time passed, Lu Ming became more and more proficient in switching between the 5 types of martial techniques. A few months later, Lu Ming could easily achieve a perfect switch. He could cast any martial technique with ease. He could even cast different martial techniques with his left and right hands. At this point, Lu Ming finally managed to block the attacks of the 5 puppets. Merge! But at this time, the yellow puppet said indifferently, Then, the 5 puppets' figures changed, and the 5 poetic conception of martial arts blasted out. They merged together, forming a chaotic color that blasted towards Lu Ming. The 5 poetic conception of martial arts actually merged together, and the power increased crazily. In just one move, Lu Ming was sent flying out of the fighting ring. "No way, it can be played like this," Lu Ming shouted in his heart. The difficulty of this stage was too high. The 5 puppets' methods were endless, and they were getting more and more powerful. Now, the 5 poetic conception of martial arts could actually be merged together? Merge? Right, merge. Lu Ming's eyes suddenly lit up. Was this the prerequisite to cultivate the chaotic conception? Only by merging the 5 poetic conception of martial arts could one be qualified to cultivate the chaotic conception? Lu Ming couldn't help but guess. These stages were not only a test, but also a training. Only those who could break through under such training could walk to the end and successfully cultivate the chaotic conception. The chaotic conception was the emperor of all conceptions in the world. Its power was absolutely terrifying, but it wasn't hard to imagine that the difficulty of cultivating it was also absolutely terrifying. The conditions to cultivate it were also extremely harsh. It wasn't something that anyone could cultivate successfully. Only when certain conditions were met could one succeed. And the tests along the way were very likely to prepare for cultivating the chaotic conception. If he couldn't pass all the tests along the way, then he wouldn't be qualified to cultivate the chaos scripture, and it would be impossible to cultivate the chaotic conception. Thinking of this, Lu Ming's eyes were filled with fighting spirit again. "Come, I don't believe that I can't merge the 5 poetic conception of martial arts." Chapter 1299. In the hall, 2E, Gold E, and the others stared at the ball and observed it carefully. "It's the last stage. I don't know if he can succeed." Gold E sighed. His eyes were full of hope, but he was also worried. The last stage is the most important one. In history, there have been people who have reached this stage, but in the end, they all failed. If they cannot merge the 5 martial skills into one, it is impossible to successfully cultivate the chaotic will. Tu said, "This kid has the best result in the beginning. I hope he can succeed." A fiery red figure spoke. "I hope so." The others sighed. On the fighting ring, Lu Ming was blasted off as soon as he got on the stage. Again! Lu Ming wasn't discouraged. He rushed onto the fighting ring again. The 5 puppets attacked at the same time. The 5 martial skills merged and blasted towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming's soul consciousness was constantly scanning how the 5 puppets merged the 5 martial skills. He was also analyzing it in his mind. The power of the 5 martial skills was too strong. After 2 moves, Lu Ming was blasted off the fighting ring and spat out a mouthful of blood. Again! Lu Ming wasn't discouraged. He ignored his injuries and continued to fight. Time passed day by day. In the beginning, Lu Ming could only block 1 or 2 moves. Later on, Lu Ming blocked more and more moves, and the time he could hold on became longer and longer. After another half a year, Lu Ming could hold on for more than 10 moves. At this time, there were still 9 months before the end of the 2-year period, but Lu Ming still hadn't comprehended the 5 martial skills. Each of the 5 martial skills had its own unique system. Each of them was a deep excavation of their own martial skills. They were all unique. It was too difficult to merge them into one. It seems that when I fused the 5 concepts together before, it was only a superficial fusion. It wasn't a complete fusion. If it was a complete fusion, then the 5 concepts wouldn't have been separated, but would have become a new concept. After this period of time, Lu Ming also understood that the so-called fusion of his 5 concepts was only a superficial fusion. He was still thousands of miles away from a complete fusion. The fusion of 5 types of martial skills still needs to start from the fusion of the concepts. Lu Ming was analyzing all kinds of possibilities in his mind. Then he stepped onto the battle platform to verify his thoughts. Boom, boom, boom. On the fighting ring, Lu Ming's 5-colored conception revolved around him. In a flash, he struck out 5 different kinds of martial skills. Fire, thunder, wild wind. They roared on the fighting ring and bombarded the 5 puppets. However, the attack with shocking might instantly crumbled under the fusion of the 5 martial techniques of the 5 martial techniques. It was no match for them at all. It was like steel hitting tofu. Continue. Lu Ming continued to strike out 5 martial techniques of the 5 concepts, trying to fuse them. Yes, this is the feeling. As long as I continue on this path, I will eventually succeed. Although he still failed, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He finally felt that he had found the right direction. As long as he found the right direction, he would eventually succeed. The battle continued. Half a month later, Lu Ming struck out continuously. This time, only 4 martial techniques of the 4 concepts erupted. It wasn't that one was missing, but that 2 of them had been successfully fused by Lu Ming. Haha, I finally succeeded in the first step. Lu Ming was ecstatic. After such a long time, he had finally taken the first step. Now that he had fused 2 concepts, it was only a matter of time before he fused 3, 4, or even 5. Continue. Lu Ming was excited and continued to fight. In the hall, 2E, Gold E, and the others were so excited that they almost jumped up. Success, he succeeded. He has fused 2 concepts. He is not far from success. The first in history. No one has ever reached this step before. There is hope. Haha, the inheritance of the sovereign, there is finally a successor. Gold E and the others laughed. They were extremely happy and excited. The first 2 concepts were relatively easy to fuse, but the later 3, 4, and 5 concepts would become more and more difficult. However, Lu Ming had found the right direction. He had a clear goal, and he was improving every moment, getting closer to his goal. Time passed, day by day, month by month. The 2 years were getting closer and closer, and Lu Ming had also made a major breakthrough. He had successfully fused 3 concepts, 4 concepts, and 1 month before the 2 years, Lu Ming had finally fused 5 martial techniques of the 5 concepts into 1 concept martial technique. Boom! With a strike, chaotic chi filled the air. The terrifying power dispersed the attacks of the 5 puppets, and the powerful chi continued to bombard. The 5 puppets were sent flying by Lu Ming and fell outside the fighting ring. Although the 5 puppets had also fused 5 martial techniques of the 5 concepts, they were separated by 5 people. However, Lu Ming was 1 person, and the fusion was purer and more powerful. Naturally, the battle strength he could exert was stronger. He succeeded. He succeeded. Let's go and see. 2E, Gold E, and the others shouted excitedly. Then, they moved and disappeared from the hall. In the next moment, on the fighting ring where Lu Ming was, the space cracked open, and 2E and the others stepped out. Seeing 2E, Lu Ming was slightly stunned. He then cupped his fist and bowed, looking at Gold E and the others. Lu Ming, no need to be so polite. Congratulations on passing all the tests. You are qualified to cultivate the chaos scripture. Let me introduce you. This is Gold E. 2E laughed and was extremely excited. He introduced Gold E and the others to Lu Ming. Lu Ming greets seniors. Although he knew that Gold E and the others were puppets, Lu Ming still bowed respectfully. No need to be so polite. When you succeed in cultivating the chaos scripture, you will be the successor of the Overlord, and also our master. Gold E laughed loudly. He couldn't even close his mouth. The Overlord? Lu Ming was surprised. Lu Ming, let me make it clear to you. This is the Chaos Hall of the Hunyuan sect. The Hall Master is the Chaos Overlord. The Chaos Overlord is one of the strongest in the Hunyuan sect. His battle strength is unparalleled, and he is the top expert in the world. As long as you succeed in cultivating the Chaos Scripture, you will be the successor of the Chaos Overlord, and naturally our master. 2E explained. The Chaos Hall belongs to the Hunyuan sect. Senior, is there a space-time spirit hall in the Hunyuan sect? Lu Ming asked curiously. You know about the space-time spirit hall? Yes, there are 9 halls in the Hunyuan sect. The space-time spirit hall is one of the 9 halls in the Hunyuan sect. The hall master of the space-time spirit hall is one of the top 10 battle beasts, the space-time spirit mouse. He is also the top expert in the world, but he is still slightly inferior to the Chaos Overlord. 2E explained. When he mentioned the Chaos Overlord, his face was full of pride. The Chaos Overlord is so powerful. He is stronger than the top 10 battle beasts. Chapter 1300. Lu Ming, the Primal Chaos Scripture is inside. Go in. As long as you successfully cultivate the Primal Chaos Scripture, you can leave this place. However, since you have successfully merged 5 different martial skills, it shouldn't be too difficult for you to cultivate the Primal Chaos Scripture. 2E pointed to a stone door behind the fighting platform. Thank you, seniors. Lu Ming cupped his fists and walked towards the stone door. The stone door was closed, but after Lu Ming walked in, the stone door opened automatically. Behind the stone door, it was misty and he could not see clearly. Without any hesitation, Lu Ming stepped in. As soon as Lu Ming entered the stone door, it closed automatically. Behind the stone door was a huge stone chamber. Above the stone chamber, there was a figure sitting cross-legged in the air. That figure was not very burly, nor was it very tall. However, it gave off the feeling that it was as tall as the sky. It was capable of supporting both heaven and earth. It was the most burly figure in the world. That aura was mysterious and unfathomable compared to any expert Lu Ming had encountered before. Lu Ming felt as if he was facing the entire universe when facing this figure. Back then, when Lu Ming faced the Sacred Heart left behind by the Heavenly Profound Saint, he was already shocked by the other party's vast aura. However, he now felt that the Heavenly Profound Saint was just an ant or a speck of dust in front of this figure. At this moment, Lu Ming felt as if he had stopped breathing. The figure was completely shrouded in the light of primal chaos. His appearance could not be seen clearly, only a blurry figure. Could this be the Primal Chaos Emperor? Lu Ming thought to himself. Too powerful. The Primal Chaos Emperor's realm had reached a level that Lu Ming could not imagine. Yet, such an expert had already fallen. Lu Ming had heard 2E mention that the Primal Chaos Emperor had fallen. That was why he was looking for an inheritor. How could such a powerful existence fall? What kind of enemy did he face? Lu Ming could not imagine. Could the figure in front of him be a mark of the Primal Chaos Emperor? Lu Ming guessed. I am the Primal Chaos Scripture. Suddenly, the figure spoke. Its voice was calm and soothing to the ears. The Primal Chaos Scripture? This figure is the Primal Chaos Scripture? Lu Ming was stunned. He had not expected the Primal Chaos Scripture to take the form of a human and exude a vast aura. I was left behind by the Primal Chaos Emperor. I have been waiting for an inheritor here for so many years. My mission is complete. The Primal Chaos Scripture, said Primal Chaos Scripture. It turned into a ray of light and flew into Lu's glabella. Of Primal Chaos Scripture. In the next moment, Lu Primal Chaos Scripture, Primal Chaos Scripture. Chaos Scripture, the Primal Chaos Chaotic Domain Realm. And even the corresponding martial intent and the domain martial intent. Primal as it is Chaos Scripture. It's too mysterious. It's too mysterious. The more Lu Ming read, the more excited he became. No, I can't read the rest now. Even if I read it, I won't be able to understand it. Now, I have to convert my 5 intents into the Primal Chaos intent. Lu Ming collected his thoughts and began to read the beginning of the Primal Chaos Scripture. It was the most basic part of cultivating the Primal Chaos intent. The Primal Chaos intent was to convert 5 or more intents of different attributes into the Primal Chaos intent. The Primal Chaos intent was incomparably mysterious. It was the beginning of all intents in the world. After successfully cultivating the Primal Chaos intent, the Primal Chaos intent could be converted into other intents at will. For example, after successfully cultivating the Primal Chaos intent, the Primal Chaos intent could be converted into the Slaughter intent, Destruction intent, Blood intent, Lightning intent, and so on. Only the strongest intents could not be converted into the Primal Chaos intent. For example, the Time intent, Space intent, and so on. Lu Ming read the Primal Chaos Scripture carefully. Then, he sat down cross-legged and began to cultivate. Lu Ming had already merged the 5 intents into one. Therefore, it was not difficult for him to cultivate the primal chaos scripture now. It could be said that the previous training and tests had paved the way for him to cultivate the primal chaos intent. 3 days later, the 5 colored intents surrounded Lu Ming's body and began to boil. 7 days later, the colors of the 5 colored intents had become a little blurry. Half a month later, the 5 intents had completely intertwined together. The original colors could not be seen. 2 months later, Lu Ming's surroundings were misty and chaotic. The original 5 intents had disappeared and were replaced by an even more mysterious and supreme intent that bloomed from Lu Ming's body. The primal chaos intent, the emperor of intents, Lu Ming had finally succeeded in cultivating it. Moreover, it was at the peak of the 4th level. Shua. Lu Ming stretched out a finger with the primal chaos intent entwined on it. He gently tapped the space, and waves of ripples appeared in the space like water waves. One had to know that this was the heaven realm, and the space was very stable. It was far more stable than the continent of God. Previously, Lu Ming could not tear the space apart even if he used all his strength. But now, with just a light tap, the space rippled. The power is too shocking. With my current cultivation base and the primal chaos intent, I should be able to fight against an emperor, right? I might even be able to suppress an emperor. Lu Ming guessed. His eyes revealed a shocking fluctuation. It was confidence, an extremely strong confidence. Lu Ming's current cultivation base was only at the peak of the 9th level of the spirit god realm. Lu Ming was confident that he could fight against and even suppress an emperor. If others knew about this, they would probably laugh at Lu Ming for being a madman. But now, Lu Ming had such a feeling. In the past, he needed the help of the Thunder Cauldron, Dandan, Bubbles, and the others to contend against an emperor. But now, Lu Ming was confident that he could suppress an emperor without the help of the Thunder Cauldron, Dandan, Bubbles, and the others. I wonder how Shao Qing is doing? I've been here for more than 3 years. It might only be a while in the outside world. Shao Qing is in my mountain and river diagram. I wonder if time is synchronized with me? Lu Ming thought. Then his glabella lit up, and the mountain and river diagram emerged. Lu Ming's figure moved and appeared in the mountain and river diagram. Lu Ming. As soon as Lu Ming entered the mountain and river diagram, Xian Yanqing appeared in front of Lu Ming, staring at Lu Ming with resentment. Lu Ming, what's going on? Why haven't you come to see me for more than 3 years? Xian Yanqing stared at Lu Ming with hatred, but deep in his eyes, there was a strong sense of longing. It's been more than 3 years. Is the time in the mountain and river diagram synchronized with me? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Shao Qing, it's like this. Immediately, Lu Ming explained the matter in detail. So it's like this. After hearing it, Xian Yanqing was amazed. Shao Qing, your cultivation has improved a lot. Lu Ming scanned with his spiritual sense and found that Xian Yanqing's cultivation had already reached the peak of the 9th level of the spirit god realm. Like Lu Ming, he was only 1 step away from the perfected spirit god realm. Of course, I was bored alone, so I've been cultivating hard. In more than 3 years, my progress is naturally fast. Xian Yanqing said. I'm sorry, Shao Qing. In the next moment, Lu Ming hugged Xian Yanqing tightly in his arms and pressed his lips against Xian Yanqing's red lips. When their lips met, Xian Yanqing's body trembled slightly, as if he had lost all his strength and allowed Lu Ming to do whatever he wanted. Chapter 1301. Speaking of which, the two of them hadn't seen each other for more than 3 years, so they naturally missed each other. They snuggled up to each other and chatted. Half a day later, a voice entered Lu Ming's ears. Lu Ming, you will be teleported back to your original place in half a month. It was Tu Yi's voice. Half a month later? Lu Ming was stunned. Originally, he wanted to cultivate here for a while longer because cultivating here for a few years might only be a short while in the outside world. Wouldn't it be a pity to miss such a good place? But now, Tu Yi said that there was only half a month left. Lu Ming told Xian Yanqing about this matter and then left the mountain river diagram. He didn't see Tu Yi in the huge stone chamber. Tu Yi must have sensed something and sent him a voice transmission. Senior Tu Yi, why is there only half a month left? Lu Ming asked. He knew that 2E should be able to hear him. The time here accelerates extremely fast, but it requires a huge amount of energy to maintain the time acceleration. Every time, only those who are qualified to participate in the assessment come here, the time acceleration will be activated. Now that you have successfully cultivated the chaotic will, the time acceleration will naturally stop. Otherwise, there won't be so much energy to consume. Tu Yi's voice came. Lu Ming nodded. Although he felt that it was a pity, it was normal. Time acceleration was too powerful. It naturally couldn't be maintained all the time as it would consume a terrifying amount of energy. If it could be maintained easily, it would be too terrifying. How long would it take to cultivate for thousands of years in the outside world? If a group of people were allowed to cultivate here, wouldn't it be incredible? That was impossible. Even with the Chaos Hall's foundation, it couldn't be maintained for long. Senior, I will leave in half a month. Lu Ming said. Okay. Tu Yi's voice came. Next, improve your cultivation. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. Now, his will had transformed into the chaotic will, which was at the perfected 4th level. Lu Ming's cultivation could also be improved to the perfected spirit god. Half a month was enough for Lu Ming to devour and refine origin stones and improve his cultivation. With a wave of his hand, a huge pile of ores appeared, along with the bloodline of the 9 dragons. With a single gulp, he devoured 10 million ores and began refining them. A huge amount of origin stones were constantly being refined and turned into true essence, helping Lu Ming to break through to the next realm. After refining the 10 million, he swallowed another 10 million. 10 million after 10 million. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. Lu Ming had devoured and refined a total of 100 million origin stones. Such a shocking amount of origin stones transformed into a shocking amount of true essence and began to attack. Boom! Inside Lu Ming's body his aura flourished. Inside his dantian, the spirit deity blossomed with boundless multicolored light. It became solid and heavy, just like a real person. Lu Ming's cultivation base also broke through from the peak of the 9th level of the spirit god realm to the consummate spirit god realm. Perfected spirit god. Lu Ming had finally reached the perfected spirit god realm. The next step was to break through to the emperor realm. Everything was in preparation for the ruler. In the process of breaking through to become a ruler, one would comprehend the embryonic form of a domain and become a sovereign. The consummate spirit god realm was already at the peak of the spirit god realm. Lu Ming felt the extremely rich true essence in his body, and a confident smile hung on his face. Now, how strong was his battle prowess? Lu Ming couldn't figure it out himself, so he was very curious. It's time to go out. Lu Ming smiled and walked toward the stone room's door. The stone door opened automatically, and Lu Ming walked out. Outside was still the same battle stage. 2E, Gold E, and the others were still on the stage. Seeing Lu Ming come out, 2E, Gold E, and the others had smiles on their faces. Then, they suddenly bowed to Lu Ming and shouted in unison, "Subordinate greets young master." Lu Ming was stunned. He hurriedly helped 2E and the others up and said, "Seniors, what are you doing? Please get up quickly." "Young master, you've obtained the Chaos Emperor's inheritance and successfully cultivated the Chaos concept. That means you're our young master." 2E spoke and insisted on kneeling to Lu Ming. What kind of cultivation did 2E and the others have? Lu Ming couldn't stop them at all, so he could only let them kneel. After bowing, 2E and the others got up. "Seniors, are you the only ones left in the Chaos Palace?" Lu Ming asked curiously. "Sai, in the battle back then, all the powerhouses of the Chaos Palace died in battle. Only us puppets are left, but there aren't many left." 2E sighed. "Then, can you all go out with me?" Lu Ming asked with some anticipation in his eyes. 2E and the others had unfathomable cultivation. If they could go out with him, it would be easy to kill DE and even wipe out the divine ruins. Unfortunately, the result disappointed Lu Ming. 2E, Gold E, and the others shook their heads. "Young master, the Chaos Emperor left a message. The inheritor of the Chaos Emperor must reach the Saint Realm before we can leave. Before that, we can't leave and can't help you much." 2E explained. Lu Ming was disappointed. It seemed that the Chaos Emperor was afraid that his inheritor would be too reliant on 2E and the others and lose the will to improve, so he set such a rule. Seeing Lu Ming's disappointed expression, 2E pondered for a while and said, "Young master, it's not that there's no reward at all. Because you performed exceptionally well in the test, there will be a reward." After saying that, 2E waved his hand and a figure appeared beside him. It was a figure with the same yellow color as 2E. At first glance, it was obvious that it was a puppet. "Young master, this puppet is called Tu Qian. He has the strength of a peak LV2 martial royal realm. He can go out with you temporarily and help you," 2E said. Peak LV2 martial royal realm. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. That was fine. A peak LV2 martial royal realm expert was the most powerful expert in the divine region, comparable to D. "Greetings, young master." Tu Qian bowed to Lu Ming. Tu Qian, enter the abode treasure for the time being." Lu Ming summoned the mountain and river diagram and put Tu Qian into the mountain and river diagram. At that moment, a token flew over and floated above Lu Ming's head. It was the primordial chaos token. "Young master, keep this primordial chaos token well. In the future, you may be able to compete for the position of the primordial sex successor," 2E said. "The primordial sex successor?" Lu Ming was surprised. "Anyone who gets the primordial chaos token will have a great opportunity in the future to compete for the position of the primordial sex successor and have a chance to inherit the primordial sect. At that time, not only the Chaos Palace but also the other 8 palaces will have to obey the orders of the primordial sex successor," 2E explained. Lu Ming was shocked. He did not expect the primordial chaos token to have such a use. Lu Ming quickly put away the primordial chaos token. "Young master, let's send you back." Earth One then joined forces with Gold One and the rest to open up a void passageway. Lu Ming felt his body tighten. His vision turned black and he fell into darkness.